Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome back to the stream, I guess. Hello. Hi. I see there's at least one person here that isn't me watching myself, so hello. Yeah, so we are back doing Unity things like we were yesterday, except this time things will be different, and that I'm hopefully finally, as my title would suggest, getting back to working on my tag game thing. So, to those who may not be familiar, I was, before, making this extreme tag game, where you are playing tag with an AI, for a school project, but I've gone kind of above and beyond what I even need to do for the school project, so that's pretty cool, and, or if I can be able to finish it. And yeah, but I kind of stopped working on it for a bit because one, I got busy with a bunch of other school things because I am in university, and then I wanted to figure out some graphical stuff and lighting stuff and all that, make our game look graphically better. So I did a lot of experimenting with that, and that took a lot longer than I would have liked, but we got to a result I'm happy enough with at the end of that. So as a recap of yesterday, I guess, we made this, where I didn't go all the way with what I was making this for, but I think I'm at a point where I can move on. And what I mean is that I found this random image on the internet, which I later found out was from a game, and I found the game that it was from, it's from a game called Adrift, made by these people, I guess. But also this is in the Unreal Engine, so that's another interesting thing. I tried to recreate that and got these results. Obviously, it's not like, I could do more to get an even closer match. I didn't actually go into doing a lot of texturing stuff. I didn't make that plant thing. There's a space guy in the background. Didn't make him. The skybox in the background is nowhere close. It's got the blue ball that is Earth, but no green in it. So obviously, I didn't get to the point of it actually matching. I was more concerned about lighting than the actual 3D modeling. It was even difficult to get to this point. Oh yeah, I forgot our skybox that we have that you can't even see from the little angle of the little hole that's there. But we got a cool skybox, and actually I do think this looks quite nice. You almost, actually, is the top of the skybox messed up? It might be. I can see a visible seam there. That may have been my bad from when I was making the cube map. But for the most part, anyway, it's we got a skybox. Look kind of neat. Again, I didn't make the skybox, but I found images that I assembled into a cube map. Basically, I just had to put 6 images that were meant to be part of a skybox. I put them together into one image in Photoshop. So we'll see how much I have to. I do that again. For other things. I don't know if we're gonna have a space level or not in our tag game. We could, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. If we do, then I'll revisit some of this stuff. But I still don't know yet what I actually want out of the sort of environment that our tag game is gonna take place in, or what our first demo level. I don't know what environment I want for that yet, other than some general ideas, but nothing concrete decided on. Anyway, so with that. Oh, did I get rid of I forgot I got rid of the back of that. Whatever, anyway, so, but this was what we did in terms of trying to just do some fancy looking art stuff. And actually, upon, going away from this and then, looking back at it, I think this looks, fine, frankly. Maybe there could be some little things improved here and there or whatever, but, for the most part, this looks fine for, a graphical style for our game. I might say that these lights are a bit too, not too bright, but maybe a bit too, bright and, the fadey stuff going around the edges. There's a term for that probably, but I think that's just a little bit too strong here. But I'm not gonna mess with this anymore. I actually did, when I ended the stream yesterday, I did a little bit more tweaking, and yeah, got to this style. One thing I noticed that we have, well, actually it's hard to really see if this is working well or not. Shadows. I'm not sure. Are shadows working on this guy? A little bit. This is not a good scene to test that because there's no lights really coming from above. I know that emissive materials don't create dynamic shadows. I was aware of that, and that's fine. So the only way I'm gonna get dynamic shadows like basically for shadows for the things that move around is going to be through point lights, spotlights. Do area lights? I don't think so. I think area lights are only baked. I'm not too sure. I'll have to see. I know they're like baked only in the universal render pipeline. I'm not sure about the HD render pipeline, but and directional lights. So those types of lights, how we're going to be able to have shadows, but that's fine for an outdoor scene. That makes sense. Yeah. Long story short, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to manage with that. Anyways, I think, but I've done enough playing around here that I think I'm now at the point where I want to go back to my tag game and start, specifically the thing I'd like to do first and foremost is, when I converted this project from the default render pipeline into now we're in the HD render pipeline, a lot of stuff broke with it, simply put, so our first order of business is getting the game back up and running just how it was before. And then we go from there. Oh yeah, this is this new scene. Not the one I meant to open. And then we go from there in terms of making new stuff. The first new thing I would like to make, actually I'm torn between two things. Either one of two things. It's gonna be one, fixing the pathfinding algorithm that's currently going on, making it better on performance and just work better. Some other things seem to have broken a little bit from switching over, so cleaning that up. And two, swapping out our characters from cylinder people for actual humans. So that's the plan. So let's get into doing that. Okay, so we'll start by, actually, okay, so first of all, I have so many scenes from just testing things. I'm like not gonna delete any of these scenes for now. It'll be like after we get everything like working, then I can start deleting things. I'm like, I definitely don't need this. I still have all my old, the old versions of this project from the other pipelines that are their own Unity projects. I'll delete them eventually. Now, going into this, the lighting's weird in this. One idea that I had, first and foremost, is that I want this scene to have the settings and lighting and stuff of the other scene would be cool. So if I just go copy, or no, let me do this a different way. So basically I want to like take one of those scenes that have good lighting and then copy it and then put all these assets in there. So that could just hopefully help the lighting look good by default. I'm just trying to decide, do I want, like which scene do I want to use as a template? Let me find it real quick. One moment. This scene, the like default Unity thing, this could be what I use. Oh, there's a lot of stuff that looks really nice here. Really nice. And hopefully then our stuff could have lighting that looks this good. Especially right now, this test level is an exterior scene, so that would be cool if it's able to have this sort of thing. So either I use this or I use my space scene, or I try both, just real quick. I mean, why not, right? Yeah. So let me do this. Let me duplicate this scene and put this over in our scenes folder. That's like not part of the default stuff. I have like all the default stuff that comes from a project made in the HD render pipeline. I have that kind of in its own separate place. So let me just put this guy over here. For now, I'm just gonna call this test level new 1 and test level new 2 or something. Well, this is gonna be test level old or something like that. I'll clean up a lot of the naming stuff later. A lot of those test scenes I'm eventually gonna delete, but not yet. I'm gonna be very hesitant on deleting things until things are in more of a playable state again. So now I'm looking for our lighting testing scene, from the space stuff. That would have been in here, and that's going to be here. Yeah. So just duplicate that. And this is going to be test level new 2. So we're going to just quickly experiment with both. I don't want to spend too much time continuing to do all this lighting stuff. I'm just going to see, like, pretty much without changing any settings, which of these scenes looks better with our test level assets in it. Or, you know, with minimal changes maybe, but we'll see. So now this is our test level. If I just go, I'm gonna have to change some camera settings probably. to get this to work. But if I copy all this, put this in here, go paste. This is what this is looking like. Interesting. Obviously, I'm going to want to delete some of the other stuff, like delete the other, or not delete, but remove the other camera, the other environment. Well, yeah, but not the VFX stuff. Oh, that's the cage thing, and not the lighting. Keep the lighting as it was. Although actually now I have 2 sets of lighting things, so I'm going to want to get rid of the lighting that was from the old stuff. Okay, so bam, that's what this is looking like. Why does... In theory, our camera should be seeing that space background. So let me... I said I don't want to change too much, but I'd like that skybox for our camera to be able to see that for now. So that's going to be... Oh, I guess also I would minimize this. So our character's player camera, I'm probably going to have to copy a lot of stuff from this camera onto this one to make it work. Script, yeah, it's missing some script. Sure, I'll remove that. So I don't necessarily know, like in terms of all this stuff, I don't know what the difference is between this camera and this camera, but I want to use basically all the settings on this camera. So, maybe what would be better to do is to put just this camera here. Okay, let me do this. But basically, yeah, basically replace the one camera with the other one should do us a load of good. So let me open the prefab here. Open prefab. Now I can't just replace the camera directly. I have to saving failed. Oh, saving prefab. That's not. Did I not? I didn't hit. Oh, I went to cut the prefab. That probably. I think that's why I accidentally clicked. I can just go paste. Put this here. This camera has a canvas as a child object. That's why I'm not just replacing it. But well, I basically am going to, but not. Okay, so this is all at 0. So I can copy this transform. Blah blah. What? Oh, copy component and paste component values. What mouse? Get over here. Paste values, and then I also just trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything in terms of what I'm replacing before because again, anytime I delete something, I would be just hesitant. Yeah, like this camera turn script, I would have forgot to put that on here. Let's go. I probably could have just copied the camera component, but there's also this other script that. Oh no, I guess that's on both. Whatever. It's fine. So let's go paste components new. That's hopefully fine. I'm actually just gonna turn off this camera before I delete it. Errors while saving prefab. You're trying to save a prefab with a missing script. This is not allowed. Please change the script or remove it from game object camera. Oh, you don't like that, eh? Interesting. I'll do that then. There you go. Weird. Oh, you're in a weird spot. I thought I pasted your transform. I did. Okay, let me just troubleshoot that up now, apparently. Where is... Not you. I want you to go pivot. Why does the camera look like it's in the wrong spot? No, wait. Oh, according to... Oh, there's just... What? According to this, the camera preview, that is the right camera. There's some other camera in here that's doing funky things. This camera's disabled, so it shouldn't be this one. What camera is this? It's not a camera on any of the AIs, is it? It might be, actually. No. What? It's not the main map cam. What camera is this? Excuse me? I guess... Okay, if I do this... Yeah, no camera rendering, yeah. Oh, weird. Whoa, that's doing some... Wait, no, what are you doing? That looks awesome, whatever it is that is. Oh, we got a lot of things there. How are there 2 camera PVs on the same thing? Oh, the 2 cameras, the old one and the new one. I want to know what's this cool reflection stuff coming from? Oh, it's a lot of things. There's the old environment and the new one. I don't know exactly what's intersecting with what. Oh, that's the floor from the pedestal room. And somehow... What is this object exactly? I want to know. Because this is causing a reflection that looks really good. I want to know exactly what you are. It's this platform from the test thing. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Maybe I'll just snag up that material. Interesting. Okay, just wanted to experiment with that. Actually... Oops, I forgot to do a thing. I'll be right back. I know I basically just started, but I'll be right back. I just have to do something real quick. And I'll be back in a moment. 1 secundo. Yeah. All right, hello, I'm back. All right, so, wait, hold on, hold on, one moment. Something got unplugged. What? Excuse me? Wait, hold on, one moment. Why am I? No. I came back too early. No, we're good. Never mind. Okay, continuing probably. My phone wasn't charging. Now it is. All right. Hello. All right. So, we were doing is this. Oh, I also did mention I hit Twitch affiliate now. Woo! This being a 51, we're over 50. Yeah, really cool. Very cool. And well, I hit it yesterday, but now today I finally, I guess, processed. I got the email and filled the things out, and yeah, and now I can I get whatever. I don't know the full list of things that I get from Twitch affiliate, other than people can like sub and donate and bits and all that. But I think I also get like emotes and maybe other things. So I have to look into exactly what I get out of that, and then I guess also maybe figure out what my next goal is. Actually, I mean, okay, my next goal in terms of streaming is actually finishing this tag game. One thing I'm actually curious to see. I don't even know how many. That's gonna be feedback loop of myself. Oops. Actually, it won't be because I had the desktop audio muted. Let me go to my thing here. I'm curious how many followers are like. What's the next set of goals for hitting? Actually, I think I can put this on the screen. What's the next set of goals for hitting the Twitch partner? That's never gonna happen because that's probably like a lot. Simply put, I don't know where that would be. Yeah, achievements. Woo! Interesting. So, oh wait, what? There's not a follower account here? Really? Oh, well, okay. So stream for 25 hours, have hit that by a lot. Stream on 12 different days, hit that quite a bit. I have to get an average of 75 viewers. Interesting. Wait, so there isn't a follower thing here. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, interesting how they have, like, yeah, achievements, basically, for different things, I guess. Kind of cool, I guess. I don't think you really get anything out of doing these, other than just the self-satisfaction or whatever, which is cool. Yeah, so that is something for stream for total 250 hours total. I'm on my way, baby. Stream for 25 unique days in the last 30 days. I'm surprised I haven't hit that. Actually, yeah, I guess I haven't. I've had a lot of times recently with me not streaming because I've been busy with other things, but I should be streaming quite a bit in the next little bit. It's also by the last 30 days, so it doesn't go by 30-day chunks. So that's something. Yeah, I completed one thing. You can now recognize viewers as VIPs. Oh, that was a separate thing. If 5 people chatting at the same time. Interesting. Okay, so those are two different things. Interesting. Yeah, so slowly I have to learn, yeah, the things that I get out of, as I'm sort of unlocking different things. In terms of emotes, I'm not sure what will be, like at some point I might, yeah, try to make some emotes and figure out what we're gonna do out of that. So, yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, so in terms of this though, so I'm at 3.59 in terms of average viewers. Interesting. So that means I gotta do more interesting streams, get more viewers. Yeah, average of 75 viewers. Yeah, no way that like, I don't know if that'll ever happen, but we'll see. I mean, average of 75 viewers. If you just had one stream of the whole month, that was where you had 75 viewers. Oh no, I guess that wouldn't work because you'd need you have to hit the other things. You have to. Interesting. Interesting how that works. I mean, not that I'm gonna necessarily gear my stream around achieving that. I guess I'm just gonna stream as I want to stream. But interesting to see just what they are. I'm surprised that I didn't realize that there was no like another follower limit. I thought, like, oh, you gotta get like 200 followers or like 10,000 or something. I don't know. Anyways, so that's something. I actually also don't know what other things that you get from being a Twitch partner, like compared to affiliate. But I don't know. Anyways, whatever. Just curious to see that, I suppose. I'll figure out more like other things. Like, I know I get emotes, but I don't know how many. I think it's 3, but I'm not sure on that. So it's things I have to figure out. Anywho, back to Unity. Let's continue doing Unity things, shall we? So we got this whole weird thing. So the first thing... Okay, well, first of all, yeah, this looks cool. Let me undo when I accidentally, when I brought back a bunch of things. So what are you? There's a camera here. I don't know what camera that is. Oh, there you are. What are you? Oh, it's the camera from the default Unity stuff, isn't it? Oh no, what? Oh! How'd you get there? It's not the main camera. Oh, okay. I don't know where that came from, but okay, let me delete that one. But there's also the, from all the default Unity stuff, well, like the things that came in, I have to make sure that the player from that is disabled. And I want to say that it is. Okay, so now, okay, the lighting on this is working properly. Let me bring back the other AIs that are around somewhere. Lightning Stripes, hello, hello. So, and can we all play tag together? When I finish the game. Well, actually, something I would like to do, will be cool, is, we'll finish this demo thing, and then actually release it in a way that you all can, play it. That would be cool. And then revisit it, or, like, then, like, continue to make it better. But have some, by getting to the point where it has something playable, then I can actually, share it in a way that other people can play. Yeah, can play it and give me feedback. So that's it. But also, hello, and welcome back to the stream. Yeah, we are finally actually working on the tag game again. Man, all I am hearing is excuses. We'll finish it eventually. I mean, I'm actually working on it again now. Don't know with all the sneezing. Trying to lean off camera, but yeah, I'm fine. Okay, so, what was I just doing? But yeah, so AIs, they're maybe working again. Oh yeah, the field of view is different on this. I don't know if that's gonna be a problem or not. I'll have to mess around with hair in my face. Mess around with field of view stuff. But that's something I can feel. I think right now it's at 80 when by default it's on 60. So that's that. This will interesting. This is something. So interesting. So to catch up on what I'm doing. Oh my God, William! Oh my God! You're my first subscriber! Oh my God, thank you! Oh, someone just bumped into me. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Thank you! I was joking before. I didn't think you actually do that. Oh my, was I first? I think you were. To my knowledge, you were. You beat One Hit Gaming was saying he also might. I don't know if you were or whatever. Thank you. Like actually, thank you. Glad you've been yeah. I hope you've been enjoying my stream stuff. Wow, that is also, I guess you were also the test of that all that actually like it was working and is set up properly. I thought it was, but I guess now I know for sure. Wow. Okay. Thank you. I guess at some point, what I also have to do is the alerts that happen that currently cover the whole screen. I've got. Oh wait, the jingle didn't play for you guys, didn't it? I had that muted. My bad. So you saw the thing covering the whole screen. The jingle didn't play. I mean, it's just the default like jingle that's like there currently. I gotta set up some of that stuff too. I got a lot of things to maybe set up. Just all like getting like maybe different alert sounds, maybe making some actual images rather than the default little gift box that's currently there. Yeah, we got a lot of potential things to do. Oh, this is cool. What's happening here? Interesting. We'll do that in due time. Although slacking, I'm trying, man. Also, right now everything is broken. Oh, neat. I'm able to see some of the space stuff. Fascinating. Okay, so wait, what? What? I'm just realizing something. Why did wait. But what was I saying? So I lost my train of thought. I'll make all that stuff eventually. Right now I want to focus on making my tag game, finish the demo of that, and then maybe I'll go more into all that fancy Twitch stuff where I pull out Photoshop and make some things, maybe find some things of like some of my VODs, get some like, turn some of my faces in them into emotes or something like that. I'll do all that stuff, but not right now. I want to put all of my focus for right now into actually getting more work done on my tag game. Because again, I have till next Friday to finish this demo. Not the whole thing. I just need a demo, a working, playable thing by next Friday. Ideally before then. But yeah, GG indeed. Also, in case you're curious, William, I just looked at, I still have it, if I bring that back up. I looked at this, so these are, I guess would be my next, the goal that I'm never gonna hit in a million years, but in terms of, so now that I've hit affiliate, going to partner, these are the requirements for that. Oh wait, it's slightly off screen over here. These are the requirements for that, of which I've hit stream for 25 hours, did that. Stream on 12 different days, I've done that. Average of 75 viewers. I am never going to do that. I have an average of 75 people watching me. Well, that'll be the point when I'm like a full-time streamer or something like that. I don't know. Hey, my bot also worked. How late was it? It was 40 minutes late, but my Twitch, my notification bot is working kind of. I'm still putting up manual ones in the meantime, but whatever. That's pretty high wall. It is, but it makes sense. I mean, I also thought that there would be like, I'm surprised that there's no follower requirement for that. I thought it'd be like, oh, you gotta get like 1,000 followers or something. I don't know. But no, the only thing I have to hit is 75 average viewers, which, yeah, would be really hard to do. Gotta get all these bot accounts watching my stream. Nah, that's fine. I'm gonna just continue streaming like normal, and we'll see what happens. But so with that though, in terms of if I want to improve my stream content, one major way in doing that is having more interesting stuff that I'm actually doing in the stream, like having a more actual complete game that I'm doing. What are you? Oh, you're a camera. I saw that icon in the distance, like, ooh, what is that? But yeah, so. But hey, congratulations! Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and yeah, and thank you as well for the subscriber and all that. I had to switch over from like YouTube lingo. YouTube lingo, subscribers are followers here and all that. How many am I at there? I haven't checked my YouTube stuff in a while. I think I'm at like 619, I believe. Let me double check because actually I'm curious now. It's on my mind. I'm at, yeah, oh, I'm perfectly right. Yeah, 619 subscribers on my YouTube channel. So funny that I've been doing YouTube for longer, all my videos here, but I reached the point of being able to make money on Twitch before YouTube. By far, I need to get to 1,000 basically to make money on that. Oh, I kind of abandoned YouTube a little bit. Not really, but like I've been focusing a lot more on Twitch than YouTube, but that's fine. I've been enjoying Twitch more than YouTube, I'd say. Although, I mean, I'm still like, will be doing YouTube stuff eventually. I just haven't been making things that can be YouTubified. I guess that's the word I'm using. But eventually I will make YouTube videos again. Mainly like tutorials and stuff. But I need time. I need the time to actually do that stuff, which is something I currently lack. But yeah, well, in fact, one thing with that I imagine could be cool is that if I go to make another like high production YouTube video, I stream the process of doing that. That could be something neat that people might be interested in seeing. The whole like me writing a script and then me recording things and then like acting out different parts and then editing it all together and all that. That could be some interesting stream content, perhaps. But I got a bunch of other stuff on my plate first, like this tag game. Right now is our priority. So let's get back and doing that. So what I was doing specifically here is from switching over from the default render pipeline to the high definition render pipeline, a lot of the actual tag game kind of broke. So our first order of business is getting it back up and running like it was before. One other part of that, well, not really a part of what was working before, but I copied all the things from our test level scene into the scene where we were experimenting with all of our lighting stuff, just to see how that looks, and then now also being finicky, tweaking with some things with all that. Oh, and speaking of William, I don't know if you saw, but at the end of yesterday, well, I did do a little bit of more playing around after we ended off that stream. Let me go to, hold on, 1 minute. If I turn off you and, no, because, my, that test lighting scene, the space thing, I'm trying to just go to that, our space thing, bam, this is what it ended up looking like by the end. What I think is looking pretty cool. I could have put more work into it and like actually make like some textures and stuff. I never ended up doing that. But I think I'm like at a point where it's like, it's good enough, it's fine. I want to get back to my tag thing. I can do more graphical stuff later. Mainly, I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm settled into that I'll at least be sticking with the HD render pipeline. So that was the main thing I wanted to know, was which pipeline was I going to stick with? And I think it's going to be the HD render pipeline. So that's that. So that's that. So yeah, so now, though, we had... Oh, right, this is doing a thing sometime. What? This wasn't doing this before. I'm actually not sure why this is doing it now. Wait, what? Excuse me? Oh, things are frozen. Excuse me? Actually, I don't know why all this is happening. Weird. Oh. Never mind, I guess. This scene is a bit broken from having some stuff from the universal render pipeline, so it makes sense that this scene's a bit broken. That's what we're fixing. So what I did is I made... Oh, it's compiling shader stuff at the bottom. Ah, that's why it's being weird. Once that finishes, it'll probably... Oh, yeah, it has the color back anyway. Hi, the real shortest room. Hello, hello. Welcome back. We're finally back to making my tag game thing. So that's a thing. So, what I'm doing with that now specifically is I took my space level, that space thing, duplicated that scene, and I took the default Unity, that scene, the scene that exists when you make an empty scene in the HD render pipeline, and I got that. And I just wanted to plop my assets from our tag game just in both of these scenes to just see how they look under these lighting conditions. See which one looks better, and then build off of that for now, and then get to actually coding and stuff again. So, in what I was doing to just finish off doing that, am I late? Maje, hello, hello. Not really, I'm 54 minutes in, but that's okay. I mean, actually, there's some time at the beginning from like when I hit start stream versus when I actually start streaming, because I have the screen that's like, stream starting soon, and all that. But yeah, no, not late at all. I'm basically just getting started. So, yeah, I did start streaming a lot later today, so I will be, streaming later today. I have nothing to wake up for tomorrow morning, so I can stream all night, baby. Not really, because I need to sleep at some point, but you know, I don't have the constraint of having to get up at a specific time tomorrow. So yeah, you got email? I do, and it's my my username thing. Like it's cyberchroma@hotmail.com. Why? Yeah. And yes, I have a Hotmail instead of a Gmail. Nah. But anyways, so nice. Yeah. Oh, and actually, by the way, I forgot I did do this. I haven't done anything with it. I do have a website domain registered, but no website made yet. So that's the thing. Typo? What part of that was typo? Sorry? Alright. Well, I do have a website. Xeon? What are you doing here? Get back to school? I don't know what that is referring to. Is that a reference to something? Maybe? Maybe? I'm not sure. But I'm saying, yeah, I have a website, kind of. Not yet. I'm going to have a website at some point, which could be cool. I have cyberchroma.ca registered. I own that domain name now. But it's not gonna work if you type that in. But I will be potentially at some point. Well, my sister's helping out with this a lot. But making cyberchroma.ca my website. So that's a cool thing. That might be in the works in a few weeks. So yeah, I'm talking to oh, the real shortest room. Oh, do you two know each other in real life? Cool. Yeah. All right, I keep panning around here. I should actually, if I'm gonna be talking, I should be at least doing things rather than panning around stuff. Or tell mom. Alrighty, well, okay, so what I was doing specifically, so this is what this scene is looking like with she's here. Alright, I'm out of the loop here, but I'm gonna just let that happen. I'm just gonna let that be the case. So, with... Wait, did I have the test things in the... Hold on, I just need to see something. In my, Oh, that's why that's weird. Okay, I didn't realize... I forgot that, Alright, I'll just let you two have your discussion there. I forgot that in my space thing, in this space scene, I still have... I had all the, these models and stuff from that default Unity thing, and that's what was really throwing me off. Okay, I figured out why things were being weird. Ignore me. Okay, so now in this one, I'm going to delete you and what's this environment? That is the actual space corridor itself with all of its stuff. I think I'm fine to delete these for just what I'm trying to test. She seemed fine with me. All right, I'm lost for context here of what's going on, but that's all right. That's fine. So this You got channel points? Do I? Nice. I don't know what that means. Oh, yeah, I've hit Twitch affiliate now, which is really cool, and I get things from that. I have to figure out all of what, oh, channel points. I know what channel points are. Right, I forgot about that. I guess I do. Right, that means I have to maybe set up what interesting channel points, oh, I'm seeing this now. Get started. Okay. Interesting. Actually, yeah, at some point, in terms of spiffying up my Twitch stream, I could actually start making things, like setting up things. That's the email I was talking about. What? Okay, let me hold on. Bye, I'm coming back later. All right, well, thanks for being here, Maj, and I'll see you around. Mwahaha. Ooh. All right. Yeah, those channel points go into good use. Isn't it a thing where it's just like, yeah, you accumulate them after a certain amount of time? Redeemed, highlight my message. Fair enough. I guess at some point, I'm going to my Twitch thing right now. Somehow I guess I set up how those work and what those are. Yeah. So we've got highlight my message, unlock a random sub emote. Is that what that'd be? Send a message in sub only mode, and then like choose an emote to. These are all ... I'm not seeing the full things. Modify a single emote? Modify a single emote. I don't know what that does. But interesting. I can fiddle around with a lot of that later. Channel points. Interesting. Type 2 multiplier. It says I have infinity. You say mwahaha. Well, I got oops, over here. I got infinity channel points. So beat that. I was waiting for your stream. I checked every hour. Oh, well, thanks for that level of dedication. Like today's my busiest day with like classes and stuff. I think I have somewhere like a stream schedule thing set up. I don't know where that shows up for you guys, but I do plan. Actually, okay. To some degree, I plan to be streaming like very often from now for like the next like 3 weeks. So look forward to a lot of me around LOL Infinite, with the exception of at some point I have to write an English essay. I have to write a draft of an English essay before Sunday. I mean, I could stream that, I suppose, but I don't think I will. So at some point I gotta do that. I'll figure out when I'm doing that. I might do a bit of that Friday, like, I don't know, we'll see. Infinite power, yes, indeed. Okay, so this thing though, oh, this has the weird lighting, right, because I have sideways lights because okay, the way the lighting thing's here. Yes, okay, so I'm remembering how I set things up here. I do want to quickly go, is this reflection probe working? Ah, that's bright. I don't know if it is or not. I'm actually going to, where do I have the reflection probes? The other ones up here. Okay, just looking for that. Okay, so I'm fine deleting that. I can delete, no, I want you. You're the mini-map camera. Yeah, our mini-map camera is not correct. It's actually not as bad as it maybe was before. It exists. 10 points every 5 minutes of watching. Fair enough. Interesting. But I guess at some point I could try, I don't know what things I would put as rewards for, or like things you can pay channel points with. But it's something I can play around with for sure. Just to see what my options are and all that. I'm looking for the player spawn. Where is it? Player spawn's over here. I just want to see what this character looks like. Oh, he's tiny. He looks tiny. He is kneeling, which is affecting his tininess, and the fact that the player starts like in the air a little bit. Something like that. That's what, I'm just curious of what you look like. Okay. Yeah, you look tiny. Do you look that tiny in play mode? Hold on, I need to see this. Does he look that tiny when I actually hit the ground and like go more up towards him? He just looks really small, but he is like on one knee, so he's not as tall as like if he was standing up. Interesting. All right. And yes, I can go through him, but that's how he's looking. Why did the lighting get weird? Interesting. Well, that's him. Oh, he has weird shadow stuff going on around him. Oh, that's weird. Okay, that's stuff to play around with. Once I get $20, I will gift a subscription. Oh, startled me. Oh, well, you can if you want. There's no obligation to do so, but if you do, I would thank you immensely, I guess. $20 though? Is it $20 in your currency? Or, is that how'd that do? Yeah, it's $5 US currency, I believe. And then I get 50% of that. Oh, so I guess also so your guy is aware. Am I allowed to say this? I think I'm allowed to say this. I don't know what things I am and am not allowed to say, but my contract sort of thing. But with Twitch subs, I get 50% of that, and Twitch gets 50% of that. So if you give me a sub that's $5, I get $2.50 American. I'm in Canada, so then that would be converted to Canadian currency. So that is a thing. You said, Ohio? 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 Lol? I don't know what did I say? Alright, I don't know, whatever. Okay, so this is fine enough for the way the lighting is. It's a little strange, but okay, good enough for what I was testing. What's this environment? This is the space corridor. Interesting. So I'm just curious if I bring that back. I mean, I can see it over, no, come over this way. Wow, I just want to see moving around with this environment, even though collision isn't set up in this environment properly. Yeah, look at that lighting. Oh, why are you all flickery? Let's run around this real quick. Even though I can't, OAO? Wow. Still, I have no idea what you're referring to. Other than getting me to say random noises. But, okay, so this is what this is looking like. I swear it looks a little bit different once I go into play mode as opposed to not. But this is the thing, I need to make sure that with lighting stuff, it looks good at all directions. It is very bright, so I'd probably have it not be as bright as it currently is, just like with these lights as an example. But like for the most part, it's like fine. How's the reflections? In this black surface is supposed to be like really reflective. It doesn't look that way, but maybe it might gain back some of its reflectiveness when I rebake the render probe after having gone into another scene. Do these and go bake. Oh, also just moving around these objects probably broke some of their baked lighting stuff. Interesting. That's fine. Actually, I'm not even going to be keeping this space corridor stuff, so that's fine. All right. Anyways, so this was this test. Let me test now in the other scene. So in this scene, I now wanted to. I guess I'll copy these. So what objects do I need from this? This is the space corridor. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that for now. VFX, that's the floating dust cage. I did want to. These didn't work too well, but maybe I'll have more luck with them in this scene. We'll see. I want these to just cover the entire scene. Let's go just 100 on all sides and just see what that ends up looking like. Well, you don't need to be 100 up, but so let's just go 30 up. Redeem my message. Isn't that a place where Among Us scared you? Yes, it's a place where I've been scared many a times. Oh, is this space? Yeah, space thing's working. Except, actually, one thing I'm now noticing is that you can't really see it. The, blurring stuff in the distance from the post-processing is also blurring the skybox, which, depending on the situation, I could want that. In this case, I'm gonna turn this off for now. Depth of field, blah. So now you can look up and, I mean, I don't know, like right now, this is only the space skybox because that's just what I had from that test scene from before. I don't know if this will probably not stay being in space. I mean, this test level can, I guess, but when I first make the first real level, it'll probably be somewhere on Earth, I guess. But yeah, so there's motion blur. That's what this is partially. I don't know if I want that or not. Let me turn that on. Is that motion blur that's causing that? Yeah, that's you. Yeah, what is this? This like when I'm going out of the shadows and into the light. It's this thing where the default scene was doing this too, where it's like when you go from one area to another, the lighting kind of changes. There's something that does it's exposure, isn't it? It's not exposure. If I turn off ooh. So this is what things look like without any of the post-processing settings. And does it still? Okay, well that's hard to tell, but maybe it's something else that's doing that. Oh, it still is doing that. This thing. I mean, it's cool to have. It's not motion blur because I've turned motion blur off. Motion blur is when things move, they get blurry, and that can mimic real life to a degree, sort of. Make things look a bit more realistic. But I notice, basically, here's what's happening here, and I'm not sure what is causing it specifically. When I look at something dark or when I'm in the shadows, when I go to the bright, like when I go into something bright, it's like really bright and then it dims. That's kind of mimicking how our eyes work, but it's happening in a bit of an extreme degree that I don't necessarily want. And I feel like it's also causing, like, whatever is causing these weird shadows on this guy. Is this happening when I go out of this? Oh, it's not. Oh, maybe that's something else. So interesting. Funny enough is that this almost looks better without all the post-processing stuff. But these post-processing effects were how I was for that space scene, so it's expected that it's not going to look necessarily how it should. But let me just. Can you guys see this on the side? Yeah, you can. So I don't know what exposure is doing here, but I can experiment just a little bit with what specific things are doing what, and see if there's anything I want to change. White balance, I'd probably want. Right now, I purposely tinted things blue a little bit because I tinted things blue because of the space thing, and here I might not necessarily do that. Oh, I can also do this. Oh, that didn't do what I thought I was gonna do. Yeah, there we go. Sorry for your eyes. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. But I can play around with what these are all doing individually. So actually, it wasn't the motion blur. Was doing that. What was it? The bloom? Interesting. I mean, this is what's causing the things that are sort of blurry to be made just done a bit, like blurry a bit too much. I'd mess with that a little bit. Is ambient occlusion? That's doing some stuff with the shadows. Interesting. Hold on, let me see something. When I went up like really close to this weird shadow artifact thing, what's causing that specifically? Is that ambient occlusion? It is. So this I don't want. So I need to not have that happen. So okay, that intensity would get rid of that. But is there? It's the radius. Yeah. That shouldn't be that high. I think that was on 0.5 to start. It's like Chimchar using Incinerate Pokemon. I'm aware of Pokemon. I know who Chimchar is. I don't know what his Incinerate attack looks like. So I can't validate that, the correctness of that statement. So I will say, sure. All right, so okay, that's a bit of ambient occlusion now. But yeah, I know he's a fire type Pokemon. He's the monkey that has like a flame tail, right? Let me double check here real quick. Pokemon Chimchar. I didn't even spell that right. Yeah, I was right. I know who this is. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I got that right. So I imagine he has some kind of Incinerate. Yeah, I got it right. Ha! I know Pokemon a little bit. Oh, what happened to anything? No, there. There are things existing. Oh, hi. You. I don't even know who's it right now. Yeah. So this is how this guy's looking. I'm trying to. I have a debug thing where if I hit right click, it freezes the game, just so I can get out of here and be messing with settings without it turning the camera. I need to remember to disable that. If I don't, that won't be a good thing. The directional light, I'll definitely, mess with that to some degree. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. Volumetrics. Interesting. Weird. Yeah, interesting. My favorite is Mudkip. Fair enough. Mudkip. There's a thing there. I forget Anyway. There's something, like some YouTube video that's just saying the word Mudkip over and over again. It starts to sound like different things. I don't remember the name of that thing. But, okay, anyway. What happens if I turn back on the shadow proxy? Oh, weird how that does that. Interesting. Oh, okay, I know why that is. That just has to do with how that model is. Density volume. Oh, yeah, you should be covering the whole scene. Let me have you do that. I would like you to, anyway. Let me go out of play mode before I do that. Ah, no, there's a bunch of things that are gonna reset now. Oops. My bad. Alright. Ooh, that did a thing. But not entirely, not necessarily what I wanted. Why? What? This is a rectangular map. Why are you not? Oh, because I did. I was like, what? It should be at the center, but it's not. Because I have to set it that way. That made everything look darker. That's not what I thought would happen from that. Distance. Whoa, we got Slendy Man up in here, up in this business. This is interesting. Actually, this could be an interesting look for a level. Let me go into play mode and run around this real quick. I'm curious of this. Oh, this looks cool. Oh, this looks quite cool. Interesting. And imagine if you looked up and it was actually like, oh shoot. Okay, that stuffing in the sky isn't supposed to be like that. Oh, we'll fix that. Interesting. It doesn't even have to look like this for the whole level. It could just be like one area of a level that's like all steamy. Like imagine one level it's like a factory and you go to one area it's all steam, like in like one room. I'd want this thing to be a lot taller though, so when you look up and you don't actually see the end of the where that's coming from. Interesting. Let me play around with more settings of this. Invert blend. Interesting. So this fog distance, so it was doing that. Interesting. Interesting. Fade start, fade end. Uh-huh. Okay. Get that back down. Interesting. Just experimenting with what these different values sort of do. What results we can get out of them. What happens if I put it really low? And then... Interesting. Interesting. Just testing what invert blend. Blend distance. Okay. Practice control. Yeah, probably just... Oh, that's... neat. Weird. But kind of cool. Huh. I need to... I'm not going to spend too much longer on this, because I need to get to... I want to get to actually, like, doing programming stuff, not just experimenting with graphical stuff all day. Okay, I'm going to basically let that undo back to what it was before. Maybe I turn that off for now. Turn it on very far away. For right now, anyway. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me do one thing of just that I can change the color of this. Oh, now we got space. Interesting space things. Hold on. This is cool, so I'm experimenting with it a decent bit. Right now, also, because of the way our AI pathfinding is, it takes a while to go into play mode. But this is interesting for the fact that it's kind of spacey. It's fascinating. I mean, it's not so strong, but I could also go more for an actual, like, blue. Interesting. You know, fascinating. Okay, I mean, you know, undo that. Okay. So with that, though, actually, I do need to make this a lot higher, though. Fine. Space! Space indeed! Oh, the light probe groups, they need to... oh yeah, I do want to bake the lighting in this. Let me do that real quick, just to test what this is looking like. So this is this environment, except let me get rid of the 1. You are all marked as static. I'm going to make sure that there's nothing in there that is missed. And just go and generate lighting. See what that's going to do for us. Or just see what that's going to look like in this. I'm curious. Yeah. Time to bake some lights. Yep, throw it in an oven and, yeah. Bake it up. I'm yeah, we're gonna see what this ends up looking like. Yeah, and I have to fix this mini map at some point. We'll get to that in due time. And then I just want to see what these assets look like in. I want to see what this stuff looks like in the that other scene, and then we'll start. I'm gonna see which one looks better by default, and then we'll see what. Then we'll start actually like fixing some of this stuff. So with doing that, because if you notice, the jumping was kind of broken with the AIs. All the jump triggers were broken. All the layers and tags I have to set up again. So I'm gonna do that. With doing that, I want to go back to the original, this one, this version of the project. This was back when things were in the default render pipeline. Oh, where'd that go? No, where'd that go? Okay. It's go by last modified. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna open this up on the most recent version of Unity that I have installed currently. So that's going to take a little bit to open. So this will be the project back when it was in the universal, or the default render pipeline, back when everything worked properly. So I'm basically hoping to look at a bunch of stuff from that version of the project to kind of get this version of the project back up and running all properly and whatnot. Let me grab some water. I am going to have to wait for all this stuff to do the do. Yeah, so while I'm doing that, I don't know if I don't know what I can be doing in the meantime. I should have been doing that, like playing around with post-processing effects while I was waiting for all the light stuff to bake. Oh, it's saying it's going to take 40 minutes. I mean, this time in the bottom right isn't necessarily accurate, but I'm hoping it will actually take that long. Because actually this is a big scene, so it could, in theory. I might want to... Okay, I'm not going to actually wait that long. So here, let me actually just turn that off. Go to the light one. Go to basically lower quality light settings, just so I can see what this looks like. It'll look a lot worse, but it should render a lot faster for the sake of just seeing what the scene looks like when it has any sort of baked lighting. Yep, okay, that's... Oh, okay. Well, okay, I expect that. See, look how like some of this gets like a little bit of the color of some of the things beside it. That's what was expected. Is this orange thing super reflective? Yeah. Okay, things are wonky because of the light baked settings were so low. That's gonna cause some problems. Let me go up to 2, maybe. I'm not gonna be able to see how it like properly looks until I've baked the lights properly, but seeing that this guy's all super dark, that is a potential issue. But I'm gonna hope that that's kind of fixed. Oh, you know what? He's super dark because of I don't have light probe set up properly. That's gonna be why he's all messed up. So I mean, I'm gonna have to do that. Oh, that's gonna suck to set up properly. Okay, where are? Let me make it so I can see my light probes again. These guys. The one, because the one that's closest to him is in pure darkness. He's yeah, not gonna be yeah, he's gonna be all super dark. So how do I want to do this? So go. Actually, I'm gonna want to stop this because I'm gonna have to rebake this anyway. I don't want to set up all the light probes right now. Let me just do this as just a test. Delete all of these, add one. Let me just put one singular light probe over where, I can press the right button, or where my guy is. And yeah, everything's all messed up. That should, at the very least, make him have correct lighting. Any other dynamic object won't, so like all the AI things, they probably won't, but that's okay. So I'm going to let that bake again. I'm hoping that light probes work when there's only one of them. I don't know if there needs to be a certain amount. Okay, this finished opening. So this was back when this was in a playable state. The last time that it was, before we started doing all the light playing around, all the graphical stuff. There wasn't. Why do I feel like you're using Unreal Engine but you're not? I've never used the Unreal Engine, so I couldn't tell you. I do want to try it at some point, just like mess around with it. I just haven't, but I could at some point. But yeah, no, I've never used the Unreal Engine, but I'm aware of its existence and that it's kind of a competitor to Unity. Some people think it's better, some people think it's worse. I can't entirely judge yet because I haven't used both of them. From what I've seen, it can be easier to make some Unreal stuff look like it can look good by default, but it's very hard to change it from how it looks by default. That's sort of what I've heard. And I think programming in it is a bit harder, maybe. Because I think you're programming in like C++ or something, and not, but not, like you're not programming in C# in the Unreal Engine. Epic Games, yeah, I know Epic Games that made that does that. Yeah, but I don't know. Oh, I'm in. Let me take someone maybe. But also this was back when the game was in a playable state. You see, all the AI stuff is working properly. So we need to make it all work again. Get it back to how it was with this. None of the code itself changed, so we should be able to do it in theory. Also, yeah, all these AIs, beyond just getting it back to this point, we're gonna be doing some stuff to. Oh, I got tagged by yellow. We're gonna be doing stuff to make the AI even better than it was in this state. Not just better, but also better on performance. I have an idea for something that I can do. You have feather falling boots, you fell slow? Yeah, not the fastest faller. I might want to increase gravity or something. Stuff I can play around with. Simply put, yeah, that is things we can play around with. I mean, in like a space map, if everything's all low gravity, then I have to be like that. But no, you probably should fall faster than this. Yeah, not too fast necessarily, because I don't want to make it really hard to like. You shouldn't fall like a rock too much. But yeah, maybe a little faster than what was happening right there. Okay, this still isn't doing. Yeah, but okay, this will take a bit. I can't change scenes until this finishes. One thing I can, okay, actually no. There are things that I can do in that scene to get it working while I'm waiting for that light stuff to bake. The main thing I wanted to quickly do is just that. So tags and layers, I want us to get them set up again. So that is something I can do. Let me, I'm gonna put this version of the game over on my other monitor so I can look back and forth a bit. But the first thing I just wanted to do is get layers and tags back to being set up how they were. So to copy them how they were before, I had layer 6 was environment, and I'm gonna make it even the same layers having the same stuff. No, I probably don't need to. Layer 7 was mini-map points. I noticed that this one has post-processing and not reflection as 2 layers that it has here by default. BRB, alrighty, burb. I will be continuing to do this stuff. So that has that. With tags, I have one tag called jump. Oh, jump trigger did copy overwrite. Really? Huh. Surprised that it did, actually. So with that, now I want to actually set up the things that actually have those layers to continue to have those layers. So my environment, it's everything under the environment layer that has the environment layer, I believe. Is that everything like that? I want to say so. That's what allows us to jump. If that wasn't set up properly, we couldn't jump at all. Or we might be able to jump once. Or no, I don't think we could jump at all. Then I had another layer that was mini-map points. What? Here, I'll bring this back on here while I'm looking for it. I need to know what exactly is using mini-map points. Mini-map points? What was that? What did I use that for? I actually don't remember what mini-map points was. I get that it has something to do with the mini-map. Probably. Oh, it's the faces. The faces are on a separate layer so that they don't get rendered by the main camera. That was it. Mini-map points. Why did I call it mini-map points? That's a weird name. Probably because I intended for that to be something different initially and changed my mind. So with that, I need to find the prefab. Prefabs, minimap characters. These guys. Oh, nice. You are set up like that properly. Okay, fair enough. So with that, one thing I can do, I can get the main camera or the camera that's under the player. I need that camera to not render the stuff that's up above. I think I'm also actually at a point where I can go into his prefab and delete the other camera, rename this, like just get rid of the one. Whoop. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it on this not in reflection layer that it has, I guess. So I need this culling mask to not have minimap points. Ish. Fair enough. Yeah, and then even the AI cameras, I need them to... Oh, have they been rendering this whole time? Oh, they haven't. Good. I don't want them to be... Oh, right. All the AIs. I need them to... their cameras to be proper. To be fixed from how they were in the other pipeline. In doing that... Oh, so I'm going to go paste... So I just copied over the player's camera. This should not have camera turn. What else needs to be the same? Well, okay, I'd get rid of this script. I probably could have... I don't know what of these settings are different between these two cameras, and rather than looking through at each individual value, I just copied over the camera. I think the canvas is the same, but just in case, I'm going to delete this canvas and give it this canvas. And I should be fine to delete this camera. Are the positions the same? No. Let's have that be the case. Why are you... Oh. This being weird is concerning. Oh no. You're at 0.50. And you're at 0... Interesting. Is it your... It's not your field of view, is it? No. Oh, wait. Well, something weird's happening there. Okay, well, I will still delete this camera for now. Actually, I'm just going to turn it off so I can still look back at its values. Go out of this. But now look at this. And what's wrong with you? You're looking in the right direction. Oh, are you seeing this block? Is that what you're seeing? Like this block is in your field of vision? What? Oh, no. It's this one. That's it. It's that it just looks a bit purple from whatever the way the lighting is or whatever. Okay, so I need so that won't be a problem when I have an actual head, but I do need for now anyway the AI cameras to not be like that. If I just move this forward enough, yeah, okay, that's a good enough temporary fix. Is just the AI's cameras just move them forward a little bit. In fact, I could do the same with the player, but okay. Now, one other thing I want to look at with the player. Oh wait, I didn't. Hold on. I don't want the AI's cameras to render right now, and I might never actually do that. I had that when I was experimenting with the split screen stuff. If I were to actually implement a split screen thing, I might do that in a different way. So I don't know if I'm going to keep this being like this, but we'll see. If I set up like networking multiplayer being a thing, I have to look into. I don't know how that actually, if this works this way or not. Where you basically have all these things that have their own cameras. I'm not sure. That's what I'm guessing would be the case with no knowledge. Okay, so with this, with having done this, what else was I gonna do? Oh, I wanted to look on the player. And experiment with the field of view. Don't want to. Oh, I mean, yeah, I can totally have the field of view be like this. Jeez. So for reference, I'm pretty sure. So this is like 80. I believe before it was 60. No, it wasn't. That looks wrong. These two things are in the same position. Weird. Yeah, the field of view is, well, it is different. But actually maybe in the other direction? If I were to try and copy this exactly, it actually looks like it's 100. Hold on, let me actually double check. The camera on this Unity scene, what's your field of view? It is 60. Okay. So I guess actually what field of view means in those two versions of Unity might actually be a bit different. Like 60 in one is not the same as 60 in the other. So if I wanted this to copy, though, it looks like I need this to be around 100. But I don't necessarily do. Actually, no, it's not 100. It's like, it'd be like, looks like it's kind of like this. So around 90. Okay, so 90 here is 60 in there. But this was 80. So the question is, which do I want? This or this? For the field of view. I don't know. I'm gonna just leave it on the 80 that it was for now. This seemed fine enough. This was something to be easier to see when you're actually running around rather than this single frame thing. But I am a fan of not having stuff on the defaults. Let's make things potentially look better. Oh, I maybe shouldn't have gone into... yeah, you have no lighting on you. Oh, what is... That's some weird stuff going on. I imagine as a result of the baked lighting being just unfinished and broken a little bit. Oh, that's a interesting looking thing. Anyways, so that's it. Oh, and I look up and I don't see those faces anymore, so that's good. But also, oops, I didn't mean to stop the light baking. I'm hoping that it doesn't, what was I going to say? Well, that it doesn't cause everything to reset, but also, or yeah, that doesn't break all that. I think I'm just gonna move this guy back into the light for the moment. Although it would be a problem if he is that dark in the shadows. Although I'm not necessarily gonna have lighting like this. Like in the shadows, there might be other light sources in real levels, so that might not be that much of a problem. But we'll see. Simply put. So with that, what next do I want to experiment with? Okay, this didn't end up finishing. Okay, fine. I guess I won't let it finish for now. It's fine. Although I'm going to clear its baked data for the moment. I can't undo that, right? No. That's fine. So I wanted to still quickly test the other scene, basically. Where basically what I mean by that is I want to take everything that is this, I believe, go copy, and go into, clear that, go into the other test level, this one, and paste. And just see what those objects look like with this lighting. I'm back. Hello, Maj. Welcome back. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to delete this player. Right, yeah. And then these two VFX things, I don't necessarily want both. Actually, I might keep... Alright, yeah, no, I'll keep both for now. Okay, so immediately, super bright. In terms of sort of fixing this, so the one thing I'm going to do is I might leave this shadow proxy, but make it super large enough that it covers the whole arena. I don't even know what, like, again, I'm still not entirely sure what the shadow proxy is supposed to do, other than just be something to do with lighting, simply put. But then I want to go and, so was it props and structure? What's the difference between these? Oh, props are all like the little things. Okay. Just undo both of those. What is this green thing? I actually don't know what this green thing is. Oh, that's things that has to do with post-processing. Yeah, okay. So this is what the scene looks like with that. I probably don't want you. Okay, well, just experiment with things. So this is way too bright, which is something I notice right off the bat. Okay. Come on. It's weird though. I mean, the ground is white. It is pure white. I wonder if making the ground a darker color would... Oh, what is that? What is that? That's not something I want. This might be a problem with the lighting not being baked. I'd like to hope so. Or there being baked lighting, but then all these static objects that I didn't bake the lighting in, so it's actually almost like a 50-50. This weird thing. Interesting, though. So without having changed anything, the other scene does look better, I would say. Although, I do want to now see... let me turn these back on and move the player over to that. Where would that... Where's the player? Player. Where's characters? Characters. Player. Move over here. We're just gonna try this. Some of the other environments can be all intersecting, but we'll see if it's like good enough that I can walk around this a decent bit. All right. Come on. I'm curious to see. So this is, oh, it's all, oh yeah, it's all weird and stuff. But that's fine. I can't jump on this. Oh no, I can't jump. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this makes things harder. Because I need, here, I need all this just to be marked as environment. I didn't spell environment right there. Oh no, yes, I did, never mind. Okay, now I can jump. Although I can't, it's a problem when I can't get past some of the environment. Here, let me just do this. Why is the light broken in here? Wait, what? Oh. Huh. Having... So the, that shadow proxy is more important than I thought. Having it enabled even on the wrong size is doing this. Weird. Again, this might be something that fixes itself if I rebake the lighting, which I'm not going to do right now. Putting this back to its normal size, though. What? Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, what was your default size from before? Your default size was not... Okay, your default size wasn't 1. Was it maybe like 3? Weird. Was it 2? That's my eyes. Oh, I have it turned off. Right. Well. Okay, there's part of it. Weird. Weird yet interesting. Hold on. Let me bring this thing back. What size are you supposed to be? If not... It is 2, isn't it? No? Okay, let me just Control Z a bit until I find out what size that shadow proxy is supposed to be before I made it at times 10. Oh, 2.54. Sure. Now let me go back into this. Hello, Muwen-min. Hello. Welcome back. We're doing more Unity things. Coming for a short time. Oh, that's fine. Thanks for dropping by. We are... Oh, let me go back in here. Wow. Oh, actually, I was able to just go through the walls. Fair enough. Except I need to set this to actually being environment once again. Not there, over these two. So we are experimenting with more lighting stuff in regards to our other scene. And one thing that is just I'm being a bit boggled by, that fixes it. Weird. Is just this idea that oh, my AI is gonna run around in here a little bit. Maybe they might. Oh, it's one trying his best, and I can run up this. Okay, that's fine. Apparently. Interesting though how this is. So this right here is, how did you find the HDRP? Interesting, to say the least. So right now I'm experimenting with something that I don't entirely understand why it's doing the things that it's doing. But something I've discovered is that this is essentially the default scene that exists when you first load up Unity in the HD render pipeline, and it looks really cool. And it'd be nice if I could make my game graphics look like this. But so far, that's not the case. Although I guess I should say a lot of this is coming from texture work, which I haven't dabbled in a whole bunch. But yeah. So with this though, there's this one object in here that I'm basically trying to understand why and how it works, called this shadow proxy. And when I turn it off, it ruins the lighting, as you can see. So is this the new Unity map? This has existed for a while. I don't know how long, but it is very cool looking, but not like this. So I currently don't know why, when I turned that off, why is the lighting breaking? And then when I do this, then it looks all fine and cool and whatnot. And I'd like to figure out then how I can sort of apply that to my scene in the simplest way possible. Is this RTX or global illumination? I'm not entirely sure. This is the Unity HQ map in extreme tag. Oh, yeah, just steal this map. Yeah, totally. But HTX or global illumination, I think a combination of both. Oh, I think this thing being done has to do with ray tracing. I'm not entirely sure. Global illumination, you got like reflections and stuff. Ooh, look at that, reflections. And stuff like that. I think it's some combination of both. I know there's definitely global illumination involved in this somewhere, to some degree. But when you when you make a new project, an empty project in the HD render pipeline, you get all this stuff. You get this scene that looks like this. So that's where this comes from, and it looks cool. And right now I have my character kind of running around it, and you see my AIs being all broken. But I've been sort of trying to dissect certain parts of the scene of like why things work the way that they do. And one thing that I'm curious of right now, specifically, is this mesh here that it has called a shadow proxy. And what's especially weird about it, are you a prefab? I can open you. Oh, wait, never mind. No, you're just a 3D model. This isn't some special Unity component thing. It's just a mesh like any other mesh. With the mesh that it has called shadow proxy. So that's something that was specifically made for this scene. It's this big black mesh that goes around the whole thing. And my guess is one thing that it's doing is stopping light from coming in from these other sides into this scene. And I did a little bit of research, and there is a thing where if you do this shadow proxy stuff to make calculating stuff with shadows better on performance. I'm fine. I'm all good. I just choked on water. I'm good. Water just came out my nose. I'm fine. Jesus. All right. Oops. All right. I'm good. Don't mind me. My apologies. I choked on water, came out my nose. All right. All right. We're good. I think I'm good anyway. All right. What was I saying? Shadow proxy. Yes. So it's a thing doing things with lightings. I would like to see if there's a way. Don't you die on stream? It'll be great content, though. No, I'm good. Actually, I'm going to drink more water. Okay, I'm good. So, shadow proxy. I think there's some settings that are going on here where it takes the directional light that's beaming down on this scene like a sun. It's bypassing these other walls because it's using the shadow proxy thing. I'm not explaining this very well. Hold on. Okay, let me take all of this up here away from my other stuff so I can explain this in a way where you all can actually see it. So, with this default scene thing, there's all of these assets. You got like this whole like pedestal room. You got this interior room here. And you got that inner room over there, right? So you got this, and you see the lighting's all weird. There's this sun that's like beaming down from above. It has this thing called a shadow proxy. It's just a mesh. It's a mesh like any other object in here. It's not anything special. It just happens to be this object that is this big black box with two holes. This big hole here, and there's like another hole over here, just where those lights shine in. Right? So it's using this to do lighting things. Notice how, yeah, in this scene, that sunlight is shining in places even though it's not like coming in at that angle, especially like this room here that's all supposed to be closed off, yet light is shining in. There's a way to have this not happen, I think. So I could do one of two things. Either I could make my own this shadow proxy thing with all of my levels for better performance with shadows or something. I'm not gonna do that for right now. I want it to just like, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. So I'm trying to just quickly see how can I basically disable this shadow proxy thing. Not disable the shadow proxy itself, disable the directional light shining through this. I think part of the reason why is because you see how I'm able to see through this roof here? That's part of the reason why. Oh, that's funky. If I look on this side, like see how there's roof here, but you see no roof here because it's like a one-side thing. Say this on stream. I dare you. I'm now hesitant if I want to say that. Hopefully it's fine. Jaint, mommy. Okay, I said the thing. Whatever that is. Well, I understand the second word. I don't understand the first. Unless that was supposed to be giant, and that was a typo. Video games. Zavera, hello, welcome back. Hi. Yeah, we are experimenting with Unity things. I said I was going to be doing more, like, getting my tag game functional, but this is important a little bit what I'm doing right now, where I'm just trying to very, recapping this, like, very quickly, lots of light. Yeah, lots of light where there's not supposed to be lots of light. So this, why is the shadow proxy not working? Oh, because I moved it. So this scene, what? Why is this broken? Why are things broken? Excuse me? I was experimenting with things and broke things, but that's kind of fine. So this scene, the lighting is still kind of broken, but it wasn't as, like, it's supposed to be more like this than how bright it was before, simply put. This is a scene that exists when you make a default thing in Unity, and I'm basically trying to figure out why, when I turn off this object, everything gets all bright, and make it not do this. Long story short. I understand more of, like, why it's the reason everything's being all bright, but here, let me do something here. I think on these, if I go to cast shadows two-sided, that's it. Okay, fair enough. Figure that out. Okay, what? Okay, now that makes sense. I understand that. Okay. Yeah. So basically, the roof here, how it's one-sided, right? So, because it's a plane, light's shining through the side that doesn't exist. By setting this thing to two-sided, now light is not shining through it. It's casting shadows. Okay, so that was that. That was actually easier than I thought it was going to be. I was explaining it like I was expecting to be spending a while figuring out what exactly was going on. And I'd have to do it to, like, all of these objects in theory. But yeah, there we go. Okay. But that doesn't solve how... So this light is meant to be, like, super bright, just the way this environment is set up. Usually there's this, like, volumetric stuff going on. I don't know why that is currently not working. Oh, because it's outside of the density volume. Hold on, because I didn't drag that up. If I go blah, something like that, and then... Or maybe, whatever. Can I move this back down to where it was? Let me Control Z back to... Hold on. There we go. Okay. Ignoring all this stuff in the way. Okay. This was kind of what this was supposed to look. Yeah, this is what this was supposed to look like, except for all of my stuff in the way. More specifically, if I get rid of all my stuff that's in the way, bam. This is what this was supposed to look like. When I moved up into the sky, it broke a little bit. So this looks gorgeous, and it'd be great if I could make my scenes look like this. Now, a lot of... Actually, okay, I want to do one more thing, because out of curiosity myself. As I was just about to say, a lot of why this looks so good is coming from the textures. If I make all these textures, if I purposely break them, I'm just curious of what this scene looks like when everything's all not textured. Do a little bit of that, and a little bit of this, and a little bit of this. Why do you still have you? Bam. So I do that, and I just want to do it in this one room. I'm not going to do it to this whole scene. One moment, because I'm just curious of what this looks like without all the good textures and stuff. And then now I think I'm at a point where I'll get back to my actual my game rather than dissecting all this other stuff. So I've been trying to learn a lot about how to make Unity games look good graphically. It's been a lot of researching, a lot of Googling, a lot of all that stuff. Okay, so that's this. It actually still doesn't look too bad, but definitely this is a lot brighter because it's white instead of more of a tinted color. I love Unity. I quite like Unity too, except for this past week where it's all been very troublesome. But no, I've been doing all this research about how lighting stuff works and like learning graphics and like lighting stuff, and it's been such a pain. But yeah, people are like professionals at this kind of stuff can make really good looking Unity games. I've been struggling a lot to, I'm back. Oh, hello. Again, the real shortest room, and I want to make a game. Me too, ideally. But here, let me do a thing. Unity games. There are some really good looking games that were made in Unity, so don't let my lack of skill with Unity deter you from Unity. I've been struggling a lot with getting stuff to look good graphically in Unity, but like people who are professionals, like this looks really good. This looks really good. I guess, yeah, this is a Unity thing. Not Fortnite. I mean, you got like, but how your game looks does, like the person who made it, that you know, factors into things. Being a one-man team versus not a one-man team. Look up Reborn, if that's the best one. Escape from Tarkov. I'm gonna look up these. Yeah, I'll do the first one you said first. Escape from Tarkov. Never heard of this. Oh, interesting. Cool. And yeah, this does look quite good. Yeah. Cool. And Reborn. Subnautica? That's, this ain't what I want. Hold on. 1 minute. Okay, I assume this is it. I don't know. Okay, I'm seeing different things that are different games and thus have different art styles. Is this the right Reborn that is Unity? Let me go. Unity. Maybe I'll get the one that was made in Unity. This? Possibly? Interesting. Nope, that's the... Interesting. Horror game. Ooh, this looks quite nice. Yeah, cool. Outlast was made in Unity, I think. Wait, am I wrong in saying that? I think I remember that Outlast was made in Unity. I could be wrong on that. Outlast. Unity. Wait, let me double check, because I actually might be wrong. Oh, wait, I don't think so. Yeah, no, actually, I think I'm thinking of something else. What was the game? There's some other horror game thing that was made in Unity. I think that was Unreal. Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, okay, actually, I think I'm wrong on that. Fair enough. Cuphead was made in Unity. So Subnautica was Subnautica Unity? Subnautica Unity. Maybe it was. Interesting. I think so. Was it made in Unity? Yep. Okay. Looks like it to me. There's a website called madewithunity.com or something like that shows like a whole bunch of games that were made with Unity. So, bam. Yeah, so this is stuff. There's also, like, there's a mix of, like, things looking like super realistic or like, you know, leaning more towards an actual like an art style that maybe could be more cartoony or whatever. So that's the thing. Like I saw like one of the first things here, like this, whatever this is. I mean, some of these are animations, not necessarily games, but they were made with Unity. You can have some unique, interesting art style things while also having things be cartoony and have it still look really good and all that. So that's that. Fall Guys, yeah, that was made in Unity. I know that. Cuphead, Ori and the Blind Forest, all that. WoW or Osiris was made in Unity? Cool. I don't know what that is. Oh, Observer was made in Unity, I believe. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, a lot of different things were made in Unity, so that's pretty cool. Actually, I want to do one more thing real quick as I'm testing things. This material, the wood material, I just want to, with it basically being nothing, I want to bump up its, whoa, it's a mirror now. Okay, that's not what I intended to do, but it's kind of cool. I'm going to make it like, so interesting, you can, oh, that actually does look quite cool, even, so it has no materials or anything, but it, just bumping up how smooth it is, how reflective it is, you can get some interesting results. I mean, you can also get it being very shiny. The one unfortunate thing is that I wouldn't necessarily want to make a mirror like this, is because the way that this thing works, I mean, one, it's not perfect. You can see this where it's like, yeah, it kind of breaks apart. And it doesn't reflect objects that move, not without like a huge performance hit. So that would be that. If I were to do this sort of thing, oh, weird. Look at this, you can look at this, it looks like it's like implanted on the wall. That's weird. Oh, there's also a point here where this changes to using a different reflection thing. Interesting. But anyways, but yeah, if it's just like slightly reflective, you don't even really notice that. But let me back up now to this being the wood again. But yeah, a substantial part of this looking good was from the textures and stuff, so that's interesting. But when this is slightly reflective, you don't really notice this. Seventh Day to Die. You just listen lots of games made in Unity. Yes, a lot of things were made. There's a lot of games out there that were made in Unity that look very different and all that, and a lot of them looking very good. Inside and Little Nightmares, those were made in Unity, and those are quite cool. Yeah, though actually that I think is what I was thinking of, not Outlast. Well, those are they're very different games in terms of play style. Like one's first person, the other two are third person, and like kind of 2.5D sort of asterisk. But yeah. So anyways, yeah. So that's that. So with all that, the other thing getting back to what I was doing here, I was just seeing how lighting stuff was looking in that. Okay, putting my stuff, my thing from my tag game in the default scene without changing any lighting settings, basically. I just wanted to see how that looked. Long story short. And it basically looks like this, which is very bright. But that might be something that would be fixed when I bake the lighting. But anyways, I'm going to jump back to my other scene now, because I do think it looked better. This one, look at that space skybox. Woo. I did make this, full disclosure, I didn't make the skybox. But I did make... I took images and had to like modify them to turn it into something called a cube map. So there was that. But anyway, so this was looking better, sort of. We also have, I still have this open. This was how the game looked like when it was in the default render pipeline, which you could argue that this might be a bit better. This is still a work in progress. But the main reason why I made the jump is because in here I can use something called the shader graph, which is something I want to use for some visual effects later on. And you cannot use this shader graph thing in the default render pipeline. So, and then I also have the potential for this to look a lot better once I sort of work out the kinks. I mean, one thing here is that the lighting in this scene is not baked. As soon as I bake the lighting, all the dark areas are going to brighten up a lot. So here, the dark areas are brighter. When I bake the lighting in this, the dark areas will be brighter. I also can just like, this scene has different lighting than this one did. You can tell that the shadows are different. So part of, if I wanted this to match, would just be having the lighting be like how it was before. Even the light spots aren't as light, so I can just darken them. So in terms of this not looking like this other one, I could tweak this. and probably will. I took a, to also recap people who missed last stream. I made this. This was my the result of me experimenting with lighting stuff. So what I just done today is I took this scene, copied the scene, so I had this still as something to go back to. And I took this, which, I don't know why this is being weird with it losing color, but then I copied this. Basically, I put those two together. That space thing and this, I put them together in one scene, and that's what this is, right? Long story short. So now I am in the middle of, I'd like the lighting to look a little better, just so I can run around easier. So let me just make the lighting a little bit better. Let me just mess with that a tiny bit. And I could, if I wanted to, I could. Okay. This is what it looks like if the light is shining straight down. So that's something. Let me look at in this scene, in this Unity thing. Let me just copy the exact angle of this light. So it's 50, -30. 50, -30. So there we go. Now the lighting is copied. Cuphead was made in Unity. Yes, it was. And all the art in that was drawn like by hand and then put into the game effectively. So to copy the art style of what it was, of what it's copying, which is really cool. That's the thing. Whoa. You know what else is cool? Whatever the heck is happening here. Weird. Oh, I can do that to make the shadows fuzzier or not. Oh, this does some weird like noise that I wouldn't want to actually be there. I'll make the shadows a little bit sharper. Darkwood was made in Unity. I am not familiar with Darkwood, although I'm going to search it up so then I can say that I am aware of what it is. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of horror games are made in Unity. And a lot of horror games tend to have good looking graphical stuff, I guess. Interesting. What kind of game is this? Oh, interesting. Oh, it's like a top-down thing. Oh, interesting. Neat. Cool. Or is it this? What is the play style of this game? I'm seeing two things and I don't know I don't know the difference. Lost in Random, but people think it was made with Unreal. I will look up that one as well. Lost in Random. Ooh, I like how this looks. I like when games have visually unique art styles. I really like that, and this definitely looks like that to me. Oh, neat. Oh, cool. What's with the dice person? Interesting. Lost in Random. That's a dice person. That's cool. I like that connection between title and game, I guess. That's kind of cool, I guess. Oh, neat. And people think this was made in Unreal. That's kind of funny, I guess. Nah, Unity, yeah. Speed Racer was made with Gamebryo engine. Yeah, interesting. A lot of big companies, they like make their own engines from scratch to some degree. Also, Speed Racer is a lot older of a game. And Unity wasn't as popular back then. That game was made in 2008. The Unity game engine came out in 2005. So yeah. So I don't know how long Speed Racer was in development, but Speed Racer could have been in development before Unity even existed, if it was being worked on for longer than 3 years, which actually may not have been the case. I don't know. It's a horror game, I believe. Darkwood. It looked like that, given the dark atmosphere. Wait, do you mean Lost in Random is a horror game? Or you were the one that mentioned Darkwood, so I'm assuming you're talking about that one. Yeah, Darkwood looked like a horror game from its dark atmosphere. I mean, this one could be. It also looks like it has a dark atmosphere. But I don't know. Something about this looks a bit not horror game like, I guess. Like it looks like a dark game, but not a horror game would be my guess. With no knowledge. And there's some creepy people, but doesn't creepy. You could have creepy without scary, I guess, or like without jump scares and all that. I guess. Interesting. This looks like, my guess would be this is more explorative. Is this a 3D platformer? Ooh, wait, is this a 3D platformer? I'm just noticing that like this looks maybe 3D like. Is this a 3D platformer? I love 3D platformers. I might have to play this at some point. 3D platformers are my favorite genre of game if done well. My game will be made in Unity? Yeah! Woo! And yeah. Interesting. Okay, enough looking at all this stuff. Using Kinematica and dots. I don't know what those are. I'm assuming those are packages that do stuff. Kinematica would I'm gonna guess that it's gonna have to do with like kinematics, so some kind of physics related things. Dots, something to do with vectors, so maybe also something vector related, or dots, or it could be some kind of shader graph related thing. I have no idea. Animation, I was nowhere close. Fair enough. Interesting. So you make cool cutscene stuff. Good luck with that. Hopefully that turns out cool. This game would be great if it had cutscenes. I don't know if we'll get to that point, but here, let me dim down this light. Oh, now this looks more normal. Oh, this looks cool with having the it's getting some light from the skybox. That's neat. I can also tint stuff. Let me go to the volume. That is this. Oh shoot! I was doing a bunch of messing around with this, but I meant to. I want to have this be its own volume thing. No, I didn't mean to make you a new one. Hold on. Go back to this one and go clone. But then I want to rename you over here, I think. 1 minute. I deleted the wrong one. Okay. I want to take this and I want to duplicate it, and then I want to put that duplicated one over here. Kinematica is a futurist way of animation. Ooh, neat. Be careful, you're in your game. Am I? No, I'm not. I'm not in play mode. I don't think so. But I have made those mistakes before. But I wanted to just go blah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So basically, what I just did is my post-processing settings from my space thing. I've duplicated those settings basically. So changing them here won't change them there. So that's all I did there. So this is going to be test level new 2 is the name of this scene. I will be renaming things properly soon at some point. So let me just mess with this just a tiny bit. That looks a little bit better. I don't want film grain. I turned off the wrong thing. What? Oh, this. Interesting. Oh, that's something. Yeah, having that be at 0, it does not like that. Interesting. Temperature. We can have it still be in space. What if I tint this more like this or like this? Interesting. Or set that to 0. And do more tinting with the lighting, or because the space background is more purple, I could do something more like this. Just a little bit. Don't overdo it. Post exposure. Yep, got our art style. Just pure white. Can make things a lot darker. Interesting. Contrast. What? Where's saturation? Well, let me not actually do that. Interesting. Do this. Hue shift. Ever tripped into a big pile of LSD? Here you go. Saturation. I can have a level that's all like black and white. That could be neat. But I'll just go with that for now. Depth of field. I don't actually want to do that. It'd be cool if I could have. No. Bloom. Let's see what this can do for me. Not a whole lot. Okay. I need to be more looking at actual light sources to really get the most out of bloom. So I'm just going to leave those as they were. Ambient occlusion. Turning up the radius too high makes things look weird when you get close to them. So I would not want to do that. But just a little bit of ambient occlusion, fine. Contact shadows. Okay, I'll just leave those as they were. Oh, okay, I did a thing. Let me turn that off. Oh no. It's showing shadow information that I didn't actually want to do. I was just clicking buttons. No, take me back to safety. I am still a novice, but I built a cool thing in Unity. Cool. Well, cool things are cool. Yeah. Oh, okay, then fog. I can mess with fog. Here, let me... Interesting. Oh, this completely ruins the mini map. Well, I'll have I definitely have to do things to fix the mini map. We're just gonna ignore it for now. But this is cool, except I don't actually probably want this. But ooh, I mean that actually is kind of cool for a scene that like isn't in space. I probably won't leave this having the space skybox. I'll probably give it a proper sky, just because I can. Hold on, let me go back to this. What can this do? Ooh, weird. I could have fog just slightly coming out of the ground. Oh, that's a neat idea. Interesting. But this does look cool. I can tint the fog. Oh. Oh. I can also do this. Interesting. But also, yeah, I can tint the fog. Oh, that's not really... Why am I not seeing you tint? Unless I have to tint this one. I do tint that one. Okay. Put that back to white. You got map stuff together. Let's make some characters. Not yet, unfortunately. Well, okay, I should, yeah, move on from this, but I have some other things to do first. Mainly that the actual tag game itself is a little broken, and I want to finish fixing that first. Here, let me go. Interesting. Just playing around with this just a little bit more. Did you use a nav mesh for the scene? Actually, no, and that's the thing I think is cool, is that these AIs have pathfinding that I coded myself. I could have maybe used nav mesh stuff, but I didn't, and I'm gonna continue not to. Okay, let me actually just let me turn off the fog for now. No, let's keep the fog. No, let's turn off the fog. I want to be able to actually see into the distance. Okay. I think I'm done with this. I'm almost done with this. Well, one moment. There's a bit more playing around that I want to do. Interesting. Okay. Put this up to 12, maybe. Okay, this looks fine. This is good enough. Yep, I'm done with graphical stuff for now, I think. Let me just have a quick look around in terms of just everything looking good. Good. Let me tell this to start baking the lighting, and that can be doing its thing on the side. Well, now I continue on to doing other things. All right. So, first thing I want to do is my other test level here. I don't actually want this, so I'm going to delete this. Rename this test level. Whoops. To test level old. Reload. Cool. And then this one just back to test level. So this will be the proper test level. And then actually no, maybe I should keep this as yeah, okay. Then I'm just gonna rename these folders based on what they're storing the light settings of this and this. Halloween tag. Ooh, spooky, scary skeletons. Yeah. What's temp? I'm not gonna mess with. There's certain things where I'm like, I probably don't need this, and I can delete it. But I'm not gonna do that now because I don't want to accidentally delete something that I actually want. Okay. So now, let's continue fixing things. So, getting this thing to run properly. So we go into play mode and see what else is broken compared to our what we had it like before. Okay, so first thing I'm noticing. Oh, well, right. Okay, still there. There's something else so weird going on with the lighting, I think, but I'm not gonna, when I say getting this to work right, I'm gonna say non-lighting related things. Oh, these guys aren't making their jumps. They're trying to jump up there, and they're not doing that. Why? I'm not too sure. Your shadows aren't a bit too light. Are my shadows too light? Oh, they probably are. Yeah. In fact, I do think that also the skybox here looks worse because of how much I cranked up the exposure. So I mean, okay, well, I guess one lighting thing I'll do because it's as quick as changing a slider or like changing one value is just going to the lighting, the volumes, this, Oh, I should actually rename this. Okay. Test level. No, not Levette. If I can spell things properly, that would tend to be a good thing. This volume, let me actually rename it to, while I'm at it, test level. Sure. And test level old, you have thing. Okay. Actually, don't even know if I want that. But whatever. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. So the U, and then I want to go. Where is this? So actually, I do think I want this to just be lower. Let's just go like that. That's probably fine. Interesting. So that's interesting. Just seeing. I'll just go with that. It's fine. It's fine. I said I'm not gonna mess around with the lighting too much more. For now, anyway. Like asterisk for now. So first thing I'm noticing. Oh, you can't see this behind my head. Hold on. Blah. When I went to play mode, I got these two warnings of some scripts having some objects, or some scripts having some scripts that I need to delete. That just has to do with like their cameras. That's on the minimap cam. What are you on? Or are these both because of the minimap cam? Favorite missing. Oh, okay. Yeah, those both may have been coming from the same thing. Also, I have a bunch of audio listeners. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have that on all of the other AIs. Let me just get rid of that for the moment. No, yeah. On this main camera, I just want to go remove these audio listeners, like so. And then also because right now the AIs have their own cameras because I was experimenting with like pretending that they were other human players for building split screen stuff, and I'm just gonna leave that like that for now. Right now the cameras are off, but I'm just gonna leave those camera objects on there for now. Our minimap is messed up. So before things looked like this minimap looked nice. The minimap is just a camera that's above the whole scene, rendering down and rendering its information to a render texture that I'm then bringing in as an image. So that's how I'm currently doing a minimap. But then also, I don't know if you saw, when I went into play mode, then there was actual little like images for all the characters. Right now, they were all the same image of this placeholder smiley face that I have, but ideally, then each character could have their own icon. Imagine like Mario Kart, you know, an icon for Mario, an icon for Luigi, you know, that kind of thing. So that's what that is. I haven't made that yet. They did have their own background colors, so they got that as well. But yeah, so that's stuff to do. So one thing I always want to do real quick is just taking the player's camera. I just want to see what settings are different between. Actually, you know what? I can probably just go copy component because I don't know what settings on here are different between this camera and the one that's on the minimap. So I do want them to probably be pretty much the same. So I'm just gonna do that. What did that do that? With some changes. Specifically, okay, let me go back and forth to speak specifically what changed. I want this to be orthographic, the minimap cam to be orthographic. Okay, actually, if nothing else changed, this lens focal length. I don't know what that's changing, but okay. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, there's definitely other things that changed here. Okay, I'm gonna do this and then put this back to orthographic and then go. Why is this covering the whole screen? I didn't. Oh, where do I? Oh, it's the viewport rect. That changed. No, why are you doing that? Actually, I don't know. Oh no, it's because the render texture thing, right? Am I right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, figured it out. Time for me to go to bed. To see you all. All right, well, thanks for dropping by. Muwen. Look forward to more streams in the future of me actually doing this tag stuff. I'm going to be continuing to work on, like, actually, like, doing the tag game now and getting that more up and running and all that. So, thanks for dropping by and all that stuff. All right, so, not that. that. Okay, so we got this, except this is really dark. One thing with the minimap cam is that, so right now, so in terms of making a minimap, most games that have minimaps, you'll have like a special like drawn thing of the map. So like I could draw a thing in Photoshop that looks like the map and put it in the corner and have that be the minimap. And that's what I maybe could do eventually. But right now, as a temporary thing, especially for this like test level, I'm not gonna turn it into a minimap. I'm not gonna spend that time making a Photoshop thing. I'm fine with it just being this camera up from above. The one nice thing that you get out of this is that as I change stuff with the test level, it automatically updates here. I don't have to worry about that. If I had like moving platforms or something, you'd see that update in the minimap. So like I get those cool features out of doing this. If I have an interior level, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I will worry about that when I get there. I might have to I don't know, come up with some other better solution for doing this, but I'll figure that out. Actually, one thing with this as well is actually that so our level can have like kind of has floors, and this is looking at everything from like the top floor. So I don't know if I would want like the minimap to actually change depending on what floor you're on. So if you're on the ground level versus like, you know, as you go up, if what's on the minimap actually changes like that. If I did that, I mean, I could have the minimap camera just move up and down. Possibly that could maybe work. I'd have to play around with that stuff, but that's an option, something I could do in theory. So yeah, so yeah, but I'll worry about that more when we get to like actual levels and yeah. So with that, oh, I want this to render the minimap points. Is there anything here I don't want to be rendered? In theory, I don't want to render the characters, but the minimap points are drawn on top of them, so that's fine that that's the case. So actually, I think this is fine to be on everything, except, or no, I don't know if I want this camera to be affected by post-processing effects. I probably don't. Or more specifically, at the very least, it having its own post-processing settings. So in order to do that, I'm gonna want to make here. Let me go, just make another volume that's like minimap volume. So minimap volume or something. Or I can't just I can't have two global volumes. And based on my understanding, if I have a global volume and then local volumes, the local ones are sort of an overtop thing. Let me test my theory before I say things that are incorrect. If I change this to local and I need to add box collider, blah, blah, blah. If I give this a completely new volume and I, just to test that this is working, if I give it like a lens distortion that I set to really high, and then have the box collider on this thing be really big. Let me turn back on Gizmo so I can see it. And then move this up. Actually, if anything, maybe I just put this as a child object of the minimap cam, so it's always like with it, even if I move the minimap cam. So long story short, as long as the camera is inside this box, it would be affected by these post-processing settings. That's what this does. And presumably, if this is above the map, like the player's camera never touches this box, it won't be affected by that. If the player's camera goes inside this box, that would, in theory, be a bad thing. But let me just test this now. So, yeah, okay, so we got the distortion here, but it's still being affected by the other one, by the other post-processing thing. So, because it like stacks, I believe, and I can tell that it's being affected by the other one because it being darker. It being darker is a symptom of the other one, I think. Here, let me just do this like a little bit so I can just see that it's still like working. If I turn off the global one, blah, yeah. So it is affecting this one. So that's the thing. I would ideally like to what do I want to do? How would I go about doing this? So I could have this one be local as well and under the player, in theory. But this feels like a not good solution to this problem. But I guess it works for now until I can come up with a better solution. So sure, I'm gonna say that this is fine. Actually, I'm gonna make this bigger just as a precaution. So the player never leaves this box. Oh wait. Oh, this needs to be on trigger. If I didn't make that on trigger, that would not work good. That would make that an actual thing you could collide with, which is obviously not something that I want. Let me do that on the mini-map camera. I theoretically don't need to because it's how high it is up in the sky, but I'll do it anyway because it's just something I would want to do. Yeah, so I can still feel from when I choked on the water earlier. Okay, actually, hold on. Sorry. Okay, so with this, oh, interesting. Oh shoot, I forgot about something. This I didn't change this. So when I bake the lighting, I need this to use it's going to be using the settings from before, it's going to bake lighting with the settings from the space scene, not from this scene. So I need to switch that over. Test level. Yeah, okay. Alright, so with that, I now want to, now I can experiment with just making the what post-processing effects I'm putting on the on the mini-map camera to get it to render better. So I put a lens distortion as a test. I'm not actually gonna have a lens distortion. So let me just see, let's just see what I can do. I think I just wanna just try brightening this up and see what that looks like. Actually, no, first I wanna find, is it split toning? No. There's a thing I forgot the name of, not you. Post-processing, there is is it color adjustments? No. A thing where I set the lighting things to, What Hit Gaming just subscribed! Oh my gosh, thank you! Hi! Also, that means you're here? Hello! Hi, and thank you so much! You missed William. William was my first subscriber. He swooped in as soon as I started my stream. So, but thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. That is my second sub on Twitch. Wow. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm first. Unfortunately, William beat you to the punch. I did put a thing in my Discord as soon as it was as soon as the thing got accepted, but yeah. Oh, you do have a first thing. Why is first thing beside your name, first 1 month or founder. Is that I don't know what that means, but I assume that has something to do with you being here very early on in my Twitch career. Yeah. So, but thank you very much for that. It was just today that I reached Twitch affiliate. It was actually just earlier today, a few hours ago, that I filled out the thing. It actually got processed immediately, which I was surprised by. I thought it would take a bit to be processed, but no, I filled it out and it's working. Cool. I had to figure out a lot of tax stuff to be able to fill out the forms, but I was able to do that. So yeah, because also it was U.S. things. Although me being in Canada, I didn't have to jump through too many hoops. But I imagine if you're in some a country that's not so close to America, things might be harder for how you fill out that tax stuff. But anyways, yeah. So that went successfully, and I am now a Twitch affiliate, which is really cool. And I looked up what the requirements are for hitting Twitch Partner, and I've actually hit all the requirements except for one, and that is that I have to average 75 viewers in 30 days, which is never going to happen. So looks like I'm not getting Twitch partner anytime soon. But yeah, I know of the requirement now. I am surprised that there was no follower requirement. It's like, oh, you need like 1,000 followers now. That wasn't a thing. My follower count and sub count don't actually matter for hitting Twitch partnership, or Twitch partner or whatever. So that is a thing. But yeah, and now those do matter for hitting other things, like with the emote slots. When you hit certain amounts, you get more emote slots. But that's a thing. I didn't get the notification because I turned it off in Discord. Fair enough. I did okay, I did at everyone with that because it was like, oh yeah, I think that was something worthy of at everyoneing. I have every notification off. Fair enough. Yeah, in my Discord, well, I don't at everyone too often, but this was an occasion to do that. I do have an at going live notification for when I go live, and the bot's been kind of working for that, sort of. I was trying to get it to, let me bring this back on screen. Bam. I was trying to get, so this is what the bot's message is looking like. This is what my manual message is looking like. I would like if this gave the little like image thing like this. My attempt at doing that broke it, so I undid it. But I'll fill around more with this later. It's another time. So, yeah, but it's working at the very least for now. So I'm happy with that for now. I think next week I might do some more stuff with kind of improving my Twitch stream stuff. After I finish the demo of my tag game, then I might start doing some more Twitch things of improving the quality of my like maybe getting set up. If I think I have like 3 emote slots or something, like figuring out that stuff. Actually finally setting up chat things where you can type like ! YouTube and it gives a link to my YouTube channel, ! Discord, it gives you a link to my Discord, stuff like that. Actually, I keep saying I'm going to do that stuff and I never do. I'll do that stuff eventually, and that will probably be after I finish the demo of my tag game. Is when I'll finally probably do all that, I think. I'm on Windows 11. Oh, well, and I didn't know that was out yet. How is it, I guess? I'm curious of, is it better than Windows 10? Do you notice any difference at all? Is it worse and really buggy? I don't know. I haven't looked into it that much, other than just knowing that it was going to, it's going to exist. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here, though, I'm going to, there's a separate thing for shadows? Interesting. I want to just brighten this up, and I was looking for a certain setting. What's it called? Oh, tone mapping, that's it. Let me just go wham and look at what the different options of this kind of do. Interesting. Apparently that's just a good thing to have. It barely made a difference, but when I have more actual lighting stuff, I think it's apparently just a recommended thing to have one of those there. Not bad so far. Cool, I guess. All right, so for this, I don't want any bloom. Actually, I think this has some bloom by default that I want to override to be nothing. So, or maybe I'm actually not sure about that. Yeah, no, it looks like there's a bit of, it's trying to have a bit of bloom by default. So I'm actually by putting a bloom thing that I'm setting all to 0, it's getting rid of that. Basically having that not happen. So yeah, post processing. Then I want to go. Is it color adjustments? Yeah, let's just brighten this up. Not too much though. I had an idea of. This isn't gonna work this way. What would be cool is if I could have the map be mostly, maybe not completely black and white, but mostly black and white. But then the in a second, in a minute, just waiting for this to go into play mode so I can finish the rest of my sentence. Here, so here I have like all the faces show up, like so. It would be cool if I could have the mini map itself be black and white, but then just the pictures have color. There's ways for me to maybe do that. If I had, okay, here's an idea. The easy way I could do this is if I had, is this gonna tank performance? I have an idea. Let me try something. It is very nice and easy to calculate the positions of where those things are by doing that based on where the players are. Oh, this isn't, okay, now me scrolling around the scene, I'm not going to be able to see the post-processing effects unless I'm like in this square. So that's something. Actually, that's fine. It's fine as long as this square does not intersect with the square that's up there. So let me I can make this massive for now. So that basically wherever I am in the scene, I should hopefully, for the most part anyway, oh, I can't even see the skybox unless I'm in that box. Here, let me do this. Make it really long on those axes. Whoops. There's definitely a better way to go about doing this, but I don't have a better way right now. So I will finagle with that later. I just need the top of this box to not intersect with this box. Although this box is gonna move when the player like jumps and stuff, but hopefully as long as they don't get that high. And actually, even then, the minimap. Hold on, the minimap cam I can move higher. Its height does not matter, so I can give it a height of like 500. And that does not matter. I struggled with writing a gun script, so I just went to Blender to finish the Glock I was working on. Oh, cool, cool. Good that you're having some success with Blender modeling stuff. Neat, neat. Oh yeah, you put the picture of it. Blah. Yeah, it's looking quite cool. Nice, nice, and all that. Yeah. No, I actually do think it looks quite cool though. It's definitely a good job there. Yeah, hope we were able to figure out all that. Move this back over here. Blah. I'm also just realizing I'm on the left side of the screen right now. I think I'm gonna stay over here for now. So I'm actually gonna put the console back down here so I can get the full inspector view for now. And it's fine that I'm blocking the hierarchy. This would just be where I'm clicking objects and you can see what objects I'm clicking over here. So it's pretty fine. Here, let me do just a bit more of, yeah. Actually, no, let me do this. Just getting things kind of line up with my face a little bit. I have no reason to do this, but I am. There we go. Back. Hello, hello, the real shortest room. Hello, hello. Okay, but I had an idea for of something I was going to do. That I want to. Okay, it means I'm gonna have 2 minimap cams, but maybe that's fine. At this point, I might make this a prefab to more easily have this in other scenes. I'm gonna need to sort this at some point, but I just have minimap cam, blah. But I'm gonna have 2 minimap cams where basically one renders the environment and one renders the people's images, and then those are like on top of each other, and then I can make one, so then I have different post-processing settings on the actual environment and on the images over top. So yeah, I could, if I wanted to, have those images not be something that's like a camera rendered thing. I could have them just be something that's over here that they calculate where they need to move. But right now, that would take a lot more complicated programming that could be wrong and buggy. Right now it works in terms of having them just be above the players as they move around. So I'm going to keep it like that for now anyway. But that could be something I try to improve for the sake of performance, because then I'm not having 2 sets of render textures. But for now, I'm fine with that being the case. So I'm going to just do this. This is going to be minimap. What do I call the people? The people images. The what do you call that? I have like a picture that's like the square. That's like their profile picture thing. I'm just gonna go profile pic. You know, I don't know if that's really what I should call it, but whatever. Profile pic cam. Actually, that won't have the word minimap in it. Okay, so bam, the settings on that will all be the exact same. No, they won't. So now I actually need to adjust that this camera does not render the minimap points. And actually, I should change the name of that layer to profile pictures, because that's what that is. And then profile pic cam only renders the minimap profile pictures. See what I'm doing, maybe? And then okay, so then this is rendering to a render texture. Actually, I'm gonna rename this to minimap render texture. Okay, and then but then I'm gonna have another one. Duplicate. I have another one that's called like profile pictures render texture. Profile pictures. I don't know if I'm going to need 2 of these per scene. I don't think so. I think I can reuse the same ones with just the way that this is. So then this inner one is actually going to render to this render texture with a depth. Do I care about the depth? I'm not sure if I do. I'm going to leave it as it is for right now. Okay. And then I want to go players, no. Then I want to go, where would this be? Here, actually, I do one thing. This global thing, I'm actually going to make it part of the prefab as well. So I'm going to go cut, and then go this, open. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to do any of that. Hold on, let me back up. I just need to go like this and apply. Just apply it. I don't need to do whatever fancy stuff I was meant to do. Okay. So after having done that, I'm also going to delete this shadow proxy thing. I don't need that anymore. So then I'm going to find the where in the player's canvas I have this. And so I have minimap as a duplicate of that. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, you are a prefab as well. I guess I did that. But I want this child object that's going to be profile pictures. And this is going to be rendered on top of this. And this is going to use this render texture. Hopefully. Oh, this shouldn't be a raycast target, and neither should the minimap, actually. That will only matter when I do pause menu stuff. All right, let's see what that's going to do. I should have gone out of the prefab thing entirely. So this, in theory... Oh, wait, they're still going to be both black and white. But I'll... Oh, no, I hit the... Oh, shoot, how am I going to... Oh, no, I can fix it. Never mind. Ignore my cutting myself off in my own sentences as I come up with solutions to the problems that I'm saying. So this is... It's doing what it was doing before. Oh, when those go to the edges of the screen, they get cut off. I need to have that not happen. I can do that. Real quickly, let me just minimap cam. That's to do with the I need the size of this to be a little. Wait. No. Wait. What? Wait. No. There's something here I'm not setting up right. What thing here do I need to change? I forget. To have the edges of the render texture not... Wait, why is this not messing with this? Whatever, okay, no, I'll worry about that later. Let me do the other thing first. I'm keep going back and forth between different things. What I need to do is profile pic cam, move this up, just outside of this box. Why are you moving on 2 different axes? Let me actually also not do that there. Let me do this in the prefab. So 5? -5. Wow, yeah, sure. -5, and then I need basically this to have its own profile. Alright, almost there. Profile. It feels good to actually be making more things with the tag game again. This isn't programming necessarily, but it is more functionality. Right now, specifically what I'm doing is making it so that the mini-map itself is black and white, or it could be almost black and white, and then the pictures that are on top are in full color. Or more specifically, I can apply a different set of post-processing effects on the mini-map and the profile pictures. That's what I'm doing right now, in case anyone's confused by that. Okay, so with that, let me look at where this is. Go clone. Let me rename you then to and this might not be the best way of doing that, but it is a way that requires me not to do any additional complicated programming. I can think of a potential way to not need the 2 render textures, but it would require a lot of programming that could be flawed and buggy, but this works at the cost of an additional render texture, an additional camera. So hopefully that doesn't affect the frame rate too much. But anyway, so this is profile pic. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay, so with that, now, let me open this again. I just need this to move to be here. I'm also noticing both of these have a rotation of -90. They just simply don't need that. They don't need any rotation. So I'm just going to get rid of them. I have this minimap filter thing I can experiment with. I probably don't need that anymore. So with that, are you set to, yeah, okay. So now, all right, I can't see the picture things until I go into play mode. So now I'm going to go into play mode so I can fiddle with that. They're still going to be black and white, but not for much longer. Like literally now I just have to turn off a checkbox and then the pictures will be in black and white, or will be in color. So yeah, so there they are, and ready for this magic, if this works. Bam. No, wait, oh, what? That didn't work? No, wait, oh, why? Well, more specifically, just doing this, though, shouldn't be messing with the other camera. And I don't know why it is. Hold on, let me troubleshoot here. Oh, the two cameras aren't. Oh, probe layer mask. Oh, I didn't. I messed with the. I changed the wrong thing. So, probe layer mask. Okay, no, I got this. Probe layer mask. Actually, I guess I should be on this. So, it's this culling mask that I meant to change. This is going to undo itself when I go out of play mode, but for now, I just want to see it work. So, profile pic cam should only render those guys, and then minimap cam should only render everything except these guys. There we go. Look at that. Haha. Now it's working. Isn't that cool? So now, I mean, I can still do more messing around with the actual, what it's looking like. Like, for one thing, is I don't need the, here, let me, I don't need the minimap to be completely black and white, but I can have it be, like, mostly black and white. Let me also do a thing. Let me just do this real quick. Okay, so, or let me not do that. Actually, take that back. Okay, so, but now I can do different things to the minimap and the pictures. That's the main thing I was trying to do. And no, hopefully I make them look better. So one thing I can do, let me what's wrong here? Oh, it's the saturation here. I could bump up the saturation on them, make them even more glowy. I can hue shift them. I can mess with the contrast a lot, but maybe I shouldn't, because I see that's turning a yellow thing red, and that's not maybe what I want. But I imagine maybe, yeah, bumping up the saturation. This will probably be easier also to mess with when I have like actual pictures in there rather than these smiley faces. But I can experiment for now. So also these shouldn't have bloom, or no, they have bloom that's set to 0, so they don't actually have bloom, unless I want them to have a little bit of bloom. I can just let me mess around with this a little bit, but I probably won't actually do this. Yeah, didn't think so. Oops, so just 0 on all fronts. Okay, so we got that. Tone mapping. So now that these are images, though, so I'll also have to, I don't entirely know how things are getting affected by this. Okay, so I can also bump up the, I can mess with this, but post exposure. Interesting what that does to those. Have them be all black. Interesting. Interesting how that is. So I can mess with both that and the minimap one. Like, not having the minimap one not be completely black and white, but having it just be desaturated. What I'm mainly trying to do is have the pictures like stand out from the underlying minimap. It was the main goal of this. So by desaturating, it doesn't have to be completely black and white, but I just thought that making it like more black and white, or just, yeah, more desaturated, could help these stand out. I still don't like even how the minimap necessarily looks. It looks like the white from the floor is kind of, I don't know, being a bit like, shouldn't be that bright, I guess, compared to what's around it or something. I'd like if anything, like with this, I want this to, it's like I want the blacks to be blacker, which actually I can do. There's a, oh, not with that though. So let's play around with things, shall we? Post-processing. There is it color curves? No. It was there's one called shadows, midtones, and highlights. It's that one, I think, is what I want to mess with. Yeah, maybe. So let's just see what I can do with this. So I can do this. Interesting. Although I don't know if I want things to get so like off color. Like, I want to make sure. Oh, what the heck is going on? Oh, that's the player. That like startled me for some reason. That was because I right clicked. Because that anytime I right click now, it's gonna. Does it work if I? Does it happen if I right click over here too? Weird. Okay. But let me just pause this. And what I wanted to just do was, we'll just zoom in on like the environment real quick. Why is this all so dark? The actual level doesn't look this dark. Why is the scene view making this look this dark? I don't know, but... Oh, probably because I haven't baked the lighting, and that will make these consistent. Whatever, I guess I don't care. I don't care what it looks like in the scene view. I only care what it looks like in the game view. But the one thing I was going to say is that, like, this is like a pink, and I'm pretty sure in the mini-map, yeah, that loses it, like, being pink. I want it to kind of match to some extent or something. I don't know. Okay, let's just play around with this a bit. I can do this... Oh, that's not too bad. So it started like this, and it became this. I might not actually want to make the midtones completely black. Okay, so if I right click, this goes back to how it was. Yeah, so this is how these were. I haven't played any game in a while. I pretty much haven't. Well, with me doing all my making game stuff, I don't play games that much. A little bit here and there. I mean, actually, yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday I was playing a game on stream, but other than that, I have been quite busy. Is there another thing I could be messing with to make this look better? Lift gamma gain. That actually might help me more. Well, actually, I don't know. Let's see. Ooh. Weird. Gain. There we go. That's kind of what I want, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think because I'm trying to make one myself. Same here, basically. Okay, let me try lowering all of these and then raising this again. See what results I can get. I got something that I think looked decent. Oh, actually, let me do that with this off. It'd be nice if I could put an actual exact value in here, but I can't. Oh, that's fine. But yeah, okay, this interesting. Now let me try that in conjunction with this. Like, what if now I up the highlights? Or how about I don't do that? Okay, you know what? I think that's fine for now. The minimap looks passable. It looks good enough now. I can adjust it more later. I say as I go to maybe adjust things more. White balance is probably not something I'd want. Or maybe that could be something I mess with on like a level by level basis. So now, well, let me go back to actually the profile thing. I want to look at those same settings I was just messing with on the pictures. So these and the gain and all that. I'm not noticing much difference. Okay, I guess not. But the one that was like gain and whatever other things it said, lift gamma gain. So I'll mess with those just to see what sort of things might happen. What's interesting is this one is orange, and when I make it super dark, it becomes red. That is something I notice. It was very quick to happen. Interesting. Gain. Interesting. Okay, I think for now, yeah, we're gonna leave that. I guess I'm not gonna touch that. So now, I'm pretty sure these volume things don't get reset when I go out of play mode, but I could be wrong on that. So in case I am, let me just go like this. Screenshot all of this, go out of play mode, and then reset. Which I'm pretty sure this, oh, it does. I thought it didn't reset. Wait, did it reset? These values look the same though. What was that? Was it the, no, wait, no, why, actually. Oh, the culling mask thing reset. This, don't render that stuff. So you're the same. Oh no, what else reset? I thought those were the other things I changed, but I guess I was wrong. This one being, because it was doing it double. Ah, fix it. Okay, figured it out. Let me double check now by going back into the thing. Indeed. There's a message I missed. Kind of feel like I'm wasting my time mainly because I can't write a line of code by myself. Well, that is what it is to be a beginner. It takes time to learn such thing. But also, the GG thing. Yeah. What did I do? Oh, that's the skill thing. But yeah, no one masters a skill all in one day. It takes time and all that, and yeah, other words of encouragement. Does the tagging work? I don't think it did. Something seemed off there. Okay, but yeah, so we got the mini-map working, so that's cool. Yes. Oh, the mini-map working again. It was working, we got it to be a bit better and all that sort of stuff. So now, the next thing I want to do is, in terms of fixing stuff, something with these guys' jump is broken. Like, to prove that this was working before, if I go into this was how the game was when it was in the default render pipeline. It's still, both of them take a while to go into play mode because all the calculations that happen for the pathfinding thing. But I have a way of fixing that potentially. Okay. Actually, I don't know why he stopped there. But look, they're making the jump no problem, pretty much. So, I just got tagged or something, or I tagged someone, I don't know. But yeah, see, they're making it a lot more often than before. They're pretty much making it every time. So I have to figure it out. Why are they making it here, and why are they not making it in the other place? When also, the code is the same. So the actual C# code, I didn't change it. Other than, I had to change the player input, but the AI's code is the same. So it's something else. I have two theories. I have a few theories. So one thing I want to look at is the player settings. The physics settings, I don't know if I've messed with those too much. But also, I want to look at frame rate, because I want to look at some frame rate things, because I thought that I programmed this in a way to be frame rate independent, so no matter what the frame rate is, it runs the same. But I'm thinking that maybe I didn't do that correctly. So the other one is running at a lower frame rate or something, so that's causing some things to break. That would be my theory. So then I have to figure out just how to, I need to make it then frame rate independent. If that's even the problem. Maybe it's not the problem, but I'm thinking that it is. So, my boy Chroma hit 50 follower. No 50k followers. No, I haven't hit 50k. But yeah, I hit 50, which is absolutely insane. Which means I'm now a Twitch affiliate, which is crazy. There's other requirements, but I did all of them a while before. 50 followers was the last one I had to hit. So I am now a Twitch follower, or a Twitch affiliate and all that, which is really cool. Which now means we'll get like emotes, which I had to still set up, but I'll do that eventually. And now I'm also back to working on my tag game properly. So, well, right now I'm trying to, so right now actually it's looking like this. We are trying to get, like, I don't know if you like just came back, Maj, that's what I'm assuming, so I'm just catching you up. And whoever else might be here who may be like tuning in and have no idea what's going on. So this is how our game is looking like right now in the HD render pipeline. This is how our game was in the default render pipeline. Graphics aside, I'm still improving the actual like graphic side of things. I'm just trying to, some things broke going from this one to this one in terms of the game and like the AI and all that. So I've slowly, piece by piece, I've been sort of fixing things. We just got like the mini map to be better, where actually the mini map is a bit more grayed out, and then when you go into play mode, the player like profile things, they have full color, so we got that looking nice. I think on its own, this maybe doesn't look the best, but I think it looks nice when you have the profile things on it. And I can play around more with this later. I've also got the pieces put in place to be able to play around with it, I guess. But anyway, so what I'm doing right now, I wanted to go to the what's the window called? The project settings. Project settings. That's it. And under physics here, I want to make sure that everything here is the same as in the other scene. So I'm going to put this thing over here. Oh, this is going to get weird real quickly. I can't dock this under here, right? No, it would be really weird if it let me do that, because this is the project settings of a different project. So let me actually move that over here. I have project settings over here. Basically, let me resize this now. Blah, and go to physics. Is there anything? I'm pretty sure I didn't change anything here, but things that might be by default changed. Oh, I did. I changed gravity. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I changed gravity to -10 for some reason. I just bumped it up slightly. I guess I did that. That was a slight change. That wouldn't be what's causing our problems, but I don't think anything else is different. It was mainly that and the fact that the frictionless material. These are the same, right? Actually, okay, these have a different name, but they are the same, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, they're the same. 0, 0, 0, minimum, average. So that's that. Okay, so then the next thing I wanted to test in this scene, I want to look at the frame rate, and then I want to look at the frame rate in the other scene. Because I think it could be a frame rate issue of why the AIs break, because they're turning. I think it might be their turning is different depending on the frame rate, when it shouldn't be. So this is, okay, keeping in mind that I'm streaming and I have 2 things of Unity open, that's going to be affecting the frame rate. But this is running at around 50 frames per second. Okay, actually, I thought it'd be higher, but I think OBS is taking a chunk of CPU, and the other Unity thing, that's definitely taking a decent chunk of CPU. But that was around 50 frames per second. What is the frame rate of this thing? If it's also 50, then I'll be worried, I guess. But red jump scare, not today, thankfully. Well, yeah, I haven't been scared by these guys yet. I might when I go to be revamping their pathfinding stuff. Around 45. Okay, that's not like that far off. And actually, I mean, it's kind of closest to, well, it's close-ish. Obviously, I mean, for an actual thing, we'd want, stable 60 frames per second. But again, I think having the two Unity project open, that is definitely tanking the FPS. And having OBS open and streaming, that is also taking a decent chunk of the FPS. So without both of those things, this could be at 60 FPS. I don't know for certain. I also know that apparently this thing at the top isn't completely accurate, supposedly. And also, like, the difference between this and if I were to go into a build, like it outside of Unity, it's its own executable thing, the frame rate of that could also be a little different. So, but that does also mean, though, that maybe I'm not entirely sure what the problem is, why these guys can't jump right. What's wrong with these guys? And they're like also stopping occasionally. Okay, so I'm thinking that it's to do with their turning. I think their jumping is fine and their moving forward is fine. And I even think that their pathfinding is still fine. I think it's that their turning is messed up, because I think based on how they're currently made to work, they ate too much. Yeah, fair enough. So they can't make the jumps. I mean, they're jumping up and down a bunch. Well, or maybe it is the moving. Or let me double check something. That they're so looking at this, AI read his rigid body settings 188. That's not different, right? That is the same. Let me double check that. Yeah, 188. I didn't change any of this, right? 188, 3, turn speed. Oh, this is different. What? Oh, wait, no, hold on. Character turn. I have this at 200 instead of 20. That's one thing I noticed that's different. I guess I did change that. And, yeah, that's the only difference. So, but I believe, yeah, this was, I think I remember this now, jogging my memory, when I first was experimenting with this. Now they, like, don't turn at all, I believe, if I remember this correctly. I had to bump that up a lot because they just, like, weren't turning. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, okay, so there's something weird going on with the turning, where, so to my knowledge, the code is the same. I did not change the code, and let's verify that. You know what? Like I thought this was the same, and I just found out that it was different. Let me double check that the code is the same too. I mean, okay, it could be other parts of the code that are different, but I'm going to start by just checking the character turn code of both versions. Because ideally, I shouldn't have to have upped that turn speed. I should have been able, like, it should work the same with the turn speed being the same. So either is the thing where, so the frame rate was a little different, and maybe that little bit of difference is enough to break it. Maybe. It's a difference of around like 5 frames, 5 to 10 frames, but maybe that's enough to really break it. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, it's okay. This is good. It's gonna be slow because I'm opening Visual Studios like twice for both things, and that's gonna, yeah, it's not gonna be happy with that. So while it's doing that though, it's that. Either it's a frame rate issue, or there's just something different about the internal physics stuff. When you go from a project in the universal render pipeline to the HDI render pipeline. That shouldn't be the case, because to my knowledge, the underlying physics system that the rigid body stuff uses is the exact same in both versions. Because it's using like a third-party thing called PhysX. And to my knowledge, that's not any different. But let's do some Googling. Because if this is like a common problem. And I think with this, actually, I'm going to, for now, move my camera back to this side. So Unity, what would I search? Unity, okay, Unity HDRP physics. I don't know. Not a physically based guy. Different. How about default render pipeline, if I can spell that right, to switching render pipelines. Then we'll more into this, I guess. If there's just something that can tell me, like, by the way, these are things that are going to be different. Activating the built-in, yeah. Now, okay. So this is almost a good thing, a little bit. Just the fact that I'm not seeing a bunch of like Reddit articles or like people being like, hey, you know, having this problem where all the physics is different, like going from one pipeline to the other, is making me think that it's not a problem with the pipeline. So that's at least like crossing things off that could be problems. Rigid body different, I guess. And it was just the turning. The move speed was the same, right? I guess I'll double check that as well. I don't remember if I changed the move speed, because, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Okay, that making me confident enough that that's not any different. Are these open yet? Excusez-moi. We Wow. Try opening you again. Oh, there you are. And then opening this one. So, to recap. Oh, okay. Let me make sure I got the right thing. So, let me do this actually. Wow. Okay, whatever. Good enough for now. So, basically, this is the character turn code from the old thing, from the universal or the default render pipeline. And this is the character turn code from the high definition render pipeline. Notice any differences? I don't. Because, as I said, I'm confident that these are the same. It's exactly 25 lines. These look the same to me. I'm using time.delta time, so these should be frame rate independent, but maybe it's not. Maybe I just didn't... Hey! What? There is a difference! I'm wrong! I'm wrong, okay. So I added the time.delta time in here, but not having that should mean that the turning is not frame rate independent. But I'm just gonna change it back to what it was. I'm just incorrect. What else did I change then? Maybe did I change the move code at all? Let me see one thing. Was the move speed the same at least? Move speed is 3 here and 3 there. Huh. Okay, now I'm curious. Just check. Let me check the move code of both scripts. Wow, I was so confident and I was wrong. Well, oops, my bad. Yeah, so this is in fixed update. Doing that. Why do I not have this set up the same way? Like, this should be... These should be set up so that, like, this probably should do the same thing. The turning should also be in fixed update. This is happening in normal update, which is not a great thing to do. This function is being called in another script's update function. That's not what this should be doing. So I'm probably gonna mess with that. I'm gonna mess with it in both versions though, in the universal or in the default render pipeline as well, to again let them continue to be consistent for now. Eventually I'll be deleting that other project, but so with making that change, I'm curious just now what's the turning and all that gonna look like. Let's just see. Hey, oh, that's okay. Hold on, let me change something. The player's turn speed is also probably really high. No? What? Why was the player turning stupid fast now? Excuse me? Player turn was 8 and now it's 10. Okay, so I did change this. Well, I'm just a liar then. I changed a lot of things that I didn't remember changing. This was like weeks ago. How long ago was it? This was like weeks and weeks ago when I would have done this. So oops. Oops. Okay. Okay, the turn speed is still messed up, but is it at least, are these guys jumping now? Why are they stopping when they hit each other? That shouldn't be happening. Do they think they're tagging each other? That might be something else that's broken. Okay, well, no, they're jumping pretty fine. Sort of. Okay. It's better than it was before. So that's something. Although... Okay. So... But why is the player's turn speed all wrong as well? My theory is that now it's a frame rate issue because these are both happening in the update function without a time.delta time thing, which, long story short, makes it so that it'll act differently at different frame rates. So what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to go back to this code. So this was the code from, like, now I'm going to go back to working in this one. We're back when the world made sense. Back when this was working properly. And I'm going to convert this turn code to use fixed update, because I should have done that to begin with, and when I do that, then it'll be more frame rate consistent or whatever. And then, well, because here's where it's working, right? This is where I know it's working. So I'm going to get it to be in fixed update and still work the same here, and then I'll make those same modifications over there, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So I should be able to basically, well, do the same thing that I did here, where I have a fixed update thing. Oh, come on. Let me go over here. I miss C# code. It's been so long since I've done C# programming. I've done all this like Python and C++ programming in the meantime. It's like I miss C# so much. Great to be back. All right, so what I'm doing though is so what I'm actually needing to do to sort of copy the format of what I'm doing here. So this is the character move code, and what it's doing is, long story short, this function is being called from the player input stuff and the AI input, which, imagine these are basically the WASD keys. Input, front, back, left, right. Those are going to be the WASD keys being pressed, and then it's setting some values that are then being read in fixed update to do the adding force. Why do I set these to 0? I have a reason for doing that. I'm not going to mess with it. I always do this thing where I'm like, why do I do this? This is stupid. I don't need to do this way. And then I remove it, and then things break, and I'm like, oh, that's why I did it this way. So I'm going to not touch that. So I have this horizontal variable that is the equivalent of these guys. And I should be able to just do this. And yes, I am directly modifying the rotation here. This is just making sure that the players and the AIs are always staying straight up and make sure that they can't fall over. They shouldn't, because of the way that their rigid body stuff is. It's frozen on those other axes. They shouldn't be able to tip over. This is like just an extra guarantee. Like, they will not flip over. By manually making it so that if you go to flip over, nope, I'm putting you back right away. So, yeah, so that's what that's doing. So, I should be able to then basically put this in place of this. This has force mode.impulse, and this does not. Just the way that this turning is different. But this should work in theory. So I might have to basically change turn speed to a different number. But now it should be, once I get it to a number that works, it will be consistent in the other version, like in the other one, I think, based on my understanding of this stuff. You're supposed to, and I should have been doing this from the beginning, you're supposed to do physics stuff in fixed update. Also, I don't know why the up-down camera is also... Oh, this I think is also not frame rate dependent. The up-down camera turning, so at different frame rates, I think the up-down camera turning is different. I think that's why I've been having some problems with that too, so that's another thing to fix. But the left-right turning, this seems fine enough. Are these guys making up the jumps? Why are they pausing like that? Oh, do I have other it characters? I do, that's why that's not a bug, that's supposed to happen. Oh, okay, whew. That I thought was a problem with my AI stuff. Okay. To elaborate what was happening. So I thought how some of these guys here were like bumping into each other and stopping for a second. I thought that was something weird going on in their programming, but it's not. It's actually working as intended right now. Where when someone who is it touches someone who's not it, that person just gets stunned for a few seconds. And I thought that, because I had this for the longest time, where the player was the only one who was it. So the only way they would be freezing is if the player touches them to start. But I forgot that I made it not like that a little bit ago. So if you look on the mini map, all the ones that are like highlighted red, it's a little hard to see maybe. I might want to make it more apparent, but all the guys that are highlighted red, they're it. They're the ones that are chasing. All the ones that are highlighted green, they're the ones running away. And I can see my own status in the bottom left. Followed by whoever's winning, whoever's in first place. But anyway, so that part's fine. That makes sense. In fact, I'm gonna do another thing real quick. Is that to make sure, because I don't want them there, because I need to make the AIs more random. They're not random enough right now, and that's why they keep bunching together. So that's another thing. When they're bunching together, they also kind of they kind of get caught in a loop where it's like I tagged you, I tagged you, I tagged you. And I need to do some stuff to prevent that, which I will be hopefully soon. Yeah, so, but one thing I want to do right now is just the it character tracker. This is keeping track of who's considered it. I'm basically going to make it so that right now, only the player is it. So I can see them all run away and not stopping and starting as long as I don't touch them. So, yeah. Hey, makes sense? Makes sense. Alright, so... yeah, so there we go. Jumping working good. Is the turning fine? I actually didn't need to mess with the turning value. Interesting. Right there, it looks like they're almost like double jumping. Well, that's more of a thing with the actual... with how I've set up these jump triggers. And what's basically happening is he's jumping up, landing here, and then jumping again. But because of the jump trigger thing is like a bit too tall, I think he's basically... these AIs are they're actually going to jump while they're still going up. I think they're hitting the other jump trigger and then sort of jumping again. Maybe, or something like that. So it's almost... like, that's just the way that, like, there's two jumps, like, really close together. I think that's what's causing that. Long story short. So... I can fiddle around with that. I should maybe make it that, like, if they're moving up, they can't jump or something like that. But I can do some of that later. Although no, that I can see that going wrong really quickly. If they're on a moving platform that's moving up, they should be able to jump, and that would prevent that. So I'll figure something out there. Anyways, so I got that working. Now I want to modify the other code in the same way. And they should be identical, so I should be able to copy the code here and paste it over here. And I'm surprised, actually, that I didn't have to change the actual value of the turning. So in theory, I shouldn't have to here. They should be the same. In theory. A game theory. Okay, so now let's go into... wait, these are back to 20, right? Those are still 20. Oh, they aren't all 20 though, right? Right. I didn't change it with the rest of them. Oops. It's only the red that I reset to 20. So let me make sure it's actually the same for all of them. I could totally have... I'm not reset. I want to go... actually, apply that. Oh, I can do that too. I can have like different AIs have slightly different stats, but for now I'm not doing that. For right now, I want them to all be the same. But I have the power to make it different, if I so desire. I don't know how much I would, though. Okay, this didn't entirely work. Are they at least working right? Hey, they look like they're working right, but the player isn't, for some reason. Oh, wait. What? Why is... oh, that's... okay, I thought moving the mouse up and down was turning the camera left and right. I don't think that's the case. I think it's like because I can't move my mouse up and down in a perfectly straight line. It looks like just going to move left and right slightly is like is doing this a lot. Why? That shouldn't be happening. What's weird though is it looks like it looks like the AIs are turning properly, but the player isn't. Go revert to prefab. That was 10. Okay, what's wrong with the player's turning now? The player and the AI share turning code. What? The rigid body's the same, right? 188 checkmark, nothing, none, discrete. The constraints, nothing. Like, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like that's the same. Okay, weird. Because mainly it'd be like the angular drag. That's 8, so that should be fine. The turn speed was 8. But like I just had it on 8, and it wasn't working. Weird. Why? And the well, no, yeah. Why? Let me test one other thing. If right now I've just disabled the character's ability to turn. Oh, let me. Yeah, it's probably better for now that I be on this side, so just you all can see, because I've mainly been experimenting with inspector stuff. If I click things in the hierarchy, that's not like that much of a problem. So, okay, moving up and down. Oh, why is that the mini map looks like it's breaking sometimes, and I don't know why. What? It looks like it's oh, I know why. I know why it's breaking. Oh shoot, that's a problem. That's something I can fix. Okay, I understand. The mini-map camera is breaking when I look straight down because the volume that I have on it is going like, it's turning so that it's hitting the thing. That's a separate issue, so ignore the mini-map thing. That's an easy fix. So the up-down turning was fine. So I was able to test that. As soon as I do this, though... Why is, like, moving my mouse the tiniest bit is doing that much turning? It shouldn't be. But why is it? And it's, like, to be clear, it's not doing it over here. When they have the same code and the same rigid body settings, the only thing that is different, I think, is the frame rate. But I put the turning code in fixed update. Like, this turning is fine. I turn it a little bit, like, I can turn a little bit. No problem. And I can turn a lot. Oh, well, I just got frozen, but I got tagged. Why? Okay, why are these two things running differently? Let me look back at the stats here. Okay, it is dropping a lot now. Is that like 35? Is there a way to like cap the FPS so I could just like test this even further? Actually, I want to just look that up real quick. Like, I want to purposely see if I can. There's a way I can like cap the FPS at like 10 FPS, just so I can test my theory even more. Cap FPS. Let's just see. Application.target frame rate. How to limit frame rate. I'm clicking these and they're not. Okay, there you go. I just want to. It makes sense that you wouldn't really do this in like a normal thing, but I just want to. It's considered unreliable. Fair enough. Yeah, difference of about 20 to 30 FPS in the editor stats. Stats are almost always higher than what you're really getting. Oh no. Oh no. For quality target frame to that VSync is disabled. Okay, I was hoping I could just do like a quick little thing I do in the editor, but okay, fine, I don't really need to do that. Although one thing, actually, where do I... This VSync thing, though, is actually something I wanted to mess with. Where is that? Is that in project settings? Project settings. That's a quality thing, right? Other thing I wanted to test is, what's the... There's a, lol, Zerba, hi. And, whoa. I like this Microsoft To Do thing. Not sure if it's new to Windows 10, but it's kind of neat. Interesting. Well, I don't know what that is. So I imagine like a way of like making like to-do lists kind of things. Interesting. I make to-do lists on my phone a decent amount. I have a notepad-like thing for that. I also use Notepad a lot, like on on a computer. I mean, yeah, Notepad. Well, like Notepad on a computer. I use Notepad for like a lot of things. I use Notepad way too much, so even to that is like a to-do list to some degree sometimes. I literally, okay, actually, I literally have for this project. I've showed this on stream before. A basically to-do list of what we want to make for the demo, and that's in a Notepad document. So I've literally done that. Yeah, literally right over here. I got like these Notepad documents of just the different stages of like planning this. This roadmap. Oh yeah, it's been a long time since I touched this. Notepad documents of planning, and this one is basically a to-do list. So actually, most of you here now, I don't know if you remember any of what this was. So this was when we were just like planning stuff with the game. I was just writing down a bunch of stuff, and, like level ideas and level mechanics and all that. This one should try Microsoft To Do. Maybe I will. We'll see. This thing here is actually quite important for the school project that this game is a project for. it actually, so to show how that I'm going above and beyond what this project needs to be, all my game needs to be for this project is it just, I've simplified this a little bit, but it just needs to do these things, and that's it. That's literally it. It like check mark, like it does this, it does this, it does this, it does all of these things, and I would get 100% on it. So me going above and beyond and like making this super complicated AI pathfinding system and trying to make the graphics all really nice, I don't need to be doing any of that. It could be all like just like really simple stuff running like around, like just like placeholder kind of things, and that would be fine. I'm choosing to go above and beyond for this. Yeah, so, but I also want to continue working on this game past when this thing is, the project is done. So there's that too. Actually, I should elaborate a little bit more. I'm actually submitting this project twice as like a part 1, part 2 kind of thing. This is for the part 1. Part 2 will just be improving the game as much as I can and adding as many features as I can before December 8th. So yeah, another assignment in this class is basically like make another game, make whatever you want as like your big final project thing, and I'm choosing to continue to work on this, which is fine as long as you've added enough to it that you're not like just actually submitting the same thing twice, which is why I want to make this like this test thing for the demo where it's just you versus one AI. I'm gonna, even though we have functionality for multiple AIs, for the thing I submit for the part A, I'm gonna only have you and one other AI running around this test level. Just to also make sure just that works really nice and it's fun and all that. And then for what I submit for the next thing, then I'll throw in more AIs, like having more characters running around it and more levels and all that. And then just more stuff in the environments and, you know, doing as much as I can effectively. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, and then this was the roadmap for the demo. Oh, for our old demo. Originally, this old demo was going to actually have 3 levels, but that's not happening anymore. Our demo is only going to have 1 level because that's all I have time for. Unless I could quickly make like, we'll see. I think it's only going to have 1 level. We'll see. So this was our roadmap when I had that in mind. For some of this, actually, I'll still be adhering to it. Like make improved minimap. I guess I kind of did that. Improve AI pathfinding. I will be doing that, and then replace player and AI with human models. We'll be doing that eventually. Make animations. I might take a decent chunk of animations from like Mixamo. We'll see. Improve its state change. That's something I really want to do, but I only want to do that after I gotten humans in there. I think that will kind of be easier to do when I have actual humans and animations in there. Because what I want to do is when you tag a character, rather than right now I have them just freeze for a second, I want to actually have an animation where like you actually touch them, and not touch them like tag. Like the sort of story in this is that you're trying to get something from them, like a reverse hot potato kind of thing. Like, I have this thing, and like everyone chasing that person trying to get the thing, whatever it is. So when you tag the person, it's like you rip it out of their hands and then you run away. So a little animation of that transition is what I want to do. So but I'm gonna do that once I actually have humans in there. So it's rather than just freezing the player, it'll freeze them both. It'll take away controls from both of them, the person who tagged and the person who got tagged, to have that little animation happen, and then give the person who's now running away like a second to run away before the other person starts chasing them. Yeah, and then we'll continue to do this. Make more actions for player and AI. I don't know to what extent I'm going to do that. We'll see. Anyways, this is stuff I haven't looked at in weeks. I've wasted so much time doing all this. I've wasted so much time doing all this lighting stuff, but that's okay. We're getting back into this now. Hopefully, most of this weekend I'll be working on this tag game, and hopefully I'll make a decent amount of progress. Oh wow, that's cool. It is cool. I'm hoping it's going to be cool. In terms of art style, well, I mean, I don't know. Well, like lighting. Okay. In terms of art style, with regards to like theming, I want the theme to be like a thing with like a spy. I keep using spy, but I don't know if spy is the word I want to use. Like a secret agent type of character. Secret agent and like cartoony villain. That's kind of what I want to do character wise. And more specifically, so with the demo, because it's only going to be 2 characters. For you, the player is going to be some stereotypical like secret agent kind of person, and for the villain, the one person that you're fighting is going to be this twirly mustache. I'm going to take over the world, and no one's going to stop me. That kind of character, like dressed all in black, top hat, twirly mustache, that kind of thing. Going beyond that, for more levels beyond that, past this demo, I kind of want you to like level after level face all of these different cartoony villains that fit into certain stereotypes and that you'd see in like those kinds of like spy movies and or whatever. That's my idea there. So then what you're stealing from them is some kind of like, I have this doomsday device that's gonna, or something that's gonna allow me to take over the world, and you're trying to get that back from them. Something along those lines. I mean, each level could have a different thing that you're trying to steal from them. Not steal, it's like they've stolen it, you're trying to take it back or something. I don't know. We can figure out the actual minute details of the story when we get to that point. It just needs to be a something that you take from them. That also, it can't be like, for the way that the gameplay is, it's like you have to take it and have it in your possession for a certain amount of time to win. So that has to make sense. So my idea is something that you're having to like hack into. And it's like, as long as it's in your possession, then you're like remote hacking into the device or something to like disable it or something. But as long as it's in their position, they're activating like the arming sequence or something. I don't know. So yeah, something along those lines. You sent a link when it came. Oh, is that for the is that the to-do thing? Interesting. Well, I'll check that out later. I don't think I'll do that right now. But yeah, that's cool. I can check that out at some point. I thought that was something only on Windows 11. I don't know when I'm going to upgrade to Windows 11, if it's actually out now, if it's good or whatever. I could do that at some point, but yeah. Okay, what was I saying? I need to get back to actually doing this. Right, I'm still trying to fix my weird turning problems that I'm not entirely sure why they're happening. So to recap for people who are, well, I keep like, I don't know who's like coming in and like leaving from the stream, so I keep trying to like repeat myself to get people caught up. But okay, I thought I hit the play button there. So yeah, our character is like, for some reason the turning broke, and I'm trying to figure out why. Specifically, our character turns way too fast left and right, but our AI seemed to be pretty fine, which is weird. Oh, what? Oh, I have I disabled the player's turning. Up, down turning is fine, but that was different code. Oh, I was trying to invite you to my to-do list? Oh, oh, fair enough. To-do list for what? Your game thing, I imagine, of the different components you're making for that? Interesting. Well, I mean, I can go and, I guess, accept myself into that. I have to sign in. Yeah, sign in off screen. Blammo, and wow, I guess I can see that now. In a second when it's loaded. I can see it loading in the corner of my eye. But if I turn on the character turn here, now this is broken. And yes, I could, in theory, just turn down the turn speed, but I shouldn't have to. Oh, it's still really fast. Yeah, even you try to turn a little bit, it's still pretty fast, which is weird. Never mind. What do you mean, never mind? Well, all right. Well, I mean, I can see the thing, and I can doing the thing. But yeah, even this is weird. Why this is happening? I'm not sure why. Oh, did I just get? Oh, I got like stuck on a wall. Oh, what? Wait, is the turning even more broken when I'm moving? What? Why does it feel inconsistent? It is a frame rate issue. It's gotta be. If it's being inconsistent, it's gotta be. Oh, I beat you. Oh, yeah, there's William. Hello, hello. It's gotta be a frame rate thing. If it's happening, I swear that it's slightly happening more and less. If I go back to the stats thing, apparently this thing is inaccurate, but I can at least judge if like it's going up or down a lot. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so it's gotta be. I'm pretty sure it's a frame rate thing now. Although one thing I just want to check now, is it in the project settings? There's a setting somewhere for basically how often fixed update runs. I just want to find that because I don't remember where it is. You can't never beat me. I was subbed. It just didn't show yet. Can? Are you sure about that? You only subbed like a little bit ago, like a few. In the middle of the stream. Well, how long have I been going? 3 hours and 41 minutes? I think William subbed like at the very beginning, pretty much. So I think he beat you to the punch. Actually, wait, I can prove it. Bam. Proof right there. Yeah, you subbed an hour ago. William subbed 3 hours ago. So, yeah. I can see the order of people following and all that. So that is that. But again, though, I really appreciate both of you, like, subbing to me, by the way. Like, I really, really appreciate that. And all that. So thank you. And hopefully I can make sure that my stream stays entertaining and I can make some really cool things. So, yeah. Anyways, now the first step in doing that is getting this thing back working. You're a bad partner in crime. Is that towards William? Now, where does this thing get set? I'm not sure. I would have thought it would be in the physics settings. I'm pretty sure by default it's 0.02 milliseconds, but I'm not seeing a field here that has 0.02 seconds. Yeah, no. Okay, let me Google this. Maybe it's something that you can't edit anymore, but maybe now it's something that actually changes by frame rate. You sold me out with proof. Oh, me? Oh yeah, I guess I did. Sorry. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna just blatantly lie on my stream. Okay, what was I doing? Unity, physics. Oh, let me. I'm blocking my search thing, but that's fine. Unity, physics, time step. I think that's what it's called. Oh. Unity, or edit project settings time, is that where it maybe is? There wasn't a time. Oh yes, there is. What do I know? Fixed time step. Ah, yeah, that's what it is. This is for fixed update. Yeah. A frame rate independent interval that dictates when physics calculations and fixed update prevents are performed. Okay. So maximum allowed time step? What is that? A frame rate independent interval that caps the... Oh, it can't! Okay, so when the frame rate is bad enough, it does still change. I think that's what's happening here. That caps the worst case scenario when frame rate is low. Physics calculation and fixed update events will not be performed for longer than specified. For a longer time than specified. Interesting. So... it's a frame rate issue when the frame rate gets too low. What happens if I set this as being the same? So it's like, no, you're not allowed to change even with a low frame rate. Stay doing the same thing you were doing before. That could, in theory, fix this. Oh, now it's, okay. Let me just, let's see this. No, hold on. Put this up here. Character turn. No, that didn't seem to fix it. Darn. Okay, what else could fix things? Oh, I do have... Okay, actually, one thing that is affecting the frame rate is that I have lighting that isn't baked. So if I were to bake the lighting, even just at a really low settings, that might boost the performance of this at the very least. Let me also let's do some things real quick to really boost the performance. To see if to then rule out if that is even the issue. I think it is, but I could be wrong on that. Let me go back to these project settings here. Put this back to the 0.1 that it was, because maybe that's just something I shouldn't mess with. And if I turn off, well, actually, I don't even have a thing under there. If I turn off the lighting. Yeah, if I turn off the lighting, turn off this visual effects thing that you can't even see, turn off this model, I turn off, like, all the AIs except one, keeping the environment, AI pathfinding objects, I'm going to keep them. Pathfinding, the AI interaction triggers, let's turn off them so that they can't jump. The minimap character icons, the id character tracker, mouse hide, let's keep that there though. None of this should really... Wait, what happened to... Where's my... Oh, this was the other thing I wanted to just... Let's turn off the post-processing. It says breaks this a lot, but this would, in theory, make the performance higher for now anyway. Oh, wait, I should also change this back to using the HDRP asset thingy. Right now it's on high. It should be on, like, maybe medium. Oh, that's... Hey, how about you don't do that? That almost startled me, but it didn't. I don't know why that didn't startle me when it startled me before. That was, like, very similar to what happened the first time. Well, I guess that first time, I was just so not expecting it to move, and it moved. This, like, I'm used to them moving by now, maybe, or something, I don't know. Okay, what else was I gonna do? The over here. The HDR default settings, whoops. Oh, these are, wait, oh, these are default, volume global. Okay, interesting. What happens if no, but this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something else. Where is this? Graphic settings, that's what I'm looking for. Graphics, that's it, okay. Or maybe it's not. No, what? Oh, it's quality? Oh, it is it. Okay, it's here. So I just change this to low. Oops, no, come on. Why is saving making this do this? How about you don't? How about you do a little bit of not? There you go, okay. Yeah, this, let me go back in here. Interesting. Let's see what happens now. Is the light, is the turning still gonna be messed up? If it is, I don't know what to do next. I will fiddle more though. Okay, it doesn't help if I keep forgetting to re-enable the turning every time. This. Again, yes, I could lower that turn speed variable, but I shouldn't have to, is the thing. Is the weird thing. So let's just see what happens now. It taking a long time to go in play mode is different than it taking Is that different? It's hard to say. Doesn't feel like it. Or it looks like it's slightly better, but still weird. Also, the lighting in here is interesting. It's not what should be happening. And what's this? The, like, looking up and down is really slow now. Weird. Oh, look, yeah, look, we're getting frame rate of like 200. Okay. Yeah, so frame rate's all good. No, well, or I mean, it being just above 60 is like, yeah, normal or something. So why can't I turn slowly? What's wrong with this? So maybe it's something else. Maybe it's not a frame rate issue then. I'm gonna leave the everything all broken like this until I figure this out, so I at least can rule out for certain that oh god, I don't know where the red is. Oh god, now I'm getting worried that I don't know where Big Red is. Reginald is his name. Let me do another thing. I just want to see the up-down camera turn. What value do I have that at? That's another thing I have different, because I think this was another thing that changes depending on frame rate, and that's the up-down camera turning, where over in this scene, I have this as 1. Over in here, I had it as 10, so I'm going to set that back to 1. But this is something different, although I might as well, while I'm trying to figure out what to fix with the other thing, this is another thing to fix, so I'm just going to do this. So let me open up the other one too, because both these bits of code should be the same, in theory. Put one on the left, one on the right. So, again, okay, well, I'm, okay. On the left, this is the code in the project that's on the HD render pipeline. Ooh, you see emotes. Lots of emotes. Cool. I will make my own emotes at some point, hopefully. But yeah, so on the left, that's the code from the HD render pipeline version of the project. On the right, that's the code from the default render pipeline version of the project. This code should be identical. Let me verify. It looks the same to me, and I am using time.delta time, which worries me because that would have been what I thought this was missing and what I needed to fix. There's some other weird things going on here then. So this turn function is being called in another class's in another piece of code's update function. That's what I'm trying to say. So effectively, this is being called an update. So it's being called the faster the frame rate, the more times this is being called. But usually, you do this thing where you go times time.delta time, and that makes it so that regardless of the frame rate, it should still act the same. But it's clearly not. And I gotta figure out why. So to test this thoroughly, I guess. So in this scene, when it had a frame rate of it was like around 60 or 50 or something. Blah. This is what the up-down camera movement is looking like. It's fast, but not too fast. And yes, it'll be affected by your mouse settings, but just comparing how my mouse's sensitivities settings are. So this is the up-down turning in this scene, and it was running at what FPS? Like 40 to 50, let's say. But with that thing being a bit off, it says apparently. GG. Yet over in this scene, with the same code and the same variable value in the inspector, the FPS is appearing to be different. Look at it. I can't even. You can see my mouse moving. The camera ain't. It's moving very not a lot. But we're at a frame rate of 200. So I must be doing something wrong. Is there something wrong about my understanding about time.delta time? Or am I putting this in the wrong place? Should this be somewhere else? Usually this is the part where I'm actually turning the camera. So ignore this clamp code. This clamp code is just making it when if you look up too far, it clamps up here and it clamps at the bottom. But because I'm not even getting to the point of looking that high or looking that low, in theory, this code is not affecting the camera turning. The only line that's doing that is this line here. Transform.rotate, vector z, vertical. This is getting the mouse input times turn speed times time.delta time. I wonder what if it's an input problem? Ooh, that's something I didn't think of. Ooh! What if it's a thing, because it's mouse input, it's not A and D. What if, because I'm getting it's getting it as a number that's moving all around. It goes, I think, between actually I don't know what numbers it goes between. But numbers that change, long story short, numbers that change depending on how the mouse moves, or specifically the vertical, the up-down of the mouse. I wonder if I don't have that as being frame rate independent, because that's also going to be the case with the left-right movement. So what if what if here is not where the problem is? What if it's in the other place? Or what if I have time.delta time in two places, and then that's causing a problem? That could be a thing. Because the thing is, actually here, the faster the frame rate, the slower the camera was, or that's what it seemed like was the case. Okay, so that's an idea. So to look at that, because the other thing I noticed, as I said before, it looked like the AIs look like they're turning fine. So that is then another reason of why it could be just something with the player. And the one difference between the player and the AI is their input, specifically mouse stuff. So one thing I might try. Let me go to where I'm getting player input. I might change just temporarily the turning input to be through buttons rather than the mouse, and then see if that works as being frame rate independent, and then I would know for sure that it is the mouse. So let me first just go to where I'm getting mouse input. So it's this. So I don't know. Oh shoot, this is something that's different. So mouse.current.delta.x.readValue, to my understanding, that's how you do you get that sort of mouse moving speed. In the old code, let me go back to this. This was one thing I had to change because I had to, this was not a problem of going between pipelines. This was a problem of going between different versions of Unity, where actually this project is using the old input system. The other project is using the new input system. So I had to change some code of how it gets input, but I thought I had it at a point where it was identical, but maybe it's not. And maybe that's something I have wrong. So that's something to test. So here is this. So this is different, where it's input.getAccess, mouse x and mouse y. Oh, okay. So one thing I know that, or one thing I think is the case, I'm pretty sure that these values clamp between -1 and 1. So like if you move the mouse really far to the left, or like really far to the right, I'm pretty sure that like it basically gives you a value between -1 to 0 to 1. This, the other one, I don't know if this clamps in that same way. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So that's something. So I'm actually, the first thing I'm gonna do is verify this. So I'm gonna focus on just the camera turn for now, and if I maybe fix this for the camera turn, it might also fix it with the left-right turning. So I'm just gonna start by printing. Vertical is the one I want. Right. And then I'm going to print in the other one, and I just want to compare the value of both things. If they're both basically being equal, then maybe that's fine. Or then that's one thing ruled out, I should say. If they're being wildly different, it's going to be a bit hard to test, but mainly I just wanted to test if they both clamp between -1 and 1. If one does and the other doesn't, then that's a problem. Or actually, it's me figuring out the problems, which means I can fix it. So if anything, it's like a good thing. Okay, so this does not. Okay, so I'm getting values of like, let me go like this real quick. Yeah, so I'm getting like really large values, really high values. Okay, interesting. So this is not clamping between, and it's getting like really high values. So that's interesting. So now in this one, what do you do? It might do the same thing. I could be wrong in what I just said, but I'm pretty sure that this is going to get values only between -1 and 1. Oh, it's different. Yeah, we found a difference. Okay, beautiful. Let me put the console back down here so it's more seeable. Oh, no, it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, this does go above. Hold on. Wait, maybe I'm wrong. It's different, though. Okay. CyberC 46G1. Oops. Oh, didn't mean to type that in this chat or something. Okay, so it is different. In this going between, like, looks like around, like, 3 and -3 the way it is. If I move this really fast, then the values are different. So I wonder, okay, actually, this does seem like it has the capability of going really high. I wonder if this is affected by frame rate, where the higher the frame rate is, then these values can be even larger. This is what I meant. Oh, that probably is the case, because, or maybe it isn't. I'm not sure. Oh, GG is what I meant. Typing CyberC 46, blah, blah, blah. That's, oh, is that a default thing? You guys putting the GG thing, is that one of my emotes? I was unaware of that. Or that's probably one of the, like, whatever the default thing is, because I haven't changed it. Because I'm assuming CyberC, that's Cyberchroma. Okay, interesting. So that's that. Yes, cool, fair enough. So now I want to test this theory where in this scene, I want to test my theory that this value, it's like maximum and minimum values changed depending on the frame rate. So this going between like -50, I think I saw like a value over 100 there. So now let me purposely tank the frame rate on this. Like do just a bunch of things that are going to make the frame rate just a lot lower. Like going, clearing the lighting settings here. We'll, I think, do a bit of that. Because there's certain things that are now not going to be baked. It's going to be calculated in real time. Yep. Great. I'm just gonna kind of activate everything and get everything in here. Well, okay, I think the main thing above all is just clicking this is going to change a lot of that. Get back this. Yeah, there we go. So now I want to see what the values are. Basically, what I'm looking at. So I have a theory of what to do about it if I normalize the numbers. No, it looks like... Is that still about the same? I actually can't tell. No, it looks like it's easier. That looks like it's different. I think that's different. Yeah, it looks like it's really easy to get to numbers that are like 200. Yeah, so it looks like this is double. Yeah, it looks like this is... Right now, the frame rate is basically... It's half of what it was before. It was... Well, no. It's like in 200, now it's like 6. So it's like, okay, more than half. Or... Yeah, less than half, I mean. And it looks like that's... Yeah, going pretty high. Can I tank the frame rate even more? Oh, bring back the mini-map cam. That will help do that. Just to, yes, red space. Yeah, the space is a bit red right now. Why? Because that happened to be the skybox I used. There was like 3 that I found to choose from, I guess. One that was more green, one that was more red, and one that was more, purple. Actually, no, there was one that was more red than this. This is the one that was more purple. Okay, so this... Is it different? I want to say that those numbers are different. I'm not too sure. But either way... Okay. Either way, they are different than what they were before. And actually, I'm going to bring all this back. But then also have this. Wait, if I go back to this and then put this on low, I just want to see what that's going to look like. Or what that's going to do to the... settings. Actually, wait, I just want to see this real quick. What is this actually? I just want to like flick back and forth the difference that we see in our scene here between high and low. Okay, interesting. What about high and medium? Interesting. What about... Okay, not that much of a difference between low and medium, but a big difference between high and medium. Interesting. So I guess I will... Oh no, wait. Does medium not... I wasn't even realizing that medium... Why would medium be breaking those other cameras? I'm not sure. That's a problem. That's a whole separate thing I'll deal with eventually. I'll just keep it on high for now. Where did Sus Red go? He's right here. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's right there. His name is Reginald with a D. Reginald. So yeah. I gave all of the characters, all the colored, these guys, I gave them all names based on their color. So I think this was Blue Dina or something. The names aren't great. I said I gave them names. I didn't say I gave them good ones. The only one I think is funny, or I think the best one was Reginald, and that was, yeah, literally, that is literally how I spelt it, I think, what you just typed there. Where is it? Oh, these are all of them. Reginald. Oh, Reginald, not Reginald, I guess. I don't know, it was just the way I spelled it. What? His name was Reginald, like normal Reginald at first, and then I realized I could add a D in there, and then that was funny. So yeah, and then what we got, like, so Blake, Blue Dina, Broen, I guess, Cyano, Greenovo, Limus, Orangy, Pinky, Preposterous. That's not really a name, but it had purple kind of in it. Reginald, Whitalio, and Yellowco, I guess. Those were the names. These are all temporary, except maybe Reginald, but like properly spelled Reginald might be the name of the our actual villain. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, but with this though, what was I doing now? So let me try lol indeed. So I do know that for sure. I don't know if it's because of frame rate, but I'm pretty sure it is, that what this thing returns and what these guys return are indeed different. So basically what I want to do, this is mouse input. This is me getting mouse input. So what I want to do, the mouse scrolling input. Actually, No, before I go further, let me make sure that the mouse thing is the only problem. By basically getting rid of the mouse stuff, temporarily make the turning happen through buttons, so those are consistent, being 1, -1, or 0, like WASD. And then if I can get the turning to be consistent like that, then I know for certain that it's only the mouse that's the problem. Because it could be the mouse thing that's the problem and something else. So let me rule out that the mouse is the only problem. So in doing that, actually as I said, I'm only going to worry about the up-down turning for right now. So mouse vertical instead is going to be this equals input dot get key down. No, get key is actually what's going to have to be. Right now, the I key. So I'll go like I and K, or I don't know. The letter does not number. The letter does not matter. Oh, it's not. That's not how you do this. Key code dot I. So this is going to. Why don't you like this? Oh, this is a float. Okay. Let's just do this real quick. I'm very familiar with getting input. I've done this tons of times with like making characters is like a very common thing I've had to program. Let me turn off my air conditioning thing real quick. Because I tend to start a lot of projects where I make the character and then not much else before I start something new. So, so this is 1, and actually I'll put a button for -1. Else, this is all temporary. Else, actually, I'll make it 2 buttons. 1 and -1. I'll put K, so because they're close to each other on the keyboard. Then this being -1, and then I need to go else 0. Okay, so I do this, and now I also want to do this in the other code. Okay. Where I do this, right? Except this needs to use the other input thing. This I know is the same. Like this line here, like in terms of going from the new input system, the old one, this line is the equivalent to in the other one, input.getKey space. Or input.getKey keycode.space. So I know that part's the same. It's just, I guess, the mouse input's weird and different. Mouse click input, like get key left mouse button, that should be the same. But yeah, okay, so what was I just going to do? Change this. So this one was I. So key.I, yep, okay, is pressed. And this dot K. This is taking longer than I thought to do all this fixing, but it was, when I was little, this is what I thought code was. Oh, just typing in 1s and 0s to code. Fair enough. So with this change, I'm gonna have to change the turn speed. Yeah, so I started learning programming, it would have been near the end of grade 9, pretty much. So that's that. My first programming language was Python. Okay, what am I looking for? The camera turn input, because that's what I changed. This will probably need to be a lot higher, so I'm going to try 10. Yeah, so that's that. I actually have had... So, funny thing, you say you thought code was 0s and 1s. Ages ago, it kind of was. Assembly code is very close to just typing the... Well, okay, it is different, but it is very close to, like, typing the code in 0s and 1s. You can actually, like humans, you can convert assembly code, which is a low-level programming language. You can convert that into the actual 1s and 0s that the computer understands. And I've had to do that. Or, okay, more specifically, convert it into the hexadecimals that the computer... Well, that then would get converted into the binary. Like, binary and hexadecimals, you can... I say easily, but, like... you can convert numbers from hexadecimals to binary. But just hexadecimals is less characters. So when you have binary codes, you need like a bajillion 1s and 0s to say anything. For hexadecimals, you need very little, a lot less. Actually, half as much, or an eighth as much, or no, half as much, I think, or something like that. Anyways, whatever. So to as many characters to say the same thing, effectively. But I have had to convert assembly code into hexadecimals, and I've had to convert hexadecimals into assembly code. Oh, what the what? Okay, that's not the result I was expecting. Oh, these are inverted, but okay, that's fine. That was just a result of it being too high. Really? Okay, so actually ignoring the fact that these are inverted, I had the numbers wrong. I want this. Okay, I'm just gonna have this be a little lower for the sake of our testing. Okay. So that's this. Yeah. Okay, it was yellow's turn to scare me. Fine. Okay, so that was fine there as a test. Yeah. Except I am just gonna because I can just invert these. So I is -1. This is +1, I guess. And then over here now, I changed it in the wrong place, but this, I wanted to invert both of them. So now, in theory, if my theory is correct, we saw how fast that turned there. Imagine Reginald started flying. I mean, he's tried to fly before. All the times that he's just ran off the edge because his AI didn't work right. And all the times that he's just failed jumps, so... He's tried. I mean, I could have like a cool like anti-gravity level. That could be a thing I could try to do. I mean, or just at least like low gravity or something. I don't know how well that would work, but it in theory could. Okay, so on the main camera, setting this to 0.5. So now, in theory, if the mouse thing was the only problem, this should move at the same speed as it did in the other one, regardless of the frame rate. So let's see if I'm right or not. And it's not. Why? Yeah. So it's something else. Well, okay. This is progress though. Sort of. I guess. Kind of. So. You can't really see this, but I'm holding I, and the camera's turning up. Well, you can kind of tell. The camera's turning up very slowly. Fine. Let me do another thing where I put this back to low. Actually, I probably have to go. Oh yeah, can't do that while in the game mode. If I do this now, the frame rate should go up a decent amount. I'm curious what this is going to do. If it's different at all, that means that the frame rate is affecting it. So this is faster, right? Okay, it's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure this is faster. Bye. Oh, you're heading out? All right. Well, thanks for dropping by the real shortest room. I'll see you around. Maybe next time you see me, I will this will be working, and we will be making more cool stuff. I didn't intend for this to be taking so long, but it's a problem we're dealing with. I have to figure this out to be able to, keep working on this. To do the next things I want to do. Just got a Beast Burger. Ah, neat. I can't say the same. GTG, gotta go. Yeah. All right, but yeah, see you around the real shortest room. Yeah, hopefully this will be fixed by the next time you see my stream. So okay, I could turn this up. Actually, I'm curious about basically how much do I have to turn this up for this to be normal? Or like, I mean, for this to match the other scene, I should specify. We're ignoring the left-right turning right now. So something like this, pretty much. Ignore the mini-map right now. So that needs to be, because it was 0.5, this is needing to be 200 times what this value needs to be for it to turn at the same speed. Why? Okay, so that means, so we know as well that it wasn't just the mouse. I think the mouse was a factor in this. Oh, no, actually, it still wasn't even this fast. Hold on, let me get the exact number, not the exact, a better estimate at least. How high does this one's turn speed need to be for it to match the other one? So 100 wasn't enough. Let's try 200. Soon, also, after I get this fixed, the very next thing I'm going to be doing is a certain performance improvement that'll make it so I can go into play mode a lot faster. So that is something I'd like to do soon. This. Okay, so this was about the same. So it was 400 times the other one. But I know, or I'm pretty sure, I can't just go times 400 in the code because I think this is something that changes with the frame rate. So let me try, okay, more things. So I also know, so this is also something that is not, this is something that's not a result of the rigid body stuff. So physics wasn't the problem. So that's a good thing that we've been able to rule out. So that is something. So we know that it's a frame rate thing with regards to, I don't know what actually, some kind of frame rate thing, I think, or in terms of how often the functions are running. So let me try taking time to delta time out of here, just as a test, even though I shouldn't. That should be making it so that it's no longer. Oh wait, this times 500. Is this here in the other one? It's not. How long? How long has that been? That was also a difference. Wait, which one had which? Sorry, let me. The other one. So the HDR one. I got rid of that times 500. Okay, maybe this was the problem with this, could maybe put there being something with a fixed update that's a problem that could put that back on the table. So let me. How did I not spot that? I looked at this and it was like, oh look, there's no differences here. How did I not spot that? Okay, fine. Well, is there anything else that's different? I don't think so. And then over here, there's nothing different other than the one thing like that I know is different. Well, yeah, okay. There are differences here, but I know what those differences are, and those shouldn't be the problem. I'm trying to get those differences to not matter, effectively. Okay, so with that change, let's look at this. Is very important. Now, can I have this? I said it was about 400 times different. Wow. Okay. Wow. So, okay, wait, no. That puts it back to maybe being a mouse problem again, which is good. Actually, this is a good thing. Because now if it works and it's the same, then we know it's a mouse problem. So which means I think I could fix it if I just normalize the mouse input. Which is, oh, whoops, whoa. Okay, so let's see this then. Hey. This looks good. This being the same as this. Ideally, like, okay, it looks close enough, but it might actually be exactly the same. Let me look at this. I think that may have been exactly the same. Is that the case? When this is, when this finally does the do. Is this, okay, this is hard to see. I'm going to put this on one screen, on this on another. I can't be like in both at the same time. It'd be cool if I could. Are you, oh. But, ignoring the left and right. Oh, there's him. Yeah, it looks good. I think so. Which is good. I'm just kind of like double checking. I'm pretty sure it is. This versus the other one. Is it the same? Wait, hold on. It might be, the other one might be a little slower. It's hard to tell. No, it's the same. It's probably fine. It's close enough. Anyway, so at this point, that is close enough. And I think it's the same. The fact that I'm not entirely sure means it probably is. Okay, so good. So now. So I isolated the problem. That's what this means now. It's not there yet because obviously because that was with my it being through buttons and not through the mouse. And now I want it to be consistent with the mouse input. So we've isolated the problem where the only thing that's now they're the same, but when I bring back the mouse stuff, now it's different. So it's a problem with the mouse stuff. Okay. So now I need to figure out basically how to make both mouse things the same. And I think what I can do, not normalize. Oh wait. I need to, what would I do with this? So, first of all, let me get rid of this and do that in the other one. Sort of mess with both at the same time. So, let me do this. So, and I'll keep the print statement. Yeah. Okay. So I want to change both together so that they're the same still. So basically what's happening here, whether this is a frame, I think it's a frame rate thing, but also just the input things being different. This gets different values than this, in terms of the size of the value, I guess. So what I could do is scale them back down to within a certain value, like negative, like just okay. What I think I'll try doing to start is whatever value this is, clamp it between 1 and -1, and there's a handy dandy function that's going to do that for us called clamp, where actually no, I don't even need to do this. I go mouse vertical divide equals. That's going to do that, I think. No, this will be a problem if this is 0. So actually, maybe I don't do it this way. Unless I could have a special check, like if it's 0, don't do this. But never mind. I'll just do it the mathf.clamp way. .clamp. So I have to clamp. So I'm clamping math mouse vertical between. You put a minimum value -1 and a maximum value 1. This, but I have to go. This is weird. I can't just like. We'll have to go like this. Mouse vertical equals mathf.clamp mouse vertical. You have to put it twice in there. It's weird, but that's how it is. Sorry you're talking to a rock because I'm lost. Fair enough. Well, you will hopefully not be lost when you... Well, you'll see the results of what I'm doing. Long story short, I'm fixing the mouse input being weird. That's the easiest thing I could say there. Just the mouse input, getting input from the mouse, I wasn't doing it right. So at different frame rates, the game running at a different frame rate, meaning, like, do you know frame rate stuff? Like how a game can run at like 30 frames per second or 60 frames per second? If you're familiar with that, maybe. At different frame rates, the camera is turning at different speeds, which is a problem. I'm trying to make it consistent, and this is my way of doing this. So let me do this, and actually this should be the same. I don't know if this is going to work though. We're gonna find out. YH. I'm gonna guess that's like ye or something. Oh, all right. But yeah, that's yeah. So now because I've made that value so much smaller, I probably will have to bump up this value. Let's find out by how much. So the left-right turning is going to be the same as it was before, so it's going to still be messed up in the other one. Okay, it's just the up-down turning that I'm caring about. So now, okay, and now I bumped the actual turn speed up a bunch more. So now, this is fine. This is good enough anyway. No, wait, hold on. No, because the why is that happening? Wait, okay. I can tweak the value, but it's like good enough for now, for the sake of my testing. Maybe like 0.75 would be better. 0.75. So it's kind of mostly like the same, like left to right as up to down, kind of. Yeah, this is. If anything, the left-right should be a little higher than the up-down, I think, because being able to like snap turn around is for this might be good, I guess. But also, the main thing I wanted is be able to potentially, if you whip the mouse, you turn fast, but also if you go to move the mouse a little bit, you can fine-tune your turn. That's what was being weird and broken in the other thing, where trying to turn the mouse a little bit was still turning you a lot, so that was a big problem from that. So 0.75 should work here, which means 0.75 should work over here. Please work, please work, please work. Wait, did I actually change the code on this side? I want to say I did. Okay, please work. It's just the left-right still going to be broken. We're only focusing on the top-down right now. No, it's still... Still being weird. Let me also do a thing just so I can see things better. I'm gonna turn off the left-right turning for a moment. Mouse acceleration. Yeah, it's that's sort of what I'm fiddling with right now, kind of. On the code side of things, not in terms of my like mouse or whatever. It treating. Oh wait, did I not change it in the other one? No, I did. Oh no, why? I would have thought that would have fixed it. Let me also go back to let me do a thing that I should be doing and I keep not doing. I'm gonna do this. This is going to break the AIs, but it will make me go into play mode a lot faster. Yeah, so. Oh, well, no, why is this like this? Ignoring the errors that I'm getting. Here, let me turn off the AIs as well for right now. That'll stop the errors. So, okay, let me look at maybe the console of what's being printed. What? Why am I not seeing, You're being clamped. Oh, don't tell me you're an integer. Oh my god, don't tell me that you're an integer and not, a float. You're a float, I swear. You're a float. Oh, okay. Well, I was almost hoping that was the case, so that would be the fix. Did I have something else wrong in here? It's clamping this between -1 and 1. Floaty boy indeed. What's the problem here? There's something I'm doing wrong here. I might start Googling things pretty shortly. I think I get what's going, like why this isn't working now that I think more about it. Just clamping the values to -1 and 1 I think it's making, when I whip the mouse, it's giving them the same maximum speed. So actually I did the opposite of what I said before, where I'm making it so you can't really whip the mouse around. But what's happening is, look, when I go to move the mouse just the tiniest bit, it's moving a lot, because this thing, the mouse input that it was getting, the mouse input it was getting, I think, was being really high anyways, so it's not really getting a value. It's not really having values that are between 1 and -1. So it's always just being 0, 1, or -1, which isn't what I want for that, like, smooth mouse movement. So clamping maybe isn't what I want to do. What I kind of want to do is some kind of, like, remapping thing, or like, there's some weird math I can do here, but I'm not sure what it is. Maybe, okay, maybe I start Googling some things. Unity mouse input frame rate independent. Unity input, even I could learn more about input.getAxis, even though I'm not using that input system. That might just help me get more towards a solution. So, yeah. At my eye. Okay. It's higher, yeah. Interesting. Okay. So, well, I am I am multiplying the input by time.tel to time at a different part of my code. I think, okay, I guess actually, so more so with, okay, I guess it's not as much a frame rate thing at this point. You know what? More so what the problem is, it's not really a frame rate thing. It's more so just that this, oh, This way of getting mouse input is just giving me different values than this way of getting mouse input. And I'm just trying to make them both the same, or do some math to them so that they end up spitting out the same numbers. That would fix this, in theory. Hey, Brandon, off topic, so you don't have to answer this, but would you know why a road would be clipping into the ground and being all weird in Unity? Huh, interesting. So you have a road that's clipping into the ground. Could you elaborate that? I could try to answer that. One thing that, I don't know if this helps, but if you have two objects in the exact same place, it causes clipping issues. Like if these are exactly on top of each other, you're gonna notice weird clipping stuff. So don't have, I'll send a screenshot on Discord. Go for it, yeah, and then I can try to see what's going on. If you have something like this where these are in the exact same spot, that causes this weird flickering effect. So basically just don't have two things, like two faces exactly in the same spot, or exactly like, overlapping. Have one be like at least like ever so slightly above the other one. If that's road intersecting with ground, I don't know if that could be your issue, or it could be something else entirely. Oh, you sent the thing. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing this already, and I'm thinking that this is the problem. Yeah, that's because your road and the ground are like in the exact same place, like the exact same. They're overlapping exactly, so Unity doesn't know how to handle that. So your road, just drag it up like the tiniest bit, and that hopefully should deal with that. Yeah. Okay. Now back to my issue. I'm assuming that's your problem. I don't know if it's anything else, but hopefully that worked. Thanks. Woo, does that mean it worked? Booyah. Cool. Okay, so back to my issue. Okay, so I need to let me Google more of this. So I think actually the frame rate thing might be fine. Or no, because I think it okay, let me not look at input.getAxis. I think input.getAxis was consistent, or like frame rate, good on frame rate. It's specifically this mouse.current.delta read value. This is maybe what's different. What is the problem thing? Mouse delta input. I've tried that, big fan so far. Features, but I was wondering the correct way to process the callback data for mouse delta. Okay. And also this. I guess I received several updates to the mouse delta per frame, so it seems like So position is in pixels, i.e. the amount of change on position. Applying an update without taking time to account will essentially make rotation speeds dependent on frame rate. That is my problem. So to get constant speed scale by time at delta time. So do I want to but I'm already multiplying by time at delta time at a different part of the code. So with that, it would multiply by time at delta time twice, which seems not like something I don't want, but maybe it's something that I have to do. I guess I could. Let me just do a bit more reading. Input get access raw. Wait. Blue is offset. Yeah. This is I don't know what audio is playing for that, but that's fine. Yeah, see, these are different, or whatever. Or what? Why is? The position in the orange square is being offset in update by the old input system, while the blue is offset by read value. Yeah, weird. That'd be different.
Where the acceleration of the orange grid generally matches out of the curves, the blue square seems to unpredictably jump or lag. The second half of the video also demonstrates the movement being coming out of sync, dragging the cursor from a point and eventually returning to that same point means that the orange square also returns to its initial position as expected, but the blue square comes to rest at a different position. It'd be nice to get an update to the problem. Trying into this myself. Is there intent to make frame by frame delta more usable in actions? This is now behaving a little weird. I think it's interesting. Yeah, it seems like a pretty big thing that's not working properly. I agree. The whole, like, the new input system thing seems to have many problems that I don't agree with. But whatever. Like, I don't know, maybe I can go back to using the old input system. I was just of the mindset of like, new thing, I probably should be using this, as opposed to just being stuck in my old ways. I should be using the new features of Unity as they exist, not being stuck in the past or whatever. But if something's going to be this problematic and this broken, then maybe I don't switch over yet until it's working properly. Or at the very least, I could use a combination of things where I could have like I could have everything except the mouse use the new input system and have the mouse specifically use the old input system. Oh, then this is 2019, so I should take that like with everything we're in here with a grain of salt of like maybe problems that is happening here could be fixed by now, in theory, but I don't know for sure. Let's look at a different forum post thing. Okay. Specifically, getting converting stuff. Okay, I'm new to Unity scripting. I'm trying to make a third-person camera. So blah, 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 blah. The script used was blah. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to. There's two of you stream playing, and I can't find the second to mute it. You can use both. Oh, wait. Do you mean on my end? Is there... No, I don't see any desktop audio thing for my ODS thing, so there's no, like, weird feedback loop. Oh, do you mean on your end you have two versions of my stream open? Woo, I'll take the... I don't know if the, if that... No, me? Fair enough. Okay. I don't know if that actually counts as two views here. I actually don't know, because or if it recognizes that because it's from the same account that it only counts as one view, or I don't know if it goes by, like, IP address or whatever. I don't know. I don't think... I've tried myself having my Twitch thing open on my computer and on my phone, but I'm pretty sure I've still only had one... Like, it's only said one viewer while it's been like that. So I think it might be like a one per account kind of a thing. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. But yeah, so new input system. Oh yeah, this is this weird context on this. Is a different thing. Hey, it's my problem. Hey. Oh wait, what? No, it's not. That's not my problem. But this was. But nah. Try to import new conflict. Not finding a solution to my problem. Acting super weird. Yeah. All this absolutely. But then the value is limited to screen width. Anyway, yeah, I just need to see more ideas of. Okay, I can try but
I'm hesitant to multiply by times at delta time because I'm doing that somewhere else in my code. So then I would be doing it twice. I'm pretty sure. Like somewhere else in my code for how this number is used. But fine, I will just try this. If it works, then I guess I won't complain. Here, let me go back to, I guess I'm removing the clamp thing though. Which then means I need to change these values back. So both of these back to 0.5, ideally. Go to project settings, player active input handling. I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware that I could go back to using the old input system, or specifically using both. I'm trying not to. That's going to be my final straw. Like, I give up on this kind of solution. I'm aware of that being an option, but I wanted to try to get this to work with the new input system, because in theory I should be able to. This is probably going to be the last thing I'm going to try. If this doesn't work, I will probably do that. I'll throw in the towel. The rest of the input stuff, it's fine. It's just mouse stuff. Wait. Is this... No, this isn't... Wait, is this fine? No. No? Wait. No, right? Wait, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me double check. I'm pretty sure that's not... That's too slow compared to this. It needs to be the same. Ideally, it would be exactly the same. Because if it's not exactly the same, then there might still be a frame rate thing. Yeah, look at... Yeah, this is not the same as this. Okay, fine. Fine, Unity. I will go back to the old input system. I wasted my time, but whatever. I mean, at least I found out what the problem was, and then it was the mouse stuff. So that's over in project settings, yeah. At least I was able to find out that was the problem, and it wasn't... Because I thought it may have been a problem with, like, a physics thing. Thankfully, it wasn't that. So let's go... I'm going to restart Unity for this, but where is it again? Is it player? Oh, it's player, yeah. It's over here. Other settings? Yeah, this. So I'm going to go with both. So basically, I guess I'm going to be using the old input system for all the movement, because that's fine. Like, any keyboard buttons, because that's fine. But for mouse input, I will go with the old one. Fine. Yeah, whatever. All right. Hopefully this is gonna work. I guess I don't know that for certain yet. While that's loading, I might as well just swap this out real quick. I can update the code. Wait. No, I'm updating this code for the other code. And yeah, see, I'm not having to multiply this by time, not delta time again, because I knew that probably was not something that I needed to do. Because, oh, no, let me change you. Because I'm multiplying those numbers by time dot delta time later. That's the point I was getting across. Okay, so that's working. Other thing I'm going to do is over in this scene, because I would like to, if I'm going to keep going in and out of play mode on this, is just that once again I'm going to turn off the pathfinding and turn off the AIs, just so I can go in and out of play mode faster while I'm doing things that aren't testing like proper gameplay. All right, no, let me open you. Come on. Nope. There, you're good. Okay. So now you're both all right. Let's hope that this is actually gonna work. I'm pretty confident that it will, but I don't know for certain. Let me go to the characters thing. Make sure I have. This should, in theory, fix the vertical and the horizontal. So let me just enable that right away. I have both of them on 0.5. Please work. Please, 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 please. Yes! It's good enough for me. This is fine. Yes! Oh, what happened? Where'd my mouse go? This is fine. Yeah! All right, I am happy with this. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let me do one more little thing, and that's go back to the quality of this being on high. Let me put this actually down here. And this definitely will have changed the frame rate, I think. Hey, an anonymous cheer. Hey, you gave me was that a bit? Was that what that was? Well, hold on, let me. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I saw a notification. Wait, I can see it over in here. You used 1 bit. Hi, thank you. And anonymous cheerer. Hello, hello. Hi. Aaron1. That's your message thing? Or Anon1? Or is that the name of the emote thing or something like that? Oh, it is the emote. Okay. Hi, hello, and thank you. You are the first person to ever gift a bit to me. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you've been finding this stream interesting for however long you've been here. And yeah, also, we've just achieved success with this. Where, okay. It was half me giving up on another thing and half we did achieve success. Where I have now successfully converted my project to being in the from the default render pipeline to the HD render pipeline. Why didn't I think of that? Didn't think of what? The converting between pipelines or something with the input thing? Or were you also having problems with mouse things? Is that what you're talking about? Because I know you were making a first-person shooter thing, One-Hit Gaming. Bit? Oh, what about Bit? Why didn't I think of... Oh, you don't have to donate bits if that's what you're talking about. I appreciate any, financial donations. Help me be a poorer college student. Help me pay off my tuition. Not really, but but no, I do appreciate it. One bit is like 1 cent, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And how much of a cut do I get of that? I think I get like... Actually, I don't remember. But Twitch takes a small percentage of bit donations. I'm pretty sure, I have to like go double check, but I believe, so subs, I believe Twitch takes 50% of that as long as I'm an affiliate. I think if I hit partner, then they take less of a cut. I might be wrong on that. I think for bits, they take a small percentage of that. I don't think it's 50%. I want to say like 30, but I might be wrong on that. And I think donations, I don't think they take any, I think that's the one thing that they don't take a cut of. I think that's how that works. I could be completely wrong. So, yeah. I read it earlier today when I had to sign my my sort of contract thing. Am I allowed to say this stuff? There's certain rules, I think. I did read the whole Twitch agreement, affiliate agreement thing, or I skimmed it for the most part. Most of those times when you have one, I'm gonna restart real quick, double auto. Those are words. You mean you're you having double audio thing for what you were saying before. So restarting the stream might fix that for you. Hopefully it does. Yeah, okay, right now I'm just running around randomly. Also, yeah, I got this cool space background. Again, I didn't make the background. I just assembled it as a cube map. I don't even know if we're gonna have an actual level that is in space. It's just what we have right now is something that I found. We'll play around more with like graphical stuff later. Oh, one thing I wanted to say, to look at is basically how is the field of view for the player? That's actually one thing, important game thing that I'm gonna figure out right now. Okay, where is on the player's camera? Let's play around with a few different fields of view. So right now this is at 80, which is a thing. I determined that 90 is equivalent to the default render pipeline's 60. So this would be more similar to the field of view we had before in the other thing. So that looks like this. It's hard for me to... So it looks more zoomed in, but I don't know if that's better or whatever. Oh, I do like that fog. Oh, I like that. That looks really cool. This scene also doesn't have the lighting baked into it properly, so if I did that, we'd get more global illumination in indirect lighting, so that would be something that would make this look cooler. Yeah, okay, let me test some more field of views. If I make this even smaller, okay, this is definitely a no. This would make it really hard to even judge jumps. It looks good for looking into the distance. Maybe this could be a button. You press a button to sort of zoom in into the distance. I don't know if I'd want to do that though. If I go like really far out, oh boy, what in the heck? Oh my, okay. Isn't this what Quake? Isn't this like the Quake field of view? Yeah, no, this is not something that I want. I mean, then you can really easily see like once there's an actual person there and not a cylinder, then you can match. You can do your jumps well. What about so like 100? So having the field of view too high makes it look too zoomed in. Having the field of view too low makes it so you can well, like, well, yeah, field of view. You can see more around you, and eventually it gets so weird that it looks like you're looking behind you to a degree. Or you can see, yeah. So this is 100. That's what this is looking like. Just doing a bit of running around, seeing like, you know, how easy or how hard is it to be making these jumps? Does this seem like a field of view that I'd want? Or do I want it to be more like this? Oh, this one 115. Or how it was like this. I'm thinking I kind of want the wider field of view, looking at just how this was. Yeah, this feels a bit almost like too zoomed in, is what I would say that feels like. I mean, I could move the camera back compared to where the player is, but I think I want something that's a bit higher. So 100 though is like this. Is this too high? Not sure. I could go back to 90. So this matches. Oops. So this matches kind of what we had before, which might be then something I want to stick with. Yeah, that's good enough for now, I think. I'm back now. Hello. Okay, so question to you, actually getting external opinions. What do you think of, so I'm messing with the field of view of the camera here. What do you think about this field of view versus this one? Which do you prefer? This field of view or this one? It looks a little like more zoomed out or a little more zoomed in. The 90? Yeah, I'm thinking the 90 as well. So that's what we'll go with for now. 90. Cool. And actually, funny enough, this matches, I don't know if it's exact, but it pretty much matches the field of view we had over here. So yeah, that's that. Although here, that field of view is 60 to achieve this. Here, it was 90. So that's just how that happens to be. Okay, next thing I would like to try and fix. I noticed something where as soon as I go to a different, one of these quality levels, the mini-map breaks. I wanted to just quickly see if I can do something about that. Mainly, at least I would like it to work on medium quality. If it doesn't work on low, that's fine for now, maybe. So let me first look at, so it's something weird with the render textures or something like that. Let me look at what settings are different on this that could be affecting that. So rendering, HDR high quality, that asset, yeah. So, okay, that's this over on this side now. So what could be different here between these? I need to be able to have that render texture thing there for this to work. Or I mean, okay, for like if I had something set up where like on a low quality it shows just an image, a pre-rendered image, I could in theory do that. But I'd like to keep the having it work through another camera. So let me, I just want to see basically what is the difference, or what option specifically is the difference between these things. Oh, let me look for an option. There's an option that says something about, I don't know if it's to do with the other camera or if it's because of the render texture. It's one of those two things. That would be the problem. And what's weird, actually, I know that this is the case. If I go into low quality, if I go into play mode now, the picture's still, the profile picture one, that's still rendered. Like, look, there it is. The guy there. So that's rendering, which is weird. Or it's weird that then the background mini-map isn't. I'm not sure why that's not happening. So it could be a lighting thing. I don't know. I also don't know what this white is that it's sort of replacing it with. Let me look at that image. Maybe some settings on that I could change. So this is the mini-map thing. Yeah. This is the profile pictures one. Oh! Oh, it's the profile pictures thing that's messed up. Weird. Is it because it's like on top? Okay, interesting. I thought it was the mini-map. But, I mean, it's still, like, render texture sort of going wrong, and I don't know why. Oh, is it on a lower... Okay, I think I have an idea. On a lower quality setting, render textures can't be transparent. That's my theory, because that's probably what's going wrong here, is that this render texture, it can't be transparent, so, but on like high quality, it can. So that's probably the difference. So I need to be able to have, I guess, transparent render textures or something like that. Okay, so that's my theory. I could be wrong, but that sounds like something that could make sense. Something that's an idea now for an option to look for. So in general, I want to be looking for options that have to do with render textures. I guess. So I guess I just go through all of these and just look for that kind of option. So rendering, lit shader mode, motion vectors, runtime, decals, dynamic resolution, low res transparency. And I guess I can just keep flicking settings to see things change. Decals, interesting. Lighting, screen based. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to mess with any other settings. Ideally, I could mess with settings later, but for now. Screen space reflection, yeah. For now, I'm just going to, I'm just looking for this one setting, and that's all I want to change. Yep. So, planar reflection, LS. Sky, shadows. Yeah, there's a lot of places in here where I'm like, yeah, it's probably not in these sections. So, lighting quality settings, I'm going to guess that's maybe not in there. Material... distortion, subsurface scattering, interesting. Post-processing, buffer format, virtual texturing. Yeah. What could be different? Here, let me do some, So, would it be under any of these? Is it a post-processing thing? Could it have to do with that? Here, let me look at this. Does if I get rid of the post-processing on those things, does that fix it? The post-processing on the camera that's being rendered into a render texture. That would be hold on. So these two. No. Okay. So it has nothing to do with the post-processing, in theory. Putting these both off, switch to low quality, or switch to high quality. It's there, it's not. Okay. So I know it has nothing to do with the... it has nothing to do with the post-processing effects. So it could have to do with... what the depth here? No. Could have to do with what? With what? So I was gonna say about maybe like the options of how this outputs to a render texture, but there don't seem to be any settings here. What about? Let me look at the settings on the render texture itself. So got dimension, 2D, anti-aliasing, color format, enable bitmaps. Do I want that? No, this doesn't need bitmaps because bitmaps are a thing for performance where you can have textures that are like of objects that are in the distance. Make them purposely really low res because they're really far in the distance and you can't really see them to boost performance. But because this is always in the camera's face, that doesn't need that. Mode, filter mode, dynamic scaling. Actually, I mean, I'm on the mini-map render texture. If anything, I should be messing with the... can I see this over here with the click a button? No. I'm getting errors here from the pathfinding stuff. That's fine to ignore. So I need a gun script that I can easily modify to work with multiple guns, but I can't find anything online. Huh. So multiple guns, would that mean like different prefab or different models of guns, yeah, but then like they shoot differently, like at different speeds, have different set things of ammo, that sort of stuff. I would imagine you could potentially have the same script on all of these different guns, these different gun models. Ideally, if you have like ammo, that's a variable. Yes, yeah. So if you can get a script to work on one gun, and then to get it to work on another gun, we'll put the same script on the other gun, but then you should be able to like, you should be able to get it to like, what am I trying to say? If you have just different variables on the gun that you can edit, that shoots rigid bodies. Oh yeah, because the bullets have rigid bodies. Well, the spawning of the bullets shouldn't matter of the gun, other than the fact that it spawns different bullets. If you, let's just say for the sake of example, all these different guns shot the same bullet. I imagine like the bullet itself then doesn't change. It's just how you spawn it. Let me guess, are you maybe having a problem where you are trying to shoot the bullet out of another gun and it's not coming out of like the barrel of the gun, it's coming out of like a different place of the gun? Is that what your problem maybe is? Because if that is the case, then you need to do something to be able to control sort of the spawn point of the bullets depending on the gun. So have that be something that you can change for each gun. And then I'm also imagine for like the number of, like the amount of ammo that you have that be something that you could like probably change per gun or something like that. That would probably be an integer value that you can set in the inspector. Like you make it a public variable, I imagine. If that's not the case, then enlighten me, I guess. What then is... What's the problem when you have this script that's working on one gun? What's being the problem when you try to put it on another gun? Okay, so let me find those render textures over here. No, I don't have a script yet because I can't find a starting point. Oh, well, okay. In that case, if you can get... if you can get... a script like that working on one gun, you should be able to just copy it onto different guns. In that case, it shouldn't matter that you're getting it to work for one gun or multiple, I don't think. If you get it to work for one gun, you should be able to... that should be a pretty good starting point to get it to work for other guns, I would think, maybe. I guess it depends on how complicated the code is that you find. For how complicated it is to modify, that would be something, I suppose. So there is that, I guess. Okay, let me mess with the settings on here. Color format. Oh god, I don't know what this is. I want to make my own. Well then, good luck with doing that, I suppose. Yeah, hope that goes well then. I guess again, I would recommend trying to. I want to move on. To be able to finish with the gun thing to move on to the next thing. Fair enough. I feel that. You saw how long I was dealing with that input stuff. How much of a pain that was being. Okay, why isn't this working? Actually, right now I'm struggling with this. I'm still struggling basically with the get everything from that old project, like the old version of it, to work in this thing before I can start making new stuff. That's what I've been dealing with all day, pretty much. Still dealing with that. I would recommend, though, with your gun thing, so... the general advice, I think I've given this to you before, is to try and what you want your gun to do, try to break that up into a bunch of small things. So like you say, like make a gun work. So like what you want to do to make that happen, try to like split up this big problem into a bunch of tiny problems to sort of solve them one by one. So like I think maybe you already have, I don't know if you have the bullet thing set up. Maybe start with that. Actually, that then is something different from the gun. Just get the bullet to work. One single bullet that you go into play mode, it starts flying through the air. Get that to work. Then learn, how do I spawn these bullets? And then when they spawn, have them be moving. So then figure out that thing. And then once you got that working, now you can get this gun to spawn them. So it's like, okay, I got them to spawn. How do I get the player to spawn them? Okay, they click a button, and now the bullets spawn. So then figure out how to get that input to then spawn the bullets. And at that point, if you do it in this sequential thing, it's like, okay, you figured out how to spawn the bullets, so you've already done that. And then now you're just figuring out, how do I get player input to spawn the bullets? And then from there, be like, okay, how can I get the bullets to spawn where the player is? So then you're controlling where the bullets spawn. So then do that. So then it's just like this continual evolving thing. So then you have all these like little victories of, yeah, I got it to do this. Woo, now I got it to this. Now I got it to this. As opposed to this big, the big overall thing of make a gunfire. If you can split it up into kind of steps like that, that can help. So that's what I would recommend. Probably is what I just said. I guess the order you do things can be up to you, but I'd say you'd probably want to. I guess you'd need to sort of get the bullets working before you get the gun to be able to fire the bullets. So if you haven't gotten bullets working, I would suggest, yeah, do that first. Get a bullet to fly forward. Just that. Don't worry about spawning it. Don't worry about it being part of a gun. Just have this bullet thing here that you go into play mode, and then whoosh. I won't move on until a write of code of my own. Cool. Yeah, so I'd recommend do that. Do that first. Is just get your bullet to just this one individual bullet, or maybe it could be like duplicated around the scene, but you go into play mode and it flies through the air really fast. Figure out how to do that first. And you said you wanted to do that through rigid body stuff, so you got that figured out. Or you got that figured out that you want to use, like that is going to be sort of how you end up getting it to move. So yeah, I would recommend starting with that. Okay. Now for me, what was I doing? What was I doing? I was going to Google something maybe. Oh yeah. Yes. Okay. So Unity HDRP render texture alpha. HDR camera not writing alpha channel to render texture. So blah, 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 blah. Opaque texture text box. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Is checked. So where would I find this? So that's gonna be let me go over to the in here. I get that makes sense as a way to improve performance on the lower quality settings is basically make it so that textures are not have no transparency to them for all textures. But in this case, I need that. So I'm going to find whatever setting I need to find to make that happen, ideally. So I'm looking for some setting. It didn't tell me where it was, but at least now I know what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for opaque texture. You can override that configuration per camera. Make sure that the camera is rendering the cube has the option set to off. So custom render stuff, that can mess with it. Okay. Hi, this guy's making me map too. Well then, fun. Okay, so let me look at like a different let me look at like just different things to be able to try and find. Oh, with this color, I would have never found that if there was something like this. I'd have to change. Okay, so to maximize performance, renders image frames in the R11. However, this format does not include an alpha channel, which might be required for applications to. Okay, the user should choose format to R16. 16. Oh, there we go. So I get that makes performance worse. Okay, that's fine. I can deal with that for now. Wait, low setting though? What? But wait, why did Oh, right. I'm still looking on medium. Okay, so I'm going to have to check it for low. Ideally, like, low quality. I don't want to have a bunch of things that are going to be bad on performance, but I need the mini map camera to work. For now, anyway, at least. If I find another way of doing this that I don't need the 2 render textures, I can do that. I theoretically have ways to not do that, but this is the easiest way to do this right now. But that could be something I look into to improve performance. So that's something. I also, okay, let me fix the one thing with the player here. So I want this guy to, or no, wait, not this. Actually, I should actually rebake these. Actually, just gonna only have one for now. This isn't what I meant to go to, but I'm just gonna do this anyway. Reflection probe. Just gonna go like this. Okay. Put this reflection probe, let's go here for now. Ideally, or normally you'd have a bunch of these all around the level, but for now I'm not going to do that. This will allow me to do some stuff with reflections. I could try actually messing around with that again. I want to be careful not to get sucked into all this messing with all this graphical stuff yet. It's like too soon, but I can do just a little bit of playing. Mainly just on this material on the ground. Let's go into this. Make it slightly reflective. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Make it slightly reflective. Actually, let me go to where this was. It's these materials, I believe. I just want to mess with all of them at the same time. I can turn them all into mirrors, and that's something. Not something I actually want to do. Because also, like that... Oh, that's kind of cool what that's doing. Whoa, that's kind of interesting where it's mainly reflecting like in the shadows. It's neat. I want to run around this and see what it looks like. Oh, it's weird. Oh, this also... Yeah, it's because of Skybox stuff. Oh, right. Wait, this won't stay looking like this, I don't think, once I bake the render texture. Actually, or sorry, the render probe. Actually, unless I put the render probe to be in a way that it's only it's seeing all the skybox. It's like only basically seeing the skybox. But it just looks kind of neat. I don't know what's causing this, but it looks like for the most part, just like where there's shadow, you're seeing the reflection a lot more, and I think that's kind of neat. But probably not something I actually want. Not too much anyway. Interesting though. Let me go out of that, and then let me actually also go and reflection probe. Let's bake this real quick because, yeah. What? Wait, what? Excuse me? Baking that, I should be seeing like these objects in the scene in what the probe is seeing. Why is that not happening? Light layer. Let's go everything. Settings, sky. Clear depth. Influence volume. Yeah. Let me make this really large so it's actually getting the whole map. Oh, not 1,000 is too big. Let's go 200. Is the the volume thing here is a problem. Okay, 200. Sure. I guess. I don't entirely know how that works, but whatever. This should make it so that the reflection thing has things from the environment in the reflection. Or not. Okay, whatever. I don't know why, but it's fine. Whatever. I can fiddle with that later. Hey, this. Why was environment not checked there? Oh, that's why. Okay, now it should be. Ah, there we go. That's what I was expecting to see the first time. So now, I mean, this is reflecting. I mean, I could have it again purposely not do this. I just wanted to. In real levels, I probably would want this to do this. That's why I bothered doing it. But then you can see also this is looking quite pixely. I can mess with the. Oh, right now I'm on low quality. If I go to high quality, will you be able to see this more? Maybe. I can mess with how large the data is in the reflection probes. Like there we go. Bam. Actually, yeah, just being on a higher settings thing made that work better. Cool. But now I don't actually want this to be this reflective, so I'm going to have that not be the case. But I can mess with... being metallic is interesting. Why is being metallic turning so green? I don't know. I want to see something. What are the exact settings on that wood in the that default scene that looks really nice? I just want to look at that real quick. Sample scene. Back over in here land. Or actually, we're gonna look at a few objects. Basically, like, what are on a few of these objects? What are the smoothness metallic settings? So metallic 0, smoothness matching the map, which doesn't help me a lot in terms of what it actually is. But it looks like it's basically, or actually, I'm not even seeing whatever this is. Concrete gray matte. I don't know what is that on the sides here. Kind of. Okay. Maybe not the best material to look at as an example, but so then this is concrete polished matte. That's the top here, right? Yeah. So that has metallic value of 0 and smoothness as being toned down. Interesting, but like still not. This is max smoothness. So it's rough, I guess, but then a low metallic. Let me back up because I don't actually want to change any of this stuff. I want to leave it all unchanged. Let me look at the this wood in here that looks pretty nice and shiny. Although part of this comes from like these things having textures is helping with this quite a bit. So okay, wood material. Yes, so metallic. Okay, I don't. Okay, that's gonna map to its. Oh, it's basically 0. Okay, I can tell that it's 0 because me changing this slider isn't doing anything. Me upping the slider, changing stuff, tells me that this is basically at 0. And this... Interesting. So somewhere between here is where the different parts of this are. This would be fully reflective. Even this looks nice. Okay, but basically I'm going to say, so 0.40, 0.4. Is what these things are using. Let me look at the one over here. Marble floor. Is that the floor one? Yep. 0 and close to 1. Interesting. So a lot of these have like low metallic values for these shiny things. Interesting. What about, let me look at a few other things, I guess. Sandblast, metal wall. Okay, this... Oh, that's the little bit of thing. Oh, that's super shiny. Okay. So it's all super metallic. Makes sense. I wanted to see this wall, though. This wall... Concrete holes matte. Is that this wall? Yep. 0 metallic and the smoothness bumped up like a little bit. Okay. That's all I wanted to see. Let's go back now. So with that, I'm going to just go and take, as just kind of a general thing, I'm just going to copy those values, basically. It looked like 0 on the metallic and like 0.4 on the smoothness. Was looking pretty nice with those. Actually, on my person as well, I might want to fiddle with that. Oh, because also, yeah, he might have different sort of settings. I don't know how I want him to look. He has 0 metallic on everything. Well, I don't know why that's doing that, but it doesn't seem to be something that's doing in the game view, so I'm gonna hope that this is fine. This is on high, right? Yeah. Why is this getting worse going from medium to high? I don't know, but I'm gonna hope that's something that fixes itself when if I bake lighting or something. But I'm not gonna worry about it right now. So the smooth is here. I think I had like mainly the eyes as being really smooth. Oh, can also be a demon that can happen too. I can also look like a statue. Oh, this kind of looks cool for a statue. That's kind of neat. Let me just mess with all of these real quick, just a little bit. This makes him look just like a little bit kind of wet, like a porcelain doll or something like that. That's what that kind of turns into. Interesting, but I'm gonna undo this. Cause mainly, I think I had like the eyes being shiny and then other parts being all zeroed. I just took like the lab coat itself and made it. I can make the lab coat a bit shinier. Interesting. I like that. Just like the tiniest bit of shininess. So let me take everything other than take all the things that are currently all like zeroed. Oops. This laces, mouth, pants. Which basically everything that's not the eyes, it looks like. And well, the 3 parts of the eyes. And just bump this up a little bit. Not too much. I mean, to copy the other thing, it would be 0.4. And with that would be giving it... It's not really seeing it much, but apparently it's giving this is giving it a little bit of... What is this? What is this going on with the shadows? That's not happening in the game view, right? It doesn't look like it, but then again, I'm looking at that from a distance, so hopefully I will inspect in a minute. Hoping that something's going to kind of fix itself. But also if I just do like this, though. Kind of interesting how that looks. Except I don't want it to actually be that shiny. But just this like little bit of shininess does look good, I think. Maybe? Hard to tell, actually. The hair, let me take the hair specifically and make that a bit maybe shinier. No, that's too much. Something like that. I can fill with this all day. Let's move on. I'll worry about that more when we have our first like real character. Yeah, simply put. Although I want to just find these basic colors. That's coloring all of this environment. I want to do the thing that I'm copying from the other thing. So like I'm gonna go 0.4. Don't overdo it. So once I bake the lighting, this might show more of that reflectiveness. And if I had more lighting in this too, I guess that's something missing from this is if I had more lighting going on. So yeah. So actually, I'm baking this with lighting settings at the lowest they can be. So that's not gonna look very good, but it'll just have something. Oh, that's gonna take some time. Also, having the other Unity thing open probably ain't helping too much. Okay, but I think now we have reached the point I think where the game is running fully in here now. Let me kind of double check that. Once this has kind of baked. Let's bring back the AIs. Let's bring back the pathfinding stuff working. And see how that's looking. I might end off the stream soon, I'm thinking. Because it is 1 a.m. here. But then I'm basically going to be waking up and then continuing to work on this. So I'm just taking a break to sleep. So, yeah. So, there we go. So this is... Actually, and I can play around with some stuff of how the baking like is happening. And this will probably look potentially better with... I don't know how much better this will look if it was... the lighting was baked... I'm gonna say properly, like I did it on the proper, not the lowest settings. So I think, but with this, I think we've now reached the point where our game is functional. Let me go full screen this. We can get the full experience. Oh, I just got tagged. So yeah, we've got our game working in the. And look at some of those light rays. Those look nice. Couldn't do that easily in the default render pipeline. Okay, so with that, I think we're going to maybe call it for now. Call it for the stream for now. We've got everything functional in this scene again, or like, what am I trying to say? The game is functional in the HD render pipeline. We got everything working again. We worked out all the kinks. There are things that we can sort of refine further, but we will we'll get to that. Are those guys moving slower? Or is that just me? Wait, is that might be, there might be some frame rate issues now. Yeah, the frame rate is suffering, but that is so those guys I think are moving slower. Well, their movement shouldn't be a frame rate independent thing, but it might be a little bit, but maybe that's okay. The frame rate shouldn't be dipping too much, but right now I have it on these super high settings with all this other stuff open. I just closed the let me actually close two things. Let me close both of these things of Visual Studio. And I closed the other Unity thing. Let me close a few things that could boost the performance ever so slightly. I'm not closing OBS. It'd be funny if I accidentally did that right there. But no, I was conscious to not do that. Let me bring back the stats. I don't know how much that probably helped the performance a little bit. Maybe. I do think that if I wasn't streaming, it would be a bit better. I also have this on the super high settings. So that's... Oh, I just got tagged. How dare you, Blue Dina. If I go to... Let me try this. Let me do this real quick. If I go to the project settings and put this actually down to low. And then go back into play mode. Now the... now that the performance is maybe better. But I do know that that thing is off. So, okay, I mean, it's not... It got boosted a bit. But, yeah, it's fine. So, okay, good enough. I'll play around. I can play around more with that, like, at a later point in time. It's good enough for now. The game is functional, yada, yada. I think now we are going to, why is there so much green, actually? I'm curious. Where's that green coming from? I think that, again, might be a symptom of how I baked the lighting on, like, the lowest settings possible. So the baked light data isn't, like, perfect. I don't know what's causing all the green hue. If anything, things should be more tinted red from the skybox, but whatever. Anyways, so tomorrow, what's my plan? I'm thinking, oh, this is neat seeing the maze all kind of green. That's just how that is. And got the ambient occlusion there. I can't decide if that looks good or not. Oh, that's kind of funny to see. Whoa. That's something's causing that. Oh, that's weird. Fascinating. Again, a thing I think would be fixed if I were to let the lighting bake properly, which I might do in between this stream and the next one. But this looks nice in terms of the glow you're kind of getting from this sort of stuff. And there's only one light in this scene, a big directional light, like a sun that's shining down. If I had more complex lighting, then we could also get interesting results out of that. But anyways, yeah, so my plan for tomorrow, I think we're going to finally get to making, I was about to say making new content. More specifically, I'm thinking of, we're going to, I'm trying to figure, I know what I want to do, I'm trying to figure out how I want to say it. My AI pathfinding algorithm, I want to start, as I keep saying that we're like, we'll be fine-tuning it eventually, tomorrow will be eventually, is that I want to start actually doing the redoing of the pathfinding stuff. Not redoing from scratch, but the optimizing and improving the pathfinding system for the AIs. And then maybe doing just some more AI stuff there where we like add some more randomness to the AIs, try to have them break less. It would be cool. Right now their jumping is very manual in terms of how I set it up around the level. It would be nice, it'd be interesting. I have some ideas to experiment with to perhaps get the jumping to happen more automatically. I don't know if that'll work well. It's fine if it doesn't. At the very least, I could try to have it like just when the AIs reach an edge and they fall off, then make them jump automatically, maybe. But then I have some manual jumps for when I want them to jump up to higher ground. I don't know. I'll have to play around with that. I've missed comments. I made 0 progress. Unfortunate. I've had days like that. I literally, while doing this, there were some days, if you remember, where I was experimenting with lighting and graphics stuff for hours on end and then didn't like get a whole lot out of that. So, I mean, all of my experimenting with the universal render pipeline kind of went down the drain because I didn't end up using that. But I learned, I guess, I suppose. So there was that. And it got us to this point, I guess. I would have liked to have been here a lot sooner, but that's all right. Is how things happen. So, yeah. Ooh, we got some interesting lighting stuff going on here. And soon, so in terms of more just ranting about my progress, or like what we're gonna be doing. So I'm gonna do all this pathfinding, AI pathfinding improvement stuff. And one big thing in that is what I'd like to do. I'm gonna experiment with. The major thing is how going into play mode right now, or two major things. Going into play mode right now, it takes a long time because it does all these calculations based on these pathfinding objects that I've set up. I set up all this manually. I made some custom tools to be able to make this a bit easier, but it still is very tedious. But I set up like all these waypoints and stuff. So two things. One, as soon as I go into play mode, it makes a bunch of calculations. I don't actually need to do those calculations when I go into play mode. When I set up the waypoints, I could maybe make a button here, another like custom thing, where I press that button, it does those calculations, and then just saves them. And then it just has that saved when you go into play mode. I don't need to keep recalculating that, because it's just recalculating the same data. The only time when that information that it's calculating changes is when I move the waypoints, or make new ones, or just change anything about the waypoints. I would be when I recalculate them. Although, funny enough, if I like take this and like move it a little bit, it should be fine not having to recalculate everything. It would be only if I'm deleting, making new ones, making new connections between like how the waypoints are connected, and if I move them a lot further. But yeah, there's a bunch of things that get calculated as soon as it goes into the game that I don't need to calculate as soon as it goes into the game. I can calculate that just beforehand. That will boost performance of just going into play mode. Yeah, that'll boost that a lot. The second thing is how I make these waypoints. I have an idea. I forget who I was talking to. There was someone who was in my stream a while back, back when I was doing some of this waypoint stuff that I was talking to. We kind of went back and forth with some ideas. And long story short, I have an idea to try something that might help make it so I don't have to actually manually place these waypoints. I have an idea of something that could basically place all of these waypoints automatically. Like I press a button, Unity takes a long time to calculate this, and I just sit here and wait, and then it places all the waypoints automatically and their connections, and then also does that thing where it, as I said, it does all these calculations before you go, like, and then saves them. That will take a long time to do. Like when I click the button, that'll take a while to do, but that does not affect the performance of the game. Once that's done, then I go into play mode. It should run the same. It should be the exact same on performance. It would just mean I don't have to set up the waypoints manually, and it's actually going to be better on performance than it is right now. And it'll potentially fix some problems with the AIs. Right now, if you maybe notice that the AIs aren't perfect. They have a lot of flaws. One thing that can help make those flaws better, or remove some of those flaws, is simply more waypoints that are closer together. That just it being more dense with waypoints. But that requires would require a lot of me setting a lot of this up manually. But if I can have Unity do it for me, then I can have these be really dense. Because having like 1,000 empty game objects, comparatively speaking, isn't that bad on performance. Having like, yeah, that's all that's being saved effectively. It's 1,000, or it could be thousands maybe, who we'll see, but let's just say it's thousands of empty game objects that I'm just storing their positions, and then I'm storing, no, they're not empty game objects. They're not meshes though. They do store other things. They do have box colliders. I'd like to try and think of a way to phase out them not needing box colliders that are triggers. They're trigger colliders. This just has to do with a thing with how the AIs know which ones are close to them. Like one individual AI, how it knows, okay, what pathfinding objects are really close to me. to be able to know which one's the absolute closest, so that it doesn't have to test all of them. Because that's the other thing as well. When there's like thousands of waypoints, the AIs, they don't have to test like, oh, I have to check my distance between like all of the thousands of these waypoints. It doesn't have to do that. It only has to look at the one that it's like, the ones that are in its like proximity because of this box collider thing. But also it has this script where it's storing, so what one's this? This waypoint is storing all of the waypoints, the other waypoints that it's connected to. So like 301 is connected to 330. So it's listed as a connection. If I could have Unity set this up automatically as well, that would be a part of this. But also, yeah, at most this has like, this is like 6. This list is not going to be like hundreds long. In fact, the denser, the more dense the waypoints, probably the less dense this will be. Or this will have like a maximum of like 8, or it's just probably like the 8 kind of directions, so like up, down, left, right, and like the diagonals with the waypoints. That's probably how much this would be. So it wouldn't probably go beyond like 10, maybe. Oh, actually, up, down. Oh, shoot. No, okay, I take that back. Maybe these could have like a... For the most part, it would be 8, probably. In fact, for the most part, it would probably be 4. But yeah, no, for the most part, it would probably be 4. I don't need connections in the diagonals if they're so dense together. But anyways, so each individual waypoint is just storing like this data, and it's also storing this right here, this farthest object. This is what's getting calculated on start, where each waypoint is calculating which waypoint is the farthest from myself right now. But if I calculate that before going into start, then it doesn't. That's going to be a huge save on the performance of going into start. Or going into play mode. I'm rambling a lot here. I don't know if anything I'm saying is making sense to anyone. But it's been a while since I've done any of this pathfinding. And tomorrow I'm probably going to be getting back into it. So me saying things right now is also kind of reminding myself of what I did. So yeah, that's something. This farthest object also doesn't need to be public. Well, actually, it could be private or public but hidden in Inspector. There's a lot of variables to do with the I'm brain dead. Fair enough. There's a ton of variables with all the pathfinding stuff where I got all these public things that they don't need to be public. They were just when I was like testing that they're actually working. But I don't. I'll need to make some of them like public but hidden in Inspector at some point, or even some of them could probably be private. That's also something that doesn't affect performance. I don't think that's more so just a cleaning up the editor, I guess. Like I know the AIs, they have a bunch of variables where it's like this current destination and end destination, those don't need to be shown, or they don't need to be public. Those are just like that. In fact, I think they could be private. They're just like that so I can see them when I was testing things. Just stuff like that. But anyways, I think I've been rambling enough. I'm gonna, I think, call it for this stream. 'Cause the faster I end this stream, the faster I can start the next one to then start actually doing some of this stuff. I'm happy with how this is looking graphically right now. Definitely we can do stuff to improve it, but I do think that like better like a major thing that's going to make this look better is actually just going to be a better environment, like better like models and like textures and all that. So I might hold off on doing too much more improvements graphically until we get to kind of some of that point of having some textures and all that, having an actual theme of our environment. Like this test level is just a bunch of random colored shapes. If I actually decide like, oh, this level is going to be a forest, I think that will make it a lot easier to a little bit to do some lighting stuff, to sort of gear it towards a certain theme, a certain environment idea, rather than just being like generically make this look good. And this works good as kind of like a baseline thing for our art style or whatever. But anyways, again, I'm rambling a lot. Let me stop. And, what's happening here? Why does this have an edge? This shouldn't have an edge like that. Wait. Hold on. Let me do one little thing. Did you... Oh, maybe it's fine. Okay, I'm actually going to not touch that. Except...
hold on. Let me just. I want to do a thing real quick. Is that actually I did want to shrink this a tiny bit. So I'm going to do that. Oops, wrong way. Let's go 60. I can shrink this and then increase the size of the image. I'm actually going to go 70, and I need to make sure that this one is the same. It needs to match. Go 70, and then I'm going to increase the size of that image because that's going to stop some like when the certain things being near the edge of the image getting cut off. It's going to just have that not happen. So let me just quickly go and fix that. Not there. Characters, player, open, but then also this minimap thing. Open that one. Wait, hold on. What? Oh no, it's your width. I need to. Well, actually, hold on. Let me back up over here. Go over here. Go into prefabs and do it through here. Minimap. Or you different? Oh, you're different. So let's go 500 and 500. Let's try that. I want this to actually use those values, preferably, please. Oh. Oh, you're acting like an overlay canvas. I need to not have that happen. Oops. Wait, hold on. Let me do that in. Hold on. I'm doing a bunch of different things. Don't mind me. But this, I want to go revert. Revert. Excuse me? Why did they not revert? Because... Okay, fine. Well, I'll increase it here. So, as I said, like 500 and 500. But then I need to adjust the position as well. But I want to adjust the position in the prefab. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Now it's letting me change this. And go like 0, 0. Excuse me. Also, this is a lot bigger now, which I didn't intend. Let's go 400 to 400. That looks kind of like enough like before. I guess I'm going to go negative numbers, which I shouldn't be having to do, but oh, what? Weird. Whatever, I'm not going to care. I'm just going to get this to be good enough. So what, like 20 and negative 20? Good enough, yeah. That seems fine. I don't know if I'm going to do stuff with like the way the lighting is here, but whatever. It's all right. Okay, so... I could also do like some crazy shader graph stuff with this. That could be neat. I could play around with that kind of stuff later at another time. That's definitely more of a polished thing. Okay, let me apply this as well. Actually, let me double check right now. Is there any other things I want to be applying? Yep, you. If I go apply, yeah, sure. That's not gonna add 2 HD camera things on these, right? No? Okay. You recognize that there shouldn't be 2 of you. All right, I'm gonna hope that worked. Let me go into play mode after having done that. Make sure nothing broke in the middle of what I was doing. Mm-hmm. All right. No errors. That is good. The oh no. The hold on. Wait. The minimap is off because I adjusted one thing but not the other. Let me fix that real quick. So minimap is 20, negative 20, 400, 400. This just needs to be the same, I think. So 20, negative 20, 400, 400. Let's test that. Into play mode. This is dragged up a lot. I should drag this down. I don't know when that happened. I will do that momentarily. Just to wait for this to do the do that is working. Oh, oops. All right. No, they're still off. Why? Oh wait, do you not need to have a different position? Should these be at 0, 0? I shouldn't be going out of play mode when I'm trying to test this. Hold on, wait, let me not do that. Okay, open. I'm guessing that these are 0, 0 then, or something along those lines. Okay, let me do this. But then also, once again, let me just turn off the pathfinding object so I go into play mode faster. I should be doing that. Hopefully tomorrow will be the last time I have to worry about that. Well, we'll see how long the actual doing the pathfinding stuff takes, but all right, these aren't moving. I'm like, why aren't they moving? Okay, the pathfinding, the things look like they're in the right place. Although, frankly, actually, maybe I should have had this on so I can see them actually moving around, but whatever. All right, so yeah, that's that. Still working? Possibly so. Yep, looks good to me. Nice. All right, cool. Well, I give up back to searching for tutorials to borrow scripts from. That's unfortunate. Were you not able to figure out? So just like what I said, the just trying to get a bullet to move forward. Were you not able to figure that out? In that case, could you try to figure out how to split up that problem into more pieces? Like, there might be ways of doing that. Whoa. But just simple as that though. Like, were you able to? You were able to get the player to move around, right? And that you did that through a rigid body. So if you dissect like that code, maybe you'll be able to figure out. I don't know how to make things move. Well, you can still Google things. Like, there's nothing wrong with like Googling to try and figure out how to do such a thing. But you might be able to like Google to find things. That doesn't mean copying an entire chunk of code. Maybe like, this is how I do this line, and you copy that, and like, okay, I understand how this line works, and then you find another line to do something else, another, getting a bullet to move with a rigid body would take, so you'd need like one line to get a reference to the rigid body, one line to have a public variable for your speed, and one line to actually do the moving. So there's your hint, I guess. You should be able to. So other than like your start and your update and the stuff that is there when you like make a new code file, you should be able to get your bullet to move in 3 lines of code. Adding 3 lines. No, wait. 4 lines. I'm wrong. Yeah, 4 lines of code. I think. I use character controller. Because you did that a bit differently. Okay, fair enough. So you'd want to, I guess, research more into how to move an object with a rigid body. Actually, literally that. You might be able to find something with like, if you Google how to, or like Unity, how to move an object with a rigid body, you might be able to find what you're looking for. But to get your bullet to move in like the simplest way possible, actually, okay, in theory, to do it in a poor performance way, you could get it to move in 1 line of code. What you're probably going to actually find, and the better way of how you move it, you're probably going to find something you should be able to do it in 4 lines of code, I think. So a line to public float speed, that's all I know. Well, that's a quarter of what I'm thinking of anyway. I'm like, so yeah, a variable for your speed. You're going to need a variable for your rigid body to get a reference to that rigid body component. Oh, that might be something you're unfamiliar with. So you, okay, over here, I can go to this. So your objects here, if I go on my character, I have a player here, how he has a rigid body on him, and he has like these different code files that I've made, these different scripts. So I guess that would be one thing that you might have to figure out is like, okay, I have this rigid body. How do I access that? Because that is something that you'd have to be able to do through code, I guess, is how does this bit of code get a reference to this rigid body thing? Or more generically, how can one component, this thing is called a component, get a reference to another component? Because actually that sort of line of code would be kind of the same. If you're getting a reference to this mesh renderer or this capsule collider or a rigid body, or how you get references to other pieces of code. That's something that I guess you'd want to figure out how to do, I guess. Well, okay, I can tell you. I don't know why I'm trying to beat around the bush of like, why, like, yeah, but I can just sort of type this out. So, you, like at the top of your code, you had public float speed. Well, you're gonna want to when you get that reference to that other to the rigid body, you want to store that as a variable as well. So you're gonna want to make a variable for that. I usually go like private rigid body RB. This being the name of it, you can call this whatever you want. I tend to just call it RB for rigid body. You can call it whatever you want. Like this could be like bullet RB or something. Up to you. Name does not matter there. It could be like the name of this can be this, and that is totally fine. That Unity can understand that. You just make it whatever you want. I call it RB though. So you have that. Now to actually get a reference to your rigid body, in your start function, you're going to want to go RB equals, because you're setting the variable equal to something. So in the same way, actually, let me do something else first. The same way that you could go speed equals 5, and you're putting the value 5 into your speed variable here. You want to set your RB variable equal to something. And in this case, you're getting that other component. You're getting the thing on the game object that was called rigid body. And how you do that, as I said, it's called a component. That's what those things are called. They're called components. So what you type is get component. Okay, this is weird. Oh, lol, can't see. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Hopefully you're able to hear my verbal explanation. In fact, here, I can even make this. Wow, there. Now you can definitely see. Also, I'm used to being on this side. Let me put myself back on this side. There, now you can very much see. So hopefully at least you were able to verbally hear what I was saying before. But how you get the rigid body is whatever you called the variable equals get component rigid body. This syntax, the way you type it is weird. I will admit that. This would be something, if you're not familiar with this, you'd have to look it up the first few times. Like, how do I get a rigid body? And you just Google it, and you'd probably find this line of code somewhere. So it's totally fine that you don't remember that there's angled brackets here, and then there's just an empty brackets here. This is just the way that this is for. There's reasons why it's like this, but those reasons don't matter for the purposes of this. Just know that to get a reference to another component, this would be the exact same if you were to get a reference to, let's say, I had a capsule collider, so I think this would be called a capsule collider. I forget what the component is called. I think it might be that, or it might just be called collider. I'm not too sure, but let's just pretend, for the sake of the argument, that it's called capsule collider. It might be called something different though, so that would change. But let's say I can call this whatever I want. Let's call it like capsule or something, or let's just call it maybe like I call it collider or something. How you'd get a reference to that? Exact same thing, except you put the name here, and you put the type, the thing you're trying to get, in here. So, oops, with no spaces. Actually, I think you could have spaces, and I don't think it would break, but normally you don't put spaces. So, yeah, that would be that. Oh, no, that's not, sorry. When I'm copying things, some things, weren't copying exactly as I wanted. Yeah. Also, I'm not typing this in an actual like code thing. I'm typing it in a Notepad document. So yeah, but that would be how you get any other component. There's something else called a mesh renderer. So it would be the same thing. Just yeah. Anyways, though, getting off topic, back to the rigid body thing. So then, how you would go about moving? Oh, so also let me put so in start and like at top. Like, because I'm not typing this in an actual code file just to tell you like where these parts are supposed to be. This is at the top where you have your other variable. You put this in start. In theory, this could be an update and it wouldn't break, but it would be bad on performance. Because this is something you only need to do once at the beginning of the game. You don't need to keep doing this part over and over. And then let's go in update. So then to actually get your thing to move, the bullet to move, as I said, it's one line. If you Googled, actually, let me show you this. If you were to, you didn't have my help, and you're trying to figure out how you would do this. If I just went and probably Googled something like Unity, how to move a rigid body, if I can spell right. So this thing I see, rigid body move position. Proper way to move rigid body game object. Move. Yep. Okay, well, this isn't what I was looking for, but okay, bam, this is what I was looking for. But, okay, what I'm seeing here would work in theory. This is a thing that would work. But I'm going to do something a bit different. The other part there that I found. And actually, this is how I'm moving my character in this game. In my tag game, this is how I'm moving my character, where I go RB, this variable name, dot, add force. It does as the name implies, where you give it some kind of a pushing force to push an object. And in your input, you will see in Unity when you go to type stuff, as soon as you put the opening bracket, you'll see what your sort of options are for what is the input. And I think it'll say something like vector 3 direction or something like that. So you need to give it a direction of, what way you want to apply the speed. So if you did something like, you go new vector 3, let me just, like a 0, 1, 0 or something. This is going to, I should say that these numbers X, Y, Z, they correspond to, if you pick any object, these numbers here, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. So if I go new vector 3, this 1, that's going to push the object up. No matter what its rotation is, it's going to go up. If you you put in the 1 here, that's going to move this in the X direction. So you can go in Unity and you can mess with, okay, what is this X? Oh wait, this is behind my head. Sorry, over here. You can mess with this X position and be like, okay, what does this X position? What does that do? What is that changing? And in this case, let me move it back here. It's moving it left to right. So then if you're pushing it with that value being 1, that's going to be increasing this X value. So it's going to push it that way. Then there's also this Z value. And that would be pushing it this way. And then if you put in like a negative number, it's pushing it in the opposite direction, and all that. So now how do you get it to move? Now, like with your bullet, you don't want it to move forward you want it to move forward relative to itself. So okay, this gets a bit more complicated, I guess. But if I go into it gets more complicated. But if I go, let me actually go out into over here, just make like a cube or something. Cube. F. That's cube. I'm actually gonna make it just taller. Nope. I'm gonna make it taller, like on this axis. Let's go, I don't know, 0.5. So we got this cube here, right? So you want the bullet to move forward relative to itself. So depending on what way your bullet is facing, If you look at, I just want to, if I rotate this cube, let's say it's like this way, and we're just gonna pretend that let's say this is the front of the bullet. If I look in, hold on, this. So okay, I'm pressing buttons here. Oh, behind my head. There's no good corner for me to be in. Whatever, I'll keep switching back and forth. So I'm pressing a button up here that just changes how these arrows look. If it's, as it says here, global or local. I'm mainly just going to local to demonstrate something. Blah. So how I've rotated this, actually I can rotate it more. Like whatever way I rotate this, if I go back to the arrows that are showing these arrows here, you see how there's an arrow that's like the arrows are sort of going with the rotation, right? You can see how that's how this looks. Particularly, there's this red arrow that's going in the direction of what I'm saying is the front of if this is a bullet. So you can mess with that and see how that's doing that. This has to do with how I size this object. It wouldn't necessarily be this red arrow every time. If I had sized this object differently, if I went like 0.5, 0.52. Now, if I'm saying like this is the front of the bullet, now this blue arrow is the front of the bullet. So it's going to depend on if you go into this local thing, like you'd want to look at basically which of these arrows is facing the front of your bullet. In this case, I'm going to say it's the blue one. Now, what do these colors mean? Well, actually, if you look up here, and actually even if you go into the global view, each of these colors corresponds to either X, Y, or Z, and you can see that up here, where the green one is Y, the red one is X, and the blue one is Z. So we can see that this red one here corresponds to Z, or Z, depending on what country you're from. So with that, to move the bullet forward in its along this axis, you want to move it forward relative to its local Z in its local Z direction or whatever. I don't know if I'm forgetting what the proper terminology of that is, but you're wanting to move it, along this local Z axis. So how you can do that? Okay. Go back to my code. My code here. So okay, I'm trying to explain this in the most sort of basic form that I can. But there's there are certain leaps I'm having to make that I'm trying to be like, how can I explain this without just randomly typing code? What I'm getting towards, I'm just going to show the end result of what I'm getting towards and then go back to sort of building up to it. Is that it's going to be something like probably transform dot forward times speed. This is okay. Let me just jump ahead to this is what your end thing is going to look like. But getting there is that as I said, in this case I'm wanting to move along that blue axis. That's called the forward axis in Unity. The Z axis is the forward axis. The red one, the X axis, is the right axis, I guess, and the green one going up is the up axis. And because normally when you're in the global way of positioning things, Y is up, Z is forward, and X is right. That's where that comes from. Yep. So Unity then has sort of a shorthand. Actually, you see how here I have new vector 3 1 0 0. There's a shorthand that you can type where instead of going new vector 3 1 0 0, you can go vector 3 dot right, and this is equal to this. Vector 3 dot right gives you this vector, these set of three numbers that are 1, 0, 0. It's just a way of doing it differently, but like as a shorthand. So I guess you're not having to type as much. But this is equal to this. You can also go vector 3 dot up, and that's going to be equal to this because this was the up direction. And you can also go vector 3 dot forward, and that's equal to this. I think there's also vector 3 dot 1, and that's going to be all of them being 1s. And there's vector 3 dot 0, and that's all of them being 0s. So I think those are a few other shorthands. Now, you'll notice that this looks awfully similar to this. And another thing with that, so this is getting a global vector that's going up, and a global vector that's going forward, or a global vector that's going right. As I said, it's like 0, 1, 1, or whatever. To get the local version of these, you can go basically transform dot whatever. Transform dot right will get the local right directions. Transform dot up will get the local up direction. Transform dot forward will get the local forward direction. And that's where all the pieces here come together. So you've got rigid body. Oh, I learn differently, and I can't find anything that matches my learning style. What would you say your learning style is then? A kind of like I tend to learn by doing. I'd say I learn. Learning or then by seeing. I don't learn very well from just hearing alone. Usually, if you're watching a YouTube video, there's like you're hearing and, or I guess not hearing. Sorry, from we get hearing and sometimes reading. Because especially when I'm trying to let's say do Unity stuff. There's many times where it's like find this and click this setting, and then I'm spending a while like where is this setting? I can't find this. But just seeing a picture where it's like click here. That's like so much easier. A lot of the times. Or that's why with a lot of Unity stuff I prefer videos, because it's just I can see the Unity thing. Oh, go over here and click this. Go over here and click this, and bam, it's working. Like here's where this button is. That kind of stuff that you don't necessarily get from just text. I have a broken learning style. What sort of learning style would that be then? Would you say you fall into one of the groups of being more learning by hearing, learning by seeing, or learning by doing? Would you say you fall into one of those, or what you would describe as a fourth category, or something like that? Let me also just kind of clean up some of this. Wow. So when I said there was 4 lines of code that you were typing, these were those 4 lines. In my head, I haven't tested this, but I'm pretty sure this would work. You would have to, just a warning, set the speed value to something pretty high for it to actually move. I need a bit of a kickstart. What do you mean by that? Another thing you could do, because this is a bullet, that might make this better. You could do this, and this works totally fine. But going force mode dot, what is it? Is it impulse, I think? Some of this I'm not as good as doing when I don't have the Unity autofill stuff, especially not spelling. Impulse. Long story short, this will make it like an explosion force. Like a bullet, you might want that to be. And then this would need to be a lot smaller. It's hard to explain over text. Fair enough. I'm a bit the same as I just said before. I learn a lot better through visual stuff. And I learn a lot better. I learn best by doing. I find a lot of times with my university stuff, I learn best when I'm doing assignments, and that's usually where a lot of things click for me, where it's like once I'm actually having to code something or doing math problems, that's where I find a lot of it. It's like, oh, that's why you do this, or that's where I learn it a lot in the best way where it actually sticks, I would say. That's me, I guess. But yeah, so with a lot of this, then with a lot of this coding stuff, for me, I would also learn this the best when I'm actually trying to code it myself. And then if I get to the point where where it's working. Yeah. Another thing you could do here, I guess, your bullets would likely, they're going to travel at the same speed for their entire time of being a bullet. So another way that you can go about moving your bullet is by setting the velocity directly of your bullet. So instead of doing rb.addForce, another option you have something like rb.velocity, and then you can set that to a vector 3. So you could I probably set this to this actually. Bam. So yeah, whoops, this. Always remember or the semicolons at the end of every line. Except for the lines that end up having like the beginning of curly braces at the end of them. That's like the exception. Well, there's more. Is there more exceptions than that? It's pretty much, for the most part, the only exceptions I can think of. One line if statements, I guess, would be an exception, but whatever. Anyways, but this would be another way to move your bullets by just directly going set the velocity equal to go along its forward direction times your speed variable that you have here. So this or this, actually, like now that I think about it, for your bullet specifically, this would probably be better. For something like a player, like a character, I would think this. Or more specifically, to make it more generic, something that's going to travel the same speed in the same direction always, setting the velocity directly would be fine. For anything else, probably do this one, I would think. If you're doing the rigid body physics stuff. Yeah. Anyways, I'm getting really tired, so I'm probably going to end things off. And yeah, hopefully some of that helped you. Hopefully then you're able to get your bullets working, and yeah, I guess. Yeah, best of luck with that. Let me get out of this and go back over to here. Oh yeah, I still have this mini map filter. Oh, let me do one more thing to this before I forget. First of all, let me just turn this back on and see what this was doing. Okay, no, I'm gonna turn that off. On the player, I want to. Where did I put that? This thing. I wanted to not have it be as massive, or at least I need to do something where it doesn't turn with the camera. Oh wait, I have a better fix than what I was about to do. I'm gonna do this. Whoops. What? No, this. Just this be outside of the main camera. Yeah, but not. Or hold on, I can do this better. I just want to put this more down here, I think. Okay. Now that's not going to intersect with the camera when I turn down, because it's not going to turn with the camera going up and down. So basically, right there, I was just fixing the mini map. The mini map was breaking when I looked straight down or straight up, and that was because of that thing. See, this is something I only know because I made it, because I did this. I did this earlier. This was something where I was looking back on this like a long time after not looking. Not having made this, it would have taken a lot longer to figure out that I needed to move that object to fix that bug. So that's only because I made it, and I made it recently. And also, actually, I realized that was a problem before, and I knew how I was going to fix it before. I just didn't do that fix before, and I just remembered that I wanted to do that now. So, yeah. Is the minimap too dark now? I'm looking at it now, and maybe it's too dark. I wanted it to kind of like make the images stand out on the minimap. Here, let me play with this a little bit. Just a little bit more. And then this will probably be the last thing I do. Or just minimap volume local. What? Oh. Do this. There I am. Okay, so. Oops. So used to doing that. All right. At the very least, I could just have this not be as low. Yeah, like that maybe. Yeah. That's maybe fine. I can revisit it later, but I think it being a little bit brighter was a good thing. Oh, actually, let me just try something. If I where's my mouse? Undid that, but then boost the post exposure, which looks better. That, this. I think those are kind of doing the same thing like that. Wait, Z is right. That's gonna depend on the orientation of your bullet and like the model and all that. So it can kind of be on an object to object basis a little bit, but Z should be forward and X should be right. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could be wrong, but no, I'm pretty sure. That Z is forward. Or specifically, I'm talking about when you go vector 3 dot forward and like vector 3 dot right. I'm pretty sure those specifically correspond to the X and Z axes. For your bullet specifically, depending on what way the model is facing, yes, vector 3 dot right, or sorry, transform dot right could mean the forward direction of your bullet. Just it's going to depend on the way that the model is facing. So that's that. But let me just let's go into any piece of code real quick, and I can verify my own thing in 2 seconds here. I just need to see. I don't even need to run code. I just need to see the autofill thing. Or if I just go on any line and go vector 3 dot right. You're going to tell me, yeah, shorthand for writing vector 1 0 0. 1 is the x-axis, so vector 3 dot right is the x-axis there. Oh, let me move my head again, back to the side. Bam. Yeah, shorthand for writing vector 1 0 0, and then likewise vector 3 dot forward 0 0 1. 1 is z, so yeah, and then up is 0 1 0. So that's that. There's also, yeah, as I said, there's a 1. That's shorthand for writing vector 3 1 1 1, and then 0. Shorthand for writing vector 0 0 0. So yeah, those are things. Let me get out of this now. All right, go back and comment this code at some point. Actually, I kind of have to if I'm going to be submitting it. I'm pretty sure I have to. Anyways, I think we're going to call it for this stream. It's 2 in the morning for me. So, yeah, we made some good progress. I'm happy that we're actually back working on the tag thing after so long of not doing that. So hopefully then tomorrow we will continue to make more progress. Specifically with, well, okay, because actually that's the thing. Today we were mainly doing a lot of fixing and repairing things. Tomorrow we're going to be actually making new stuff. Well, okay, I guess fixing X is what? Last question. What do you mean X is what? Could you elaborate? I'm happy to answer that. Just could you X is what? In the Unity thing, let me go back over to like just zoom in on anything. Oh, X is vector 3 dot right. Oh, is that what you're asking? Vector 3 dot right is to modify that x-axis. Globally is to do that. For your bullet, I'm assuming that you're doing things with your getting your bullets to fire. You might want transform dot right, because that's going to get the local, like get that x-axis relative to the way that it's facing, relative to its rotation, right? So, yeah, so that's that. I would say like if it's going the wrong way on one axis, just keep trying all of them. Try try transform dot right. That doesn't work. Try transform dot up, and try transform dot forward, and just see which one of those ends up being the right one. Simply, like if you've gotten your bullet to be moving, but it's going like this way, that's progress, right? That's progress towards like it's moving. Now you just got to get to move the right direction. So that would be a thing, I guess. Yeah. Anywho, well, is that what you were asking? I'm not entirely sure. Respond if what I've said was indeed the answer to your question, or along the lines of it, or if you need me to explain something further. One thing I would like to do, I don't like how I basically, in order to have a yes, woo, yeah. Right now I have this post-processing thing that's. I have to have this big box around the whole level just so that I can be looking around in the scene view and seeing that. I'd like this to be global. I want it to be global, a global post-processing thing, but it's not affecting the minimap camera. But I don't know of a way of doing that. Whatever. This is manageable for now. Anyways, but yeah, so tomorrow we're going to make some more actual progress, hopefully, in terms of revamping our AI pathfinding stuff. That might take a while, especially because I'm going to be having to go through code that I haven't touched in weeks. So we'll see how that goes. And then we're going to start... there's one more thing I was going to do there. I forget what it was. But then... oh, no, there's going to be many parts to doing this. But then we're going to be maybe making some human models for our characters.
Specifically, we're going to make 2. One for the player and one for all the enemies for now. Eventually, we might make some unique ones for all the enemies. But for now, we're just going to make 1. Or we're going to make 2 humans. One for the player, one for the AIs. So, and they're all going to share a thing. And then maybe you might do some animation stuff past that. I don't know if I'm going to make said animations or if I'm just going to see what I can find online, mainly from a website called Mixamo. But no, that probably will be where I'll start. It's going to be a matter of I'll use that to start, and will I eventually try to replace that stuff with my own animations? We'll see. Because I might not also be able to find an animation for like everything that I'm looking for. But for now, I just need like a standing still and a run, and that'll be good enough for now. I imagine as I said, I need I want some kind of animation when you transfer it states, like when you tag someone. I imagine I'm gonna need to code that or make an animation for that manually. I doubt I'm gonna be able to find something like that. I might be able to find something I can use almost as like a base thing, but one thing I'm really gonna have to figure out, I have no idea how I'm gonna do this, is how I'm gonna be able to have these 2 characters sort of interact in their animation. I'm really gonna have to figure that out. Especially if I might have to, because I'm going to be animating this stuff in Blender potentially. So I'm going to have to make 2 separate animations in Blender, one for the person who's touching and one for the person who's getting touched from tag, and make those actually like sync up. That's going to be a challenge for me, but hopefully I'll be able to figure out a good way of doing it that's not a big pain to do, right? So we'll see. But anyways, enough of the rambling. Again, the faster I go to bed, the faster I can wake up and get back to doing this. So anyways, I guess I'll end things off here. And so thanks for dropping by and all that sort of stuff. So, or no, I'm not gonna do my outro properly. Whatever. Let me get ready to stop the thing here. But take care and all that. No, I'm saying. Blah, blah, blah. I'm stumbling over my words quite a bit. Whatever. I'll just do my outro and see y'all next time. So that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, I'll see you around.